Yo, yo, yo. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it. Yo, 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 yo. Let's get it, guys.
FM, welcome to the Reload Elite Series. That is right, it is time once again.
Let's go. Here we go. EWC.
For one of 2 qualifying spots going on to the EWC land. I cannot wait. So much has happened even just today. Shout out to you and their incredible games. I mean, I don't know if you saw.
Yo, what's good, Chief? Yo, what's good, man? We're watching EWC, seeing who's going to take the first spot and the second spot. Let's get it, bro.
Like, hey guys, get on in here. Reload Elite Series. We are back again. Only 2.
Clicks and Higgs are in this. Peter and Poyo, or no, maybe Pete and Poyo. I'll have to see.
Fortnite sweater. I got my Fortnite pants on, Zeke. I am decked out and ready to go. You're just gonna
Mind turning it up? What you need turned up? The game audio? Which one you need turned up? I could turn whichever one you want up. Here, I'll turn my mic down. Which one you need? The game?
It's gonna be shaken up because all 4 teams that have qualified are gonna be competing again
Which
today.
one you need turned up?
What a fun-filled Fortnite.
I got clicks for sure.
Last couple of weeks we had.
Here, let me turn this up.
Just next week, as
Is that
well,
better? Is that
this
better? Is that better?
RES qualifier number 3 is going to be very, very exciting because remember, we're kind of getting down to crunch time right now. Only one more following this, which means that any of our teams that are not qualified
Yeah,
yet,
game, I got
we
you.
really want to go ahead and make it happen today.
Oh, you know why? You know why it's not working? It's because my settings in the game are at 45.
Man,
I got you guys.
If you could have done it in qualifier 1, that would have been the most.
Okay, how's that
ideal,
sound? Is that
right?
good?
But now, like you're saying,
Yo, Chief,
only
I
2
hope you
more
get
to go
this.
before
For
we
tomorrow, last
prepare to
week
move on to
I
that
was
stage of the
10.
competition.
I
So
was off by 10
now's a good
points.
time
Yo,
to qualify.
I hope you
Why don't we
qual,
take a
bro.
look, though,
10
and
points
start the
off is
conversation, because
crazy,
with
bro.
RES, we are seeing a
You were
brand
close,
new
bro.
map
You were
and a
definitely
brand new
close.
loot pool.
Does
So
that
we
sound
now
better,
move on
guys?
to the
Does that
Elite
sound better?
Stronghold, guys. Talk to me about this. What should we be looking forward to? What can we
Yes? Okay,
expect?
bet.
Ooh, well,
If
you
Clicks
do a
doesn't
lot
qual,
of
I'm gonna
changes.
be
Obviously,
mad.
the
Yeah.
biggest change that I
They
first
really have
noticed
to
is
lock
going
in,
from
though.
8
And
POIs to 5
Higgs
is
said there's
definitely
an
a drastic
announcement
change.
after
However, there's
this,
a lot more split
and
opportunity and a lot more
I think
loot on the map, Vivid.
either they're going to split,
Absolutely, there is. And I gotta
like
go ahead and
they're
attest
not
the
going to be
fact that we're
duos,
talking about the changes
or
that kind of came
they're going
into
to
the
change their
Reload
POI
Elite
to
series, right? They're gonna play
squibbly.
on a brand new map. Obviously, the loot pool is going to be
By the way, thank
completely
you guys for
different.
letting me
And
know
before I get
about
to my
the
point, let's go ahead and talk about that loot
microphone
pool
and
real quick,
everything.
because our EU friends kind of gave us a little bit of an insight as to how we kind of expect this one to
So
go.
I'm definitely
they kind of
excited to see
knew
what
was gonna
Higgs is
happen, but
about
the
to
cube
release after
rifle
this.
reigns
And if they
supreme.
do
So watch out
bad,
for any of
I
our
don't
teams
know.
to go ahead and get
I
a
could
hold
say a
of
lot.
one of those. But
That
I
could
just
say
wanted
a
to go
lot. I
ahead
don't know
and
if they're
speak
changing
to
their
the
POI,
consistency of some of our
or
teams
they're
over
gonna
here on
drop
NAC,
each
right?
other,
Because
or what's
they're
gonna
going
happen.
over from
I'm
like
very
grand
excited to
finals where they
see.
got to focus on battle royale to having to learn a whole new map, a whole new loot pool, and a completely different game mode, but they still find that consistency. Out of our top 10 teams from that FNCS Grand Finals, we actually have 7 of them qualified here today, right? So our top teams over here on NA, man, they constantly find themselves in these finals types of lobbies, and it's just super cool to see that consistency.
Dang, that's kind of sick. I like that. I like when we hit people with stats. You know, I'm a big fan of stats. Why don't we talk about some of the players already qualified to EWC? Right, we've already had 2 qualifying or 2 qualifiers rather. We already have a ton of names that are already gone through, and we have some major names that we'll be even seeing compete
Yo,
here
Jacob,
today, Kelly.
I
mean,
or no,
talk to
isn't
us
it
a little
Logan?
bit of that. Maybe give
Logan,
us a
Logan.
recap.
I heard
let's
you're
go
trying to
back
play
qualifier
Div,
number 2,
and I
where we
wanted
saw
to
Muzz
DM
and
you,
Sphinx
but
and
on
Geoff
TikTok I
Eddie
couldn't
on
DM
Zo
you.
get
Do
their
you have
tickets to
Discord
LAN. However,
so I
they
could
didn't
quickly
do
add
that
you
by
so we
getting
could
first
talk?
or second
Because I
place.
wanted to
No,
play with you, but
the theme, the
I can't DM you
story
on
for the
TikTok.
Reload
I
Elite
tried
series
yesterday.
has been kind of the rivalry between Cold
Can you
and
give me a
Rapid
shout out
and
for my
Peterbot and
account
Poyo.
so
And we all know Peterbot and
I
Poyo
wanna
are the
go live
dominating
maybe.
duo
I
going
don't
into
do
the Reload Elite series, and
shout-outs
getting
very
that
often.
second place in the first
And
one was
honestly,
a little bit shocking. But I think what's even more shocking
it's
for
just
me, Vivid,
grind,
is how Cold
literally.
and Rapid and
Like,
Peterbot and Poyo have been kind of
you just gotta
alternating
post
first
YouTube
and
shorts
second
every
place,
day,
and doing it
and
with such a close
you'll
margin
get
as well.
followers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today
Like, I
is
gained
gonna be cool
100
'cause
in
it's
a
gonna be
month,
that
or maybe
tiebreaker,
even
right?
more than that,
If
because
one
I
of
post
these
every
teams
day.
can go ahead and
But then
win
whenever
it,
I stop
then they're
posting
gonna
every
have
day,
2
it'll
wins
go
versus
down.
the other one, you know what I mean? Like,
You
so
just
it'll
gotta
be
post
kind of
a
cool
lot.
to see how today actually goes if one of these 2 teams can actually go ahead and secure that first or second place again, which of course would be very, very cool to see. But we're kind of looking towards these 2 teams to kind of
Peterbot
be the
and
2 powerhouses.
Peterbot and Cold already have
the
it
lobby.
confirmed,
When you
right?
come in and take a look at the stats
Cold has it
from
confirmed,
those
right?
heats. I mean, Cold and Rapid, they went in and picked up second.
Yeah, 'cause
Peterbot
Peter-
and
they're
Poyo
showing
made things
Peter
a
and
little bit
Cold.
close, picking
So
up
if
that
Peterbot
last place
or
spot,
Cold
5th
gets
place
like
right there.
3rd place
But, Kelly, I
or
think one of the
second
biggest
place,
differences we can see right there,
yeah,
these
it really
rankings
means
across those
3rd or
seats,
4th
a lot of those points is of
will
course going to
qual.
come from those eliminations.
Whew, you say making it a little bit close. They were 8 points away from not even getting into the top 5, but to see where a lot of our points come from for our duos, Rapid.
Yo, Logan, are you still in here?
40 eliminations out of our heats. And you know, when a lot of people look to the duo of Cold and Rapid, I think if you looked before Major number 1, everyone would look to Cold as the star player. But time and time again, Rapid has showed why he is teamed up with Cold and why they have been
had 32
such a
kills.
dominant
I mean,
force.
not terrible.
And when you talk about dominant forces, we also have to look at the Reload Elite Series as a whole, because Cold and Rapid have been on a different level. And when we compare them to people like Peterbot and Poyo, who may have had a relatively lackluster performance during heats as well as during
Okay,
Major
guys,
1,
do we think
now have to
Peterbot
kind
is
of
going
shift
after
focus
Click
into
today?
this rivalry of, is this even
Factually
a
said
rivalry
that,
anymore, or
but
is this just
do
now
we
the
think this is
Cold and
true?
Rapid show?
I don't.
Absolutely. I did want to go ahead and point out,
I really
we took
don't.
a look at the top 6 individual eliminations there, and Cold and Rapid were the only 2 from the same duo that found themselves up there, right? Obviously, if we're going to go ahead and pick up 72 eliminations, that's going to be sort of that pattern that you see. But switching focus over to Peterbot and Paul, you know, you do kind of talk about how, you know, Major 1 potentially a little bit upsetting for them in terms of performance. That being said, Reload still seems to be their game mode that they are incredibly good at. Obviously, this is going to be a team that you do not want in the lobby because they are one to be feared, and obviously they're good at those eliminations, but the tech as well. Check this out from Peterbot. Uses the launch pad, has this little trick where he can actually
Click is
cancel the
officially
effect
putting
of
on
that
his delay.
launch pad and
I'm
launch
also
up
watching
on the
him.
height using the mantle
And I will tell you guys
ability.
if Clicks
So
dies
these guys are
or if
just
he
so
doesn't die.
good at obviously get eliminations. That's
Probably
kind
gonna
of what
watch a
they're
couple
known for,
other
but
people
also
to see
those
how they're
secrets
doing
like
too.
that, man, you
Do you
really
guys
gotta pay
update?
attention to this duo because they'll always
But I'm
have
actually
something
very
up their
excited.
sleeve. So look for them making one of those plays for the high gun that's a little bit uncharacteristic that I don't think we've seen before.
Okay, you guys got me hyped. Now, obviously, there's a couple more things to talk about before we get going, but first, want to go hang out with your casters. MDF is sick, so please send him all your well wishes. But subbing in, we've got the best taco paired up with Jacob PR. Say what's up, friends.
What's going on, everybody out there? Excited to be here, Taco, at a team that honestly I'm surprised to see not in the pre-show yet is Acorn and Bolts. They missed out on qualifier 1 by 1 point, one singular point, and then they went into qualifier 2 and got 16th. We got a whole new map and a whole new feeling for them, and I just want to see how they're going to perform today.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're willing to hedge their bets by potentially
7 minutes
contesting
till
Elite Armory.
next-
I think the
or
one
first
thing
game,
to
first
allude
game.
to here, though, is that while Muzz and Sphinx kind of have the world as their oyster because they don't have to worry. They're already qualified. They've already got their land position. But Acorn and Bolts, on the other hand, they don't. However, I do anticipate Elite Armory to be a little bit more of a split drop between these two duos. But hey, you never know. Maybe Muzz and Sphinx are feeling some type of way. Maybe they don't want to see the big Abdullah contesting or dealing with them at land by any means, but Acorn and Bolts, they're certainly going to be a pretty difficult duo for all of our teams to try and contend with, and they're not the only ones trying to lock in for that land spot.
Yeah, especially with 4 of them already taken. We've already seen that affect the leaderboard in qualifier 2.
Yo,
It
wanna
rolled
play
down to
Div
3rd
5
and
tomorrow
4th
or
place.
not?
Now we can possibly see 5th,
Let's
6th
try out
place,
after this
make it to the
EWC. I want to
Esports
watch
World
it all the
Cup
way
Finals.
through, and
Who
then let's
knows?
try each
Because
other
there's
out.
still so much action
You
that
got
Zeke really
like
vivid to
Discord or
break down.
TikTok so we could talk?
Dude, Jacob PR is so freaking cool, man. He always just gets me hyped up. He can say anything. I'm just like, dude, I'm in, Jacob. Okay, so as I promised, we were going to talk about more things. Let's kick things off with that lobby list. Let's get a kind of more or a complete picture of what we're going to be seeing, who we're going to be seeing as some of
I
our
was
casters
talking
have
to you
already
on
talked
TikTok.
about.
Okay,
Why don't we
send me
start
just
with
a
Reed and
text, like a yellow or
Cooper?
something.
Okay,
I'll look
we
at it.
got King.
Remember? Not
Over
really,
with
bro. I'm
Cooper.
sorry, bro.
So, as we kind of talk about this, I want to do
I,
remind viewers at home. We are
I have
trying
the
to get to
worst
the
memory
top
and I have the
2
best.
spots to qualify on
Like,
through to EWC
sometimes I'll remember
finals.
something
That can change,
that-
but for right now, let's just focus in on this.
Like, I just
Reed
don't
Cooper,
know how to
do we think
remember
they
it, and then
have
some
what it
things
takes
I
to
just
hit
don't
one of those
remember.
2 top spots?
And it could
Ooh,
be
I
like
mean,
a minute.
Listen, let's build the
And
story
I'll
so far,
forget it.
okay? They don't qualify for Reload Elite Series 1. Reload Elite Series 2, Reek's playing with Veno, he gets 10th place. Cooper's playing with Curly, he gets 12th place. They team up because of Major 1, they played together. Now they're playing in Reload Elite Series 3, and they get into heats, and Zeke, it is looking rough. It is looking bad. 3 games to start things off, and they are in last place in their heats. But it's King Peace. It's Cooper. They put the crowns on their head and they say that the kingdom is yet to fall because they get not just 1, not just 2, but 3 back-to-back victory royales. And my goodness, I feel like I'm giving a sermon right now, Viv, because I am feeling the inspiration. I feel like this is their Reload Elite Series to win.
Yeah, I mean, after your first 3 games, right? Last place, obviously not all
Son to Dion?
performance-based
Okay,
there to pick up those first 3 games.
I'm going to look at it
bounce
right now.
back. That's what I love to see. Taking it to the house, right? Getting 3rd place with just 5 games when everybody else, you know, gets to play 8, and you still go ahead and you clutch up the qual to the finals here today. This duo has to be feeling good, has to be feeling that little bit of momentum. And, you know, I love the fact that you go ahead and mention, yeah, this is going to be a new duo kind of forming, approaching the reload specific, you know, game mode here. I'm excited to see if they go ahead and pull it off. They've done it once yesterday.
Okay,
right?
yeah, I
Or
got
not
you. I
yesterday,
seen the
a couple days
DM.
ago where they had to clutch it up. They got to clutch up today and pick up one of those qual spots.
Oh, that's crazy. You talk about a newly formed duo. Why don't we talk about another newly formed duo? It's Liam and Jace. So, Kelly, talk to me about this, because kind of a similar situation, right? This guy's formed for this, but they've kind of been near each other, sort of.
I'm finally getting a
we've
PC,
seen
bro.
Jace
Oh my
before in the
gosh, bro.
Reload
Getting a
Elite
PC
series.
is
He
actually
played
so
with
nice.
Aloe in the first qualifier,
Being
getting
on
17th
whatever
place, and then
you're
had
playing
actually a
on
pretty
to
good performance
PC,
with Jargu in Reload Elite
it gets
Series 2,
150
getting
FPS.
6th place,
That's
so
not bad.
close
That's
to
what I
actually
had.
qualifying for the land
That's
spots.
what I
But
started
now,
with.
teaming
Maybe
up with
even
Liam,
lower,
and
like
let me just
100,
say,
and then
out of
I
heats, they have
and then I got a
one
better
of the
one.
best performances that I have ever seen so far.
120,
It gives me
yeah.
a lot of hope
But if I
for
tried
what we're gonna be
streaming,
seeing
it would
today.
crash. Like,
And maybe if they
it
don't
was-
qualify, if they
I
don't get
actually
those
kinda
2
liked
spots
it.
vivid, I can expect
It
to
was
see
nice.
them perform really well in the final
And then
Reload Elite.
when you finally
Yeah,
have
feeling good,
your
right?
PC
Picking
and
up
you play
first
on it for a
place in
while,
heat number 4,
you could like try to
and,
learn
you know,
some
when we
things
kind
about
of
it, maybe
saw
what
the-
you can
the
upgrade
Reload
on
Elite
it.
series would be
And
as
in
big. I
creative,
feel like
it'll
everybody
get
kind of got excited
unlimited
because it gave an
400. Okay,
opportunity
yeah,
for us
that's
to
a pretty
check
good
out some
one. That's
newer
definitely
players,
good.
and that is exactly
Yeah,
what
that's
we
not
are getting
bad.
to see
If it's
here
getting
with Liam
400
and
in
Jace. If you
creative.
take a look at their FNCS
Mine hits
history, I
like
mean, Jace has
500
never
in
made
creative.
an FNCS
If I
grand
put it to
finals, and Liam
unlimited,
has only ever
and
made
I have
4.
a
So
really good
newer to the
computer.
scene of these types of finals, but hey, they're looking
I
good
just have
coming
to
into
change
it.
the GPU. The fact that you know
I
what
wanna
you have to
switch
change
gears.
is
I
so
want to talk
smart,
about
man.
a duo
not
that
know
is
anything about
a
computers
Vivid
besides,
stand. Okay,
like,
let's bring up that live list.
the
Shadow,
RAM.
it's Virgo. We know.
Yeah.
Vivid is a big fan
I have
of the
no-
duo.
I have
so
no clue.
again, kind of similar question, Viv. With only the top 2 making it through to the EWC finals, do they have what it takes?
I think absolutely. Again, this is going to be one of those teams that has the momentum coming into the finals today, right? Picking up first place in their heat, respectively. And if you guys have a very good memory, if you remember those individual eliminations that we kind of looked at where Rapid was up top, yeah, he had 40. Virgo was also on that top 6 list, right? He picked up 34 eliminations over the course of those heats, and Shadow was not too far behind him with 22. This duo is very, very good in terms of picking up those eliminations, which is actually one of the highlights throughout their FNCS performances. But I mean, hey, duo very, very good. Would not
Yeah,
be
that's what I
surprised to
have
see
in my
them being
computer,
one
brother.
of the 2 duos will go ahead and qual to that EWC land.
When did I get
I
that?
mean, speaking
Recently?
of those stats as well, if we look actually to Virgo, he had the
Oh, that's
most
what it was
damage out
built
of
with.
heats, and but what's a little bit surprising to me
That will get
is
me more.
the
That. Oh,
what
there's the more
happened
FPS.
between
Yeah, I have that.
Reload Elite Series 1 and Reload Elite Series 2. They get 6th place
I actually
out of
didn't
the
even
first
know that. My
qualifier, which
dad
is a
knew
pretty
it.
good performance, especially
That's
with some of the
crazy.
big names that we had. And then they ended up splitting in the qualifier 2, obviously reforming for the 3rd one, which makes me curious as to what caused their split, what allowed them to reform, and have they fixed the communication issues, the synergy issues that caused them to break up before?
Interesting stuff. Interesting. That's a good question, Kelly. Maybe they're just comfortable. They're like, hey, this guy, really good. Let's just go back to what I know, what we know can slay, right? Vivid believes in us. We should move forward with that. One last duo to talk about. It's Clicks and it's Higgs. The People's Champion once again. You know, we're never going to get tired of seeing Clicks and Higgs duo. But again, you know, this is going to be a really tough spot to try and fight through. So many big names in the lobby. And again, it's only the top 2 that will move on through. So with a new meta, a new loot pool, a new map, like where do we feel like these guys are at? Are they ready to tackle one of those top 2 spots?
Oh, nice.
I feel like
So
whatever
in 3
happened
months,
between
sadly.
Clicks and Higgs after Major 1, I feel
Yeah.
anytime I talk about this duo,
that's
I always
not
talk
bad,
about how
bro.
they are very mentally affected during the game. They can, you know, snowball emotionally. And I think right now
like,
they've snapped in the right way where their emotions are less tied to how their performance is. And that's kind of been
Yeah, you're
reflective a
switching
little
over
bit
to
in the
keyboard.
gameplay that we've seen them in the qualifiers and heats.
What
And
you could do
honestly,
while waiting
they
for
are
your PC
contested
is
a
look
hot
up
goal,
videos
which gives me a
on,
little bit
or
concerned,
if you
but they
already
were
know, but like
contested originally by
certain
Acorn
things
and
to
Bolt,
change with your
and they
PC,
got
like
kicked out of that
there's
POI
certain
during
apps that
heats.
comes with
Now
your
they are
PC that
contested
you
by
need to
Crazy
take out if
Kindling,
you're
so
trying
that
to
is a big
just play
question mark for
Fortnite.
Vivid, but I
Like
do
you
think
gotta
that
take
there's a
stuff
lot
out
of
and you can
potential
look videos
between
on
this
that.
duo.
or figure
Yeah, I
stuff
think
you want to
the
do on your computer and you want to
spotlight
figure it
constantly
out,
being on this
find
duo,
videos
right?
on about
Everybody's saying
that.
their
That's something I didn't
expectations
do.
so high for them
but
because everybody in the community
I
feels like
should've.
this duo, these two
I should have been
individuals
like how
have
to
the
how to get
highest
OBS on
potential
my
pretty much out of
computer
anybody.
or
Can
fix
they
OBS
reach it here
glitches
today in
because
the
I've
Real
had
Elite Series? Go ahead and
so
clutch
many
out that
OBS
qualification.
problems.
Would not be surprised.
And do I
I
think?
believe in you, Clicks.
Do I
Next.
think
believe
if I
it's-
looked it
look,
up,
said
I
first.
probably would've
Don't
been
worry, I
fine,
said it
but-
first. I believe first. All right, guys, it is
Okay.
8 games today, and we need
I
to end the
just
day in
got
the top
confirmed
2
that
if we want to qualify to
game
the
1
EWC
is starting.
finals. With that being said, game number 1 is
Yep.
ready. So, casters,
Game number 1. Why did I say 7?
I like the
I'm
way
right
Kelly
now
kind of said it to
still
start the
practicing
day. This is like
KVM
the
in your
third
map. Yo,
quarter
thank
of
you so
things, the
much,
third
brother. It really does mean a
qualifier.
lot,
There's
bro.
4 spots left overall, but only 2 spots will be granted today. And we've already got some
Bro,
of our
so many
heavy
people have
hitters
said that-
fired up
that,
and ready to go.
The
Look,
speed changer
Jacob,
literally
I'm
helps
getting a
them
little
so much.
nervous. I'm ready
Okay,
for
here we
NA
go.
to show me something, though, because that's been the huge ordeal, is who's
Yes,
going
sir.
to be those
Yeah.
next 2 duos that are confirming their position towards the EWC land. It starts right here, right now, with game 1.
Here we go, game 1. Here we go. Clicks is
Coming
on
into
at
this
his POI,
game,
it looks
half
like.
of the lobby is contested. 10 teams really
Half
fighting
of the
for their
lobby is
lives in
contested,
game 1,
wow.
right out of the
I
gates,
think
and
Clicks
10
is one of
teams
the
kinda
teams
have it in slow
contested.
pace. They get to farm up. They get to kind of prepare for
Yeah,
what
Clicks
is
is
ahead of
con.
them. King and Craze, Clicks and Higgs. That was one of
Yep.
the fights they were talking about over towards hostile holds. And it's not going to be a straight fight right
I
out
want
of the gate,
a-
though. It looks like both teams
want a
kind of taking
custom
their respective
crosshair?
edges of this POI and
I
trying to get
always
as much
wondered
of
if
their
I would
loadout
like it,
built
and I
up
just
before
never tried
they
it,
take
and
any
I'm not
engagements.
gonna change.
Rapid, though, perhaps a victim of this first lobby's buzz path. Already saw that elimination feed highlighted with his name, so perhaps there could be some trouble brewing. Teams maybe looking to infiltrate other duos' positions based on whether or not they feel confident in the ability to kind of just play clean up factor. And Jacob, I know one huge ordeal that is definitely going to be the center of attention here at NA, because it very much was so in EU, but how are these duos going to fare with that cube rifle effect?
Yeah, especially in the end game where everybody's kind of congested, especially if we get these mountains in play going from top to bottom. You're really going
No
to be
one's
tested,
dying
not
right now.
only like your actual Fortnite skill, but something that our analyst pointed out as well, your mental composure, being able to bounce back when you're being bombarded, not just from one team, Taco, but
You
from
should
2
join the
teams, 3
esports,
teams.
boy.
So really
I'm
going to see
I'm
how
already
these
in that
players handle
esports,
8
brother.
games, a long day ahead of them. And so a lot
Yeah,
of
no,
that
I
really
know
does
what you're
come
trying to
down
say,
the mental game.
esports.
But you
Yeah,
check
I'm
out Muzz
in
and
one.
Sphinx. We saw Clicks and Higgs, King and Craze kind of split their dropout. You hinted at this one, Muzz and Sphinx kind of splitting the drop as well. I think game number 1, since it's relatively early, there's no points really scored off. You know, you kind of want to feel each other out. As the day goes on, I mean, you could probably see a little similarities in EU.
Oh,
You get
who's,
ramped up in aggression.
That might cause even more tension if
Hold
you're
up.
Acorn and Bolts, right? Because you spend the first 3-4 lobbies not really having to factor in this initial off spawn, and then it switches.
Decimate
180 out of
Gaming,
nowhere. He, on the other hand, lurk opportunity just
that
so
they do
patient.
like
The
a bunch of
discipline
tournaments.
with the whiff.
They're kind of
That's a
pro in
rare
Call of
miss out
Duty.
Peterbot and Veer now heads
Wait,
up position,
wait,
trying to see if he
what?
can turn this
Peterbot's
around, but
going
Pete,
after someone?
you're playing your pride on the line here, big guy, and he's gonna be
Peterbot
forced
might be
to
low.
fall back.
Well,
Veer's
is low,
actually
but
got him
healing
on
back
the
up.
ropes here, and Peterbot, be forced to expend those couple of pizza slices, still has the opportunity to maybe close this one out, but Pollo not close enough to actually try and play backup here, and Veer, he's done enough. He's actually held his own.
Yeah, and it looks like help is already on the way. Veer's teammate Noxie beating Pollo to the punch, and the first knock is
Peterbot
there.
is dead.
It all starts with an uncharacteristic like miss, and then Veer just takes full advantage. That first shot really put Peterbot on the back foot, and then Noxie able to get there very, very quickly. I'm not gonna say that the Heats was foreshadowing anything, because Peterbot and Pollo, a team that you'd expect to see number 1 on the leaderboard, maybe a 100-point gap. Taco, when I tell you they barely made it in by 8 points, 8 points, that's 2 eliminations. This is crazy.
Oh, I think we were all adamantly watching those Aussie Impacts parties, but hey, the scene has been set. Pete and Pollo, they'll have their work cut out for them in this first lobby at least, but Virgo, Shadow, they've got Craze in their sights. Whether or not he's going to be able to escape, it's another conversation entirely, and it looks as though Shadow will be able to confirm that elimination. So 3 points added to the count. Now Kingeling just trying to make sure he can scurry away. Doesn't want to fall a little too early here. Needs to make sure that Craze has a chance to touch down.
Yeah, just like, you know, the situation that Jace is in here, you do want to create some distance between your opponents, because in reload, I'm sure everybody knows, but in case you don't, when your teammate does reboot back into the game, it's essentially a beacon right over your head. They know exactly what direction you're in. So Jace, even though he is going to get a chance to get Liam back in the game,
How did
his
you
general
get to
direction is
DM
going
Curb?
to be given up here. It's just a matter.
So I did not
If
DM
Liam
him. He
is
was
going
live
to be
on
able to
Twitch,
survive,
and
because
he
we
was
know and see it
1v1ing
in the
people.
past, teams do like to
And
try to chase
so
out these
either you
reboot
can like
opportunities,
send
but for now, it does
subs,
look like
or you
Liam's
can
feet
wait
is
a
gonna be able
really
to
long
touch ground.
time to like
Hey, why
1v1
not? When
him. Like
eliminations
I'm
are
talking
worth
an
3 points
hour.
apiece and they don't have to worry about
Sometimes
an
he doesn't even
elimination
1v1
cap,
viewers
the more
because
the
people
merrier
send gift
after all.
or
Ozone
send
Golden,
gifted
they're
subs. So I
also
sent him
not
5
gonna
gifted
net
subs,
anything just
and I
yet.
got to 1v1 him.
NAC, we can tell
He-
this is
he
the
does
first
it all the
lobby,
time.
Just trying to get warmed up here
That's
to
like
players, but
basically what he
Ozone
does.
Golden now looking to fall back. And the teleporters will help play a part here, Jacob, but it seems like everybody's, you know, method of surprise tactics just not netting anything.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest difference between, you know, Slurp Rush and Elite Strongholds is there is more POIs, and even though there is more loot on Elite Strongholds, there's more teams taking those split drops. There's more team taking a lot of the scavenged loot, so you're seeing players not want to go down early. You're seeing them jump into the storm, put themselves in a weird spot just to try to survive, so that way they don't have to get rebooted, and hope and pray that some scraps were left behind. You see Sonetto Wagers, they already have their 1 elimination in the books. And just trying to push forward. You can see they're missing some materials here in their loadout. Wood,
And then
brick,
I
metal,
also
and I think
beat
they're in the
Higgs
perfect position
because
to
he was doing
recuperate those lost
custom.
materials.
But still, plenty of action. It's probably going to start building up. The tension of the lobby, obviously, going to take a little bit to unfold, but right here, right now, Ritual and Agers might be having to deal with the likes of Javi and Aminish. Either side really willing to commit just yet, and if I'm Javi and Aminish, I'm trying to head the opposite direction right now. Agers rocking that cube rifle, sending some of those warning shots their way. Looks like all they wanted was a free rotate and not having to worry about the tags.
Yeah, kind of prevent them from peeking out while they use the shockwave with that Flowberry Fizz, the combination farther, much quicker. And they see that it's moving out of Chiseled over the top of
Yes,
that
sir.
mountain. That's one of the
Clicks and
POIs,
Higgs
right?
just
Even though it's
chilling with their
center drop,
bushes.
you kind of want a hot drop. I personally don't like going there, Taco. Once I go in, the only way for me to find my way out is getting rebooted by my teammate. So I do like that decision, that natural bowl. You don't want teams to kind of hold you on that edge. Clicks and Higgs, you see them rotating through, and instead of taking any fights, they have 0 eliminations here. You see they're focusing on rotations, getting in towards the zone, so that way they don't have to take any unnecessary risks.
And Clicks and Higgs, they're just going to focus on their own strengths. I think that they tend to perform best whenever they just feel... I think momentum players is probably the best way to really put it. We even saw yesterday in their Div Cup Finals performance, you know, those signs of life that really started kicking in towards those...
I mean,
later
yeah,
lobbies.
maybe as a champ.
Here, knowing that there's
Huh?
still 7 more to go after this first one.
No.
Teams will have more than enough opportunity to get their
think you did.
pop-off opportunities.
Yeah, you see Josh Niamzo taking a very, very slow approach to this game. I know we mentioned Muzz and Sphinx, but Josh Niamzo as well. Nothing to really lose out on today other than bragging rights over winning the tournament. They got their spot secured. So you see them rotating it slow to the south side of the zone. You saw Yamzo a moment ago had what looked like infinity gold. No, it's not infinite. It's just when you reach over 8,000 gold, it kind of changes the symbol. So you know they're just waiting for the zone to pull. They know they're going to recuperate that with either patch-ups or med kits because you saw he has them in the inventory. And again, it's just one of those ways to not take unnecessary risks. Rapid and Cold, they got that 1 elimination early, and Rapid, kind of one of those players, especially when it comes to reload. He likes to rotate and take position early when he can.
An eye on Ozone and Golden here, though. Some tags, but largely just playing for the vending machine, trying to make sure they get the appropriate amount of heals. And yeah, even drawing things back, though, Jacob, I think for so many of these duos that are kind of trying to push their way in from the outer fringe of the storm, the heals that are available, you don't want to burn too many of them on those later rotates because it's not very easy to recuperate while heals. You're really depending on Siphon after the fact.
Yeah, especially when you add in, like, even though reboots haven't been disabled just yet. If you go down, you could still get back into the game. I think that's exactly what you're alluding to in a sense. What are you going to use to get back into the game? And that's why you see teams, even right here towards the bottom in the ravine, Cooper and Reed, they're just full kind of building a path. They don't want to take any unnecessary tags. They don't want to have to dig into their resources early here before the reboots even turn off. And so if you're one of those teams that are going through it right now at this stage in the game, you're going to have a rough road trying to get back into it. You might need to force your hand at some eliminations. Jojo and Iacti, though, not necessarily having to do just that, rotating quickly towards this edge of the mountain. And where they're positioned now, they literally on the edge of a cliff. They can shockwave off if it pulls in that direction, or they can easily rotate back towards that mountain if it pulls back.
Relatively impressive performance, too, with their Heat.
I'm not gonna lie.
Finalizing things in that 5th place position. Doesn't matter how you make it. The point is that you are in and having equal opportunity to try and stamp your spot on that battle bus for the EWC LAN. Cam starting to make his way forward. And the 2-tick.
No one's actually
might
died.
Lend a little
Ooh, a
bit
2-tick.
of
Uh-oh.
you know, indication towards storm sickness later on.
One
but
team has died.
right now, Cam doesn't seem too pressed about it. Will be forced to dive a little bit earlier on, though. He's going to have to resort to the medkits here.
Yeah, the blessing for him, though, is even though you kind of think about that in the back of your mind, how much damage have I taken? Is Storm Sickness going to play a role later on in this game? For now, you're just taking it one step at a time. He sees the whole southern side of that zone uninhabited. He quickly rotates in, boxes up, and starts to heal. He might have to dig in, maybe use 2 of those med kits, depending on what he's going to really achieve
Muzz
here.
is
Since how
chilling with
deep he is in the
0.2.
zone, he still has to wait for it to open up, but you see his teammates slowly but surely trying to get by his side. Muzz and Sphinx, they're already inside the center of the zone, but you see, and again, they're another one of those teams. They see it opening up on the other side, and they're just trying to better their position while they can.
Must be so nice, though, to just have the luxury of knowing you are already qualified for LAN. So it's primarily just the prize pool that Muzz and Sphinx are hoping to get the lion's share of. But with these loadouts, Jacob, they're definitely looking pretty set. It's all about just making sure that you don't go down as soon as that 7th zone ticks in. Remember, that is when the reboots will be disabled, so now is a possible opportunity maybe for Cold and Rapid.
Okay, so
Applying
I
even more
actually did
pressure.
not know this, but
It's crazy
kills are
dealing
with
with that
3.
cube rifle. And really just waiting to see whether or not they want to extend.
Reboots have
trying
been
to play for
disabled.
height later
Reboots have
on.
been disabled.
Yeah, almost essentially forcing out a shockwave for them. One less resource for them to take into the end game, but for Rapid and Cold, one less resource to go against here. You're seeing where the lobby it is.
Not gonna lie,
stacked
this
up
is a
on the edge of
very
Yamzo
weird
and
pull
Josh. And you're
for
seeing them
most
very
teams.
quick to rotate, so you're seeing that it is going to go to the western side of the zone.
Peterbot
So
and
a
Poyo
max
are
pull
back,
here
even though
for
Peterbot died in the
and
early
Poyo.
game.
No
Peterbot
worries too
came
much just
right
yet,
back
though. They do have
and
the
got loot.
splashes, they do have the fizz, and they do have the shockwave, so they can cover so much distance in the blink of an eye.
Whew. Check out Muzz, though. Might just start letting that mid pulse rifle rip here, but teams going to be persuaded to look elsewhere after those initial couple of shots out of Muzz and Sphinx, and they're just continuing to extend their presence. Good tarp out currently.
Okay, so
Kim and Chimp, but they're not
Peterbot and
careful.
Poyo look like they just
Might
went
actually
up
find
maybe,
themselves on the
and
receiving
Clicks
end
and
of more of
Higgs
that
are
pressure,
in
but for right now,
zone,
it's all
which
about
is
Cooper
chilling.
Reed. They wanna make
I'm gonna
sure
leave
that
real
they
quick.
stay
Yeah, no
just
problem,
a
bro.
little bit elevated
Take your
from
time,
that
bro. Thank you
ultimate
so much
low.
for
They're
watching,
not
bro.
fully committed towards stretching things out towards height, but they also don't want to dip towards that low ground just yet either.
Yeah, they could probably sense where the zone is actually going.
Peterbot
POI,
just doing a
where
little
it
bit of
dips
rotates.
underneath. If this continues to pull towards the northwest, and then it pulls back towards the east.
Okay, now they're showing
Hopefully,
Clicks and
Buckle Up's
Higgs.
gonna be a
Wow,
roller
they're
coaster of
spraying
emotion trying
that.
to survive
They
that.
cracked
Streaks
him,
and
maybe?
trying to put
I think
pressure
they
on the other
cracked
side
him.
of the
At
map.
least
That's
they're
Cold
low.
and Rapid,
Oh,
whether
but
know
they
it or not.
moved.
That's a
They're
big
gone.
team. You'd like to get out of the lobby, but a quick shockwave is going to reposition Cold and Rapid out of position.
Oh, wow,
And you can see they're
Cold and-
staying away
or
from that low
Rapid is
ground.
low,
This is a
so
team that
Rapid's
typically
gonna use
does
a
hunt
big
for those
pot
eliminations
already.
in the mid to low
And
ground,
you
which is
said,
how they've
wow,
been able to
because
not only
of Clicks
win,
and Higgs,
but even
that's-
get second place in our through 2 qualifiers.
That's kind of
One
huge.
thing's for sure.
Okay,
Cold and Rapid, they're probably gonna have to hunt for a
I'm looking at
refresh
this,
soon
and it
enough.
looks
That
like
Blueberry
Clicks and
Fizz
Higgs
is
are
not gonna be
trying to
enough
go for
really
height.
carry things over for Cold
It
as the
does
game
look indeed
continues
like they're
to
trying to
move
get
on.
this height.
Cooper, Reed, maybe gonna start finding themselves in a little bit of
That might be
zone
too early.
congestion. Still managing to avoid the bulk of it. Peterbot looking upwards. You can tell one thing's on his mind, and that's trying to take out the team on height, or at least prevent them from sending shots.
Peterbot
his
is
way.
chopping?
Instead, Pete just absorbing damage here. forced to use even more.
Muzz
than
on
four
low
ranges.
ground with
Cooper
his
in.
mythic.
Muzz and Sphinx also
Exotic,
still trying
exotic.
to apply steady pressure wherever possible.
Collection Higgs have
like
height.
this kind of hidden effect with the exotic, little bit of low gravity here. He's going to get that inside of the box.
Clicks and
with the
Higgs have
shockwave,
height.
but Clicks and Higgs, this is the moment now. 8th zone, they're going to go and try to play for that high ground.
Yep,
Not sure if they
get
saw
that
that
high
team
ground.
above that's using the launch pads to try to escape the chaos down below, but eventually that will come into play. It's Cold and Rapid, shockwave towards the front side of the zone. Agers was lost throughout the
Wow,
mix.
Cold
Not
has
sure if that
2
elimination
kills.
was fully cleaned up
And
just
Clicks
yet,
has
but
0
there's a
and
chance
there's
for
no
Ritual to be a
placement
hero.
points yet.
The lobby's already starting to fold inside of itself as Ritual believe he should have some success here with this revive. Nobody's able to scout them out just yet. Slapper and Akita are going to be dropped, so Ager should be back to
Clicks and
in
Higgs
no
just
time.
dropped.
But material count still looking a little bit too thin for these two, and Greed, he's lost Cooper, won't have the same opportunity to actually play for the revive. It's all about the solo placement.
Clicks and
points
Higgs
from here
going
on
back
out.
up for that height.
20 teams still up into the game. Saying it loosely, some players left as solos. Placement points don't even start to come in until top 15, where half of them are in the top 6, so still a long road to go.
Clicks and
Now,
Higgs
Clicks
used
Higgs
a launch
happy
pad,
with
and
what
now they are
have
just
in
chilling
their
in the
hands.
air.
They just have the high ground looking down.
This is really
Shockwave
dumb
towards the
because
front, but they
Clicks is
need to
kinda
be
low, and if
careful.
he gets
It's
hit
not
a little
bird,
bit
it's not
more,
a plane, it's Peter Bot and Poyo gliding
and he
through the
actually
sky.
got
Clicks and
damage
Higgs
because
stealing a
of
page out
Storm.
of their playbook, trying to go ahead and leave all the chaos
Yep,
down
they're gonna
below,
get
but I
shot
think
at,
Peter
they're
Bot
gonna get
saw him
shot
on
at.
his way up. This is a perfect chance for him to look up and try to get some tags.
Peter Bot took their height.
Distracted, just trying to sort out the affairs on these lower layers. Now looking up, recognizing the fact
Clicks
that
has
Clicks
15
and
health.
Higgs
That
are
was
still
very,
overhead,
very, very dumb.
high ground not completely free
And they
just
have 0
yet.
points
He
right
needs
now.
a little bit more pressure application, and that's going to force the first nosedive out of Clicks and Higgs. Reet, though, still managing to work his way through. Silverlight helping him out just a little bit here, managing to stay lurking. And the body loot, that is a huge saving grace right now, finding that legendary slurp juice, be able to buy himself some more time.
Literally could be the difference going down now at 16 points, so no placement points, and maybe getting something to show for it from this game.
Clicks,
Cold
or
and
Higgs
Rapid,
just
Cold
got a kill.
trying to go ahead and shoot
Higgs
that
just
Q
got a
rifle
kill.
on out, create some distance. Rapids there on the other side, more eliminations down below, but Cold's not able to clean up anything just yet. Reed still by himself. He does have the gold pass, one pump around any one of these corners, but he misses that opportunity there. And this is where you got to be careful. If you're a solo trying to hunt for an elimination, you got cube rifles, you got everybody bouncing around. And
Clicks
those
is
are the
dead. They are
opportunities
dead.
right there that Virgo's looking for to get a quick elimination to stay in the game.
Definitely a nice 180 there by
Clicks and
Virgo,
Higgs
but
have
now
been
it's up to
officially
Clicks
dead, and
Higgs.
they got
Crouch
12
position,
points.
But still trying to make sure they maintain Ritual from the backside of zone. He'll be able to find one onto
Cold is dead.
Can't manage to connect the next into Rapid. He's already moving forward, but the siphon will kick in.
Peter
here.
Bot has
Ritual able to
height
buy
with
himself some
27
time,
points.
and the
They might
backside
win.
of the zone is now Pete Poyo. One more time, still on the high ground, and everyone else in the lobby
Muzz
fully
is
aware,
literally
but now
one
Muzz
tap.
flying off
Peter
of
Bot
that
is
cube
just
rifle
looking at him, and Muzz
detonation,
is dead.
and he won't be able to stay standing any longer. Eoxy and JoJo just hoping that they avoid that focal damage out of Pete and Poyo, but how much longer can you really escape their visuals? Yamzo and Josh, they'll be next on the chopping block.
No, they are just shooting basically thunderbolts down like they're Zeus in a cloud. Yamzo and Josh, I'm not sure how they've been able to survive and be as healthy as they have so far, but now they run into Ritual. There goes a quick elimination. Josh is there, Virgo as well, but that one gets stolen away, but at least it's one less team in their path. Our final 3 teams remaining. It almost looks like Aoxy, JoJo down below.
Back, yo, what's good, bro? You missed a lot. Muzz got out, and Clicks and Higgs got out.
So they can try to clean this one up. One more elimination. That's their 9th one overall down below. Josh and Yamzo have been
Clicks is
terrorizing
officially
the low
mute, which
ground.
is not good, because
But they don't have
there's
much
still
HP
an
to work
announcement
with
coming
the
after
fact.
this.
He's gonna be the first to drop between himself and Poyo, going right back up one more time. Yamzo and Josh, they are running on fumes here as Poyo, Pete,
I
one
just
more
saw,
time,
yeah,
just waiting
Pete
for
and
the
Poyo
final
are gonna
drop
win
down.
this.
Yamzo has fallen. Where's Josh in the aftermath? As
Yeah,
Poyo
62
and Peter
points already.
scattering around,
Wow.
trying to see exactly where this solo has sent himself, and he's just dancing around these builds, doing the best he
Pete
can
and
to try
Poyo
and
are
escape
going
their
to win.
visuals, but Poyo and Pete, they're looking
Wait.
to close in.
Oh,
Josh gonna manage to
wow.
bring down one,
Pete and
but
Poyo
can't
did
get
win
the
game
other,
1.
and that's going to be the ultimate difference maker here. A really nice confirmation, though, out of Pete and Poyo to bring home game 1.
Almost gave me a huge scare right there when I saw Peter Bot go down. Josh still alive. Valiant effort for them, but a much better effort from Peter Bot and Poyo. I said they barely made it in by 8 points in 5th place on consistency. Now they start the day off with a win, Zeke.
Jacob, I was right there with you. I thought the moment Peter Bot went down, I was like, hold on.
Clicks.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Clicks
It's
isn't
fine.
going
It's
to
fine.
land.
Poyo's here. Poyo's here.
Maybe.
Of course.
We don't know.
I always have to believe and know Poyo's gonna have.
They're in
not
13th,
only
which
Pete's
is
back,
not terrible.
our
They need to
backs,
do
'cause
better
he's a
though.
legend.
But what I'm gonna say now is
Congratulations to Peter Bob
I'm
Poyo.
so
Game
excited to know what this
number
announcement
one.
is.
Guys, it's happening.
I really
It's
want to know if they're
happening.
changing their
At
POY,
least and
if they're
doing it in
dropping
game
each
number
other.
One, Zeke. Usually
if
they
they're-
wait a few games, let everyone sweat a little bit, and then that's when they
I
start
mean, I
to
know,
turn
but
things up, show
that's
everyone,
not
hey, we
terrible.
got the high
They
ground,
can-
we have no problem. But the high ground and the cube,
I mean, they can make it back. That was a really hard game. First game was kind of
Able
hard.
to steal it around zone 9, taking it away from Clicks and Higgs. That is just not what you want to see in game number 1 if you're the other 19 teams in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw their approach to go ahead and take the high ground, the classic that not only they are doing, but a lot of our other teams using that launch pad to go ahead and launch up, right? And you're just so high in the sky that you can go ahead and make a play for the high ground. That being supported by that cube rifle makes finishing the game just all that much easier. You can just destroy all the builds of all of the
Higgs did
duos
not
that are
get
down
credit for that
below you
elim, which
so
sucks
easily with
because that would have
thing.
put them at
The pressure
15
was just
points.
too much. Peter and Pollo, they are good on high ground without the cube rifle. You put that in their hands, man, it's gonna be a cakewalk in the park.
Yeah, we were kind of joking like right before we came on, like, oh, well, the cube rifle has like a reduced spawn rate, right? And they're like, well, we should only see like a handful in the game, right? Of course, Peterbot Pollo, they have one. Of course they would, because they're Peterbot and Pollo. They do win game number 1, so we'll take a look at the standings after this short break. When we return, we'll kind of see how things played out in game number 1. So we'll see you real soon.
Clicks does not seem happy. What is the announcement? We have no clue. We will know after this. I think.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to
I
the
honestly
Elite
think they're
Series. You know
changing
what
their
happens.
spot
Like, oh, here we go. We're gonna
when
start
it
the
should be
qualifier.
they're
Hee hee,
dropping
Peter
each other,
Bottom,
but
hee hee,
I just
and then
realized
guess
they gotta
what?
play
They come out,
Germany,
they win
so
game number 1. Of
they
course,
probably
Peter
aren't
Bottom,
gonna drop each other
they
because,
do what they do. Of
like,
course,
let's say
of
they drop
course.
each other. They're gonna
As
be
we
looking
start
for
taking a
people,
look at some of the standings to
and
kind of see
I don't think
what
they're gonna
else
take
happened
Germany
in this
seriously.
last
When
game.
Clicks is that
I
type of
gotta
person
give a
to take
massive
Germany
shout out
seriously.
to Josh
I think after
and
that,
Ianzo.
though,
I mean,
they're
take
done.
a look at these
But
thresholds.
I
and
think
if
they're
you're seeing those
changing
little
their
crowns
drop
and you're
spot
kinda
for
confused, don't worry. This just
FNCS.
means that these duos with the little crowns next to their name.
Now, obviously, we have no idea. Maybe it could be something
So,
completely different,
anyway, going
but
back to Josh
those are the
and,
two
Ianzo,
things I've heard on X.
Man,
And
that last 1v2 against Peter Bot and Pollo, I really thought for a moment Josh had it. He drops Peter Bot, and like, dude, Kelly, I don't know. He has like such a crazy sense of like, I'm just gonna move around in like these, like, look at this movement. Like,
Yeah.
bro, he's breaking everyone's ankles right now.
No, I mean, you're talking about how you were concerned for a second, and I know that our casters were. I'm fairly certain Peter Bot and Pollo were also probably holding their breath for a second, thinking that this is going to be a confident win. We're on high ground, 2v2, easy. We take down Ianzo. Wait, what are you doing, Josh? What are you? But anyway, it did go to the way of Peter Bot and Pollo, starting things off strong for our third set of finals for the Reload Elite Series. But obviously, Josh and Ianzo have already qualified through. So now, currently looking at our top 4, Aoxy and JoJo Fishing having a pretty good start, and Shadow and Virgo Vivid, your team to look at right there, doing a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, I love the fact that leaderboard goes ahead and shows you kind of what that threshold looks like, takes into account who is already qualified. So running that qualification spot down to 4th place, of course, where Shadow and Virgo currently sit. And listen, you know, we were talking big ups about the duo and how they were going to kind of perform today and how they're so good, they're working together. Well, that one was actually just all Virgo right there, picking up most of those points as a solo, putting them in a spot like that. So a shout out to him for picking up such a good place points to put them in that qualifying range.
I feel like the Cube Rifle played quite a role in this last lobby, right? From Peter Bot Pollo up on the high ground. But guess what? Another duo had it in their hands as well, Cold and Rapid. And we did kind of see some things, you know, it kind of fell apart a little quickly there, but still, this is Cold Rapid. They also, can't forget, already have a spot. Everything's chill. But I think right now, Kelly, as you kind of called out, we're kind of fighting for that, like, all right, which one of us is better between us and Peter Bot and Pollo, right? If we come out ahead, we win. If they come out ahead, it's like a 2v1, you know? So I feel like they're really thinking about that, right? Everything they're doing is kind of like, we need to make sure we're getting ahead of them as much as possible.
I think we're thinking about that. I don't think Cole thinks about anything. I don't even think he thinks about Fortnite. I think he just jumps in, shows in front of his computer, and then he's won the game somehow. Didn't win that game, unfortunately. However, it's still Cold and Rapid with game 1 down. Still so many more opportunities. Zeke, I think that we can see them maybe step things up in game number 2.
Okay, thank you, Kelly, for almost breaking me on broadcast. Appreciate that. Game number 2 is ready. We're moving right back into the action. So, casters, what do you?
One thing I couldn't help to notice there, Jacob, Cold and Rapid. I mean, was the Q rifle not enough? The 7 cluster cannon too? Truly just trying to embrace the most evil side of Fortnite, it appears. But obviously, Jacob, every single duo in this lobby just doing what they feel is going to be the best way to propel themselves to the top side of that leaderboard. Because yes, a lamp wall spot is nice, but if you've already got it, what's next up? That's going to be the prize pool.
Yeah, and you got to think, you know, you don't want any of these guys contesting your drop spots. So I go and look at Muzz and Sphinx.
Okay, guys.
So even though they have almost nothing
Game
to lose in a
2 Battle
game like
Bus
today or
is
overall
around the
situation,
corner.
you don't want Acorn and Bolts feeling that confident to contest you, even though you might have to deal with all those other regions as well. But these games will continue to fly by because game number 2 is ready. So let's jump into it.
Things were relatively quiet on the southern portion of the map, but slightly different scenario maybe brewing over towards Hostile Hold, Craze, Kingling, Clicks, Higgs. Think a little bit more directly involved
Clicks and
in
Higgs
some
are still
immediate
calm.
action here. Big part of the reason why, Jacob, is that obviously either one of these duos would love to just have full control.
I honestly think Clicks and Higgs made an agreement to split this POI. There's no way they didn't shot at each other
having
once last
difficulties
game.
making sure that they even touched down after that bus path.
Yeah, you saw Ozone. Even though he's contested by Corn Lawrence, he was able to get an elimination at Reed.
What rank am I? I'm elite on one account and Unreal on the other. I grinded on an account, and then I'm switching over to another account that I've been staying on for a while. And I'm elite 2 on that account. And then the one I was grinding on a lot, like I started the season with, Unreal on it.
Onto Liam. And this is back-to-back games where they were able to get that first elimination onto Liam, sending them in almost in a downward spiral.
It's crazy to think that the match just started and they've already got 3 eliminations, though. So
the game already started and they have 3 eliminations. That's
more
crazy.
than willing to get Scrappy outright. Jace maybe trying to bait out this rare chest, hoping that somebody decides to stroll on by, be his best opportunity at making a comeback. But things are going to remain up in the air right now. It doesn't look like Ishu or G-Money have any intentions of heading that way just yet.
Yeah, I can see why, you know, you got to separate yourself.
No, the Chiefland FN account is Elite 2, and the Chiefland account, without the FN, my old main account is Unreal. That account's been Unreal like several times. This account could be Unreal, but I was trying to get level 300, 350, so I really didn't get to play much rank. And so yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get it to Unreal eventually, but right now I'm just kind of chilling in creative and stuff, doing intro and stuff like that.
Want to see if Cooper is going to be able to do something though with that hunting rifle. Always such a fun weapon, although its presence usually only really being utilized in these earlier zones, Jacob, right? Most players are going to opt to drop that item later on as the match develops because it's just not a necessity, and obviously it's
Wiz
so
is
difficult
playing
to
Storm
actually do
without
something
any
with it once
heals.
we get
Hopefully his
to the
teammate
zones.
has heals, because
yeah, you can see
if
again,
not, that's a
Rapid
dumb
kinda going
idea.
through it early here.
What level are you?
36 points after that first game.
I'm
and
level...
just take an easy stroll, even though Rapid's going through a couple of struggles. He
Four-
knows uncontested
457.
means free reboots
Last
back
season
into
I
the
was
game.
level
And that allows you to kind of
1,100
play risky.
and
We've seen it in the
something.
first 2 qualifiers. You kind of send one of your players to get eliminations. Craze looking over the backside of that spot, finding G-Money rotating through. But again, Ishu's still alive, lurking around. The only difficult thing here is Ishu is going to get G-Money back in the game, but G-Money's going to get rebooted right above where Ishu's at, so they're going to know he hasn't left this area.
For sure, and poor G-Money, he's just trying to get down. Wants to be as low.
I know
to the
Clicks and
ground
Higgs are scared to
possible,
fight, but they
Dingley
really
and
need
Craze
to start
all
fighting.
too happy to get
They're
pursued
scared. They're
here.
not
Dingley
pushing.
even defaulted
They're not
to fall
pushing
back
a
just to
solo,
make sure
or it
that
might be a
Ishu
solo,
is
but they're
actually
not
trying
pushing.
to
They're not
escape the
taking
vicinity. They
any
wanna
like
make sure
chances,
that this duo is
which is
fully
really
locked
really
down,
bad.
and Ishu, he already tried
Oh,
to
why
take
is it
his
making me
bailout
ready up? I do
opportunity
not like
while
that.
his duo was the sacrificial
I'm just
lamb, but
gonna
whether
ready
or
up.
not he actually escapes, that's still left to be determined.
Chat, I'm switching it. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Mid thing. I don't know why it popped up. I'm not gonna lie. So sorry. So sorry. Getting it back on him. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, Clicks and Higgs are shooting at someone. Hit him for 45. I'll let you know what happens. Nothing. Okay, back.
Information because they know that Ishu is no longer on that side of the map, so G-Money didn't get rebooted there.
Shadow and Virgo, they kind of touched on it. That first lobby was definitely a very
Clicks
strong
just got a
display
kill.
from what Virgo is capable of. 46
Took
points
out G-Money.
that he managed to collect as a solo. It's not an easy feat by any means, especially not in a reloads format, but now Reed Cooper want to get a little bit fraggy here. Can they find the first shots? Went out in this exchange.
G-Money have no idea what he was doing.
Once upon a time, it used to be Javi and Reed.
He was just
But
chilling in the water.
currently, Reed and Cooper, they've determined that this juice isn't really worth the squeeze. They're gonna look to fall back here and not keep up that fight.
Yeah, most rightfully so. Even though they do have some big pots, some extra heals, you don't want to dig deep into your bag of tricks. You know what I mean? You can see there's only 2 crash pads in Reed's inventory, so they are lacking just a little bit where they'd hope to bolster it more. And especially since that fight would put them in an easy position to get third-party. Wise decision for them to disengage. Vieira and Noxy taking a different approach
Clicks
to this
and Higgs
game.
going
They're
after a
rotating
team. I will let
away
you guys
from
know
the
if they
zone,
die.
hoping to find one of those long launch pads. Maybe they're going to mix it with the Fizz, with the Cube Rifle. Come, oh my. Can we see that again? What was that?
We don't need to run it back, man. Like, there's doom and despair. Agers and Ritual with the timing.
Okay, let's see this. I did not
mean,
see this.
we know about the 3-2-1s, Jacob. But
Oh,
this
they
is-
just
this
3-2-1
is
that. Oh, that
just
was smart. A
wicked
whole
work.
duo too. Wow.
I am going to rewatch that again and again and again after this one, but it just goes to show that the cube rifles, you just don't see very many players just kind of walk past the cube rifle anymore, especially since, you know, when it first
I
kind
hate
of
the
dropped,
cube
people
rifle.
like myself were even just kind of shooting the cubes out, letting them explode against the boxes, maybe even shooting the box walls to try to sneak it in. But ever since players really figured out that you shoot the cube, causes a bigger explosion, you can kind of cut that explosion short depending on where that player is at, it's created just a huge amount of chaos and destruction that you almost really have no answer from if you get caught off guard, as you saw.
That's just the NA diff right there, buddy, okay? EU from the get-go recognized the sort of
Acorn
potency
going after
involved
the
with this cube
after
rifle,
the
but more
supply
importantly
drop.
still, it's what players are able to do with it, right? You always want to try and convert not just the eliminations, but those end game placements, and Acorn Bolts certainly in pursuit of a strong game here. Probably number one, not necessarily too heavily in their favor, but the tides can change at any moment, especially when there's 8 games in total.
Yeah, and I'm just watching right now where you got Cam and his duo just kind of poking the bear. And I'm going to call this poking the bear because Yamzo and Josh already have their spot secured in EWC. So if Yamzo and Josh want, they don't like how you played this fight against them, they can try to hunt you down the rest of these games. But Yamzo looking like he's fighting this one by himself, maybe allowing for Josh to get out, get space, get in towards the zone in case the worst happens. And Yamzo does go down, they get a chance to get back in the game. You see there's no extra HP in his inventory. And you even see on the side that Josh, there's no shield. He's even missing some HP
Yamzo
here.
and Josh
So
might
already,
die. I don't know.
you get
They're
the sense
playing
of
weird.
game number 2 hasn't been faring well for Josh and Yamzo. And Yamzo is on a clock here. He has about like 30 seconds, 30 HP he could take before he has to try to make a move.
Yamzo trying to see if he can get a lurk opportunity off onto Chimp, but Chimp just a little bit too high up. Instead, Yamzo gonna look to depart from the
Yamzo
scene
is
of the
one
crime.
tap and
Fortunately,
Yamzo is
with
dead.
no white heals, he won't be able to outlast it. Some bandages that Josh is gonna happen to stumble upon. And the gloves also gonna take him a good means away, but damage has been done here, Jacob. Losing Yamzo at this stage, it just opens them up for being so focused by the rest of the lobby. They're gonna be late on their rotations. They're gonna be kind of contending for scraps on their loadouts. Bit of an uphill battle after such a hot start in game 1.
Yeah, we just got to remember this
Flex
moment
and
just in
Higgs are
case
chilling,
we
they're
do see
just
them kind of pop
farming.
off in this end game. You got to think of like little moments like Josh being able to stay alive. And you can see they really only had bandages. Maybe he found a med kit there at the last second, but they're going to have
See,
a long
the
road
thing
ahead of
about
them.
Clicks and
Peter
Higgs
Boy,
is
you see
that
the most
every team is
damage
getting
and
exotics or
eliminations
mythics.
in the
Like
last
Peter has
qualifier.
an exotic,
That's gonna go
and
for
I
Peter
remember
Boy. Just going to
a
show
couple people having
when he takes
exotics.
it serious,
I think
when
that
he's
helps.
feeling confident, when he's
And
in form, he's an unmovable force.
Clicks and Higgs not having
object that you
any.
don't
I
want
mean,
to go against, and then Poyo,
I don't know.
think
That's
he's
weird.
finally
Even
getting
in
more
even
and
in
more of
FNCS
his
Grand Finals,
well-deserved
Clicks and Higgs
spotlight.
never
Because you know when they
use
won their
mythics
global championship,
or
everybody
exotics.
looked at
I don't
Peter
think they have
Bot,
the
he
chance to
did
get
this,
them,
he
or
did
they don't.
that. And
Yeah,
I think
they
now
don't have
Poyo,
the right drop.
especially
I don't
coming into
know.
this season, has so
They don't-
many more
I don't
solo
know.
clutches and
Like,
big moments that he's getting
Clicks
credit
has
for.
a
Hey,
green
all
shotgun
roads lead
right
to
now.
Poyo after all.
That's just
And Pete's
that's crazy. And then they go and
circumstances. You also
storm
have
and
that
wow, he's
Eradicator
low.
OXR rifle. That is a
Clicks might
spooky
die.
sight in the hands of Peterbot. You know, Thomas HD on EU is a very feared opponent when it comes to that weapon, and just understanding the fact that it's going to ramp up in body damage for every single consecutive hit. That's a dangerous scene. for the
Reboots
rest of this
will be
lobby here,
disabling
Jacob. We'll
in
have to
1
see
minute.
whether or not it actually pans out in their favor as other teams begin to try and settle in to their positions. Clicks and Higgs, his first partial, willing to tank up a little bit of Storm. They've got the pizza, got Flowberry Fizz too, and those overdrive grenades full stacked and ready. See if they can get the party started.
They're in zone, almost nothing to worry about. kind of thinking about where is Josh and Yamzo? How have they been doing? Well, they've been doing just enough, Taco, to get back in the game. But you can see they're maxed out on materials, empty item slots from Josh. You can see Yamzo has the grappler instead of shockwave, so it goes to show that they're just kind of scrapping their way back into this game. But there's one thing I learned about Fortnite, especially in Reload. All you need is a chance. You give a team an inch, they will threaten to take a mile. And Josh Yamzo is one of those teams, especially if they can continue that momentum from that last game.
Hey, after seeing Josh's movement in those final little matchups against Pete Pollo, he might not need those overdrive grenades. Yeah, that man is wiggly with it, so we'll have to see whether or not they're able to find a refresh, though. Obviously, they would prefer to have clear mobility. There's a duo nearby them, but Acorn, Bolts, another team. Fortunately for them, 2 other duos having already been eliminated. So they'll be able to take a little bit of a pause here and really gauge where
Clix
the
and
lobby
Higgs are doing just fine.
starting to
100
really pull most of its
health. They're
congestion
both
forwards.
chilling
Reek
and
Cooper,
almost just got a kill.
upside low. But decent amount of lobby focus coming their way, and Clix Higgs also knocking on the door here. Floor overhead, getting a little bit threatened there.
Yep.
Cooper,
Okay.
Reek, they'll just look to reposition.
they're
Adrian
just
Ritual also on the move.
Just taking it one step at a time. And you can see instead of kind of
There's a
shockwaving over
bunch
the
of
top,
people.
they're just trying to go as
Everyone looks
much
like they're
as
in a
they
good
can
spot.
forward on foot before they eventually break out those shockwaves and try to cover as much distance
Rapid
as
and
they
his
can.
teammate are just
What they believe
chilling.
to be one hop, and you see
I
the
don't
rapid
like how
inventory
they only
again.
have the
You said
rocket
it. They're
and
just
it
doing
only has
everything that they
6
can to
ammo in
win.
it.
The cluster
That's-
cannon in the
that gotta be
inventory
scary.
does have the slurp
You're
juice
only
and
using
the
a
crash pad.
shotgun?
It's almost a much different look to the game and the
Clix
meta
and
of
Higgs
Reload that we're
already
seeing
got
a
to
lot
zone.
of
They are
players,
perfect.
especially
It
with
looks
their
like they
loadouts.
might
It's
be
called
trying to
rapid,
get
wasting no
height.
time, trying to
I
get
don't
to the
know.
front. They see that later
It's tricky.
congested, cold
Maybe.
no time, drop
They
it
might be
down
trying to
low,
get height
reunited
soon.
with rapid. Even with some pressure coming from behind from Shadow and Virgo, they waste no time to defend either throne.
Cold and Rapid still did relatively good job at managing to stay with their shields largely intact here. Is Eoxy and JoJo looking down, but also checking out what's in front of them. The cube rifle going to
Oxy is actually doing really good there at
more
54 points. That's
opportunities
not
in terms of
terrible.
rotational abilities, because wherever that cube
Yeah, they
rifle
picked
is
that
being
up and
sprayed
they
towards,
just get a
teams
little
are
bit
going
more
to
of this
want
game.
to
They're
head a
chilling.
different direction from it, so that might permit JoJo and Eoxy just long enough to actually navigate the direction that they want most.
I'm just looking at where these last 2 zones have pulled, Taco. We were over the edge of a cliff. If it went
Clix
north,
and
if it
Higgs
went
are
east, they're
doing
going
really
off
good
that
on their
mountain. It
rotates, and
goes
I don't
south,
think
it
they're gonna go
escapes
for height
danger.
this game.
Right now, if it
I
went
really
towards
don't.
the southwest
And
again, you're going to
it's
chisel
weird
cubes
but
into
smart.
that dip, but
Like,
we are escaping it yet
they
again,
normally
trying
go
to
for
keep
height, and they're
relatively
trying a
close to
different
level
strategy.
ground. I think Clix
Mid-
and Higgs just trying
they're
to
doing
take
it
that approach,
in a
using the
huge
mountain,
tournament,
that
which is
natural
very
terrain
interesting.
as a line of sight that can't be shot through, that gets them to the front side of
I
the
think they
zone
are,
for now.
though.
Still so much more space to open up, which gives
Yeah,
them
but I
time
don't
to
think
work
they
with,
should
just
try
like Josh
low
and
ground in a
Yamzo.
huge
They're just trying to look
tournament.
around,
Maybe.
scout out where
We'll
teams
see.
are, so when they eventually peek out of this box and try to
I mean,
make
they're
that
doing good on
rotation,
their
because they
rotate.
have no shockwaves or
That was a
grapples,
little
they need to
choppy.
be perfect.
And they have to burn through
Clix
a lot
used
of their
a lot of
material
builds
with
there,
every
but
step of
they're
the
still
way.
doing decent on the
Some of these
rotates,
other
which
duos
is
able to
really,
preserve
really
a little
good.
bit of their match just
But still,
because of the
nobody's
overdrive
dying.
Grenades, but there's another risk that's involved when you use these overdrive grenades, knowing that the cube rifle is in the lobby. You're a bit exposed if a team is on height, trying to lay down some suppressive measures here. Virgo gonna be lit up from a cube rifle
Clix
tag.
and Higgs
Bolts,
just got
Acorn
another
way
kill.
overhead.
That is
Doesn't
huge.
seem
They're at 18
like
points.
anyone
If
has
they keep this
spotted
up
them
and
out
they
just
get
yet,
the
but
placement they
JoJo
need,
and Eoxy
this
from
could be
the low
huge.
ground
I'm not
causing
saying this
problems
is.
right now for
Oh
Jason
no,
Liam.
no, no!
They haven't found the elimination that they're searching
That
for.
is
Clix,
dumb. I
different
hope
story
they don't get
entirely,
caught.
though. He's taking out Chin.
I hope they don't get
Yeah,
caught.
it's a big elimination for them.
They're
a
going in the
refresh that
air.
they
It's scary.
need to get back into this game, and
Last time
immediately
that
you see
didn't
what
work
their plan
out.
is. Shockwave, or the launch pad with that fizz, so that way they can get over all these other teams that are going to
I
try
mean,
to break
I
into
don't
box.
think they're gonna
And you
get
see
caught.
after game number
Peterbot
one, you
is
saw
going
maybe
for height,
2,
though.
3 teams use that
Peterbot
as a
went for
play.
height
4 or
again,
5 are now
and
going up in this game.
they
causing
did
a
good
little
on
commotion
height,
to
so
Peterbot
that's
and Pollo's
that's
high
scary.
ground, but the same thing
Clix and
on this
Higgs
mid
are
lane
actually
for Cold
doing
and
fine.
Rapid, but they
I was
handle the
scared
pressure
because
quickly. They not
last
only
time they
get
tried that,
elimination,
it
but
was
clean
not
it up,
good.
giving them some time to work
Yeah,
with.
they're chilling.
Peterbot
Clix and
Pollo
Higgs are
using the
chilling.
advantage that they have of those cube
Clix is
rifles, trying to get
170
some
health,
damage
and
on
Higgs
teams
is
that are
180.
slowly but surely floating in.
That was a really nice chop
They're doing
too
really
by
good on their
Pollo onto
rotates.
Lawrence, and he even got
Although
the
I think
full
Peterbot
100
was
tag.
shooting at them
The
on
great
height.
bump, but now
They're going
it's all about breaking
down.
up these builds underneath.
Oh,
Cube
Higgs is
rifle
dead. Or
still
Clix is dead.
administering
Clix
a
is
lot
dead.
of pain, a lot of problems. Yamzo,
Okay,
unfortunately,
so
they'll have to go this one alone from here on out. Doesn't have Josh by his side. just looking to keep the placement points
Yep,
intact. But
Quick
Bolts,
died to
Acorn,
Bolt and
they managed
Acorn,
to
and then I
strike
saw
first onto
Beyonzo's
Clicks.
teammate
That's going to
was
be
not alive, so
a
it's
big
just up to
setback here
Beyonzo,
for
and
Higgs
it's just
now.
up to Higgs,
So we
and
left to
Higgs
start
has
the
no
affairs
health,
as
and
a
Higgs is
solo.
going
Bolts
to
and
die.
Acorn on
Higgs
the
is
other
going
hand.
to die. I'm
More
telling
than
you.
happy
Yeah.
to just claim as much
No,
space as they
no,
can.
Higgs is alive. Higgs is alive. Oh my god.
This one is not going to get easier as this game progresses. Craze goes down.
And Cold
ends
just
up
won
in
a
2v1 against
yeah,
King and Craze.
bro,
And it
what just
takes
happened?
them
Cold
both
just
out with
2v1.
ease.
Wow.
Quickly shockwave to the front. Knows Rapid has his back. They're
Okay.
trying to make the strength into do it matter.
Oxy is
down.
dead.
JoJo's
They're
by
at
himself.
60
He doesn't
points.
have
That's
that
not
same
good.
vote
They
of
really
confidence,
need to.
but he gets sprayed
I don't know.
down
We're gonna
below.
see
Out
after
of
this
that
game,
dangerous
but
layer. A
Higgs
blessing
is at
in
30 points.
disguise
That's
for
not
him.
terrible,
Higgs
but
may
we
not have
need
that
that
same
up.
luck, though. A whole team
Hopefully
trying to
Higgs
bulldoze their
can
way
clutch
into
up.
that box on the other side, but the
Jeez,
zone
this is
has
not
pushed them
looking good,
further
and
further
Higgs is
away.
dead.
It all depends on whether or not Peterbot and Pollo
Peterbot killed
actually make their
Higgs.
presence known. Some of these teams trying to play that front side low. Veer gonna be in Peterbot's sights, but he's just gonna keep tarping overhead instead. Bolts, Acorn with another one. But they still have so many problems to try and overcome here, getting a little bit caught up behind some of these pre-existing builds, just trying to make their way towards that front side of zone, but it is not easy
Rapid,
by any degree. Rapid and
Wiz-
Bold also
Wiz and
looking to be
Rapid.
the cutoff point potentially. They're also playing
Oh,
on that backside
Wiz
of
and
zone.
Rapid
Musk
might win.
looking
Nah,
underneath,
he doesn't have a
ultimate
lot of builds.
low,
Oh,
the slide
yep.
forward,
Old is
but
dead.
just
Rapid is
a
dead.
little bit more
Pollo
than they
and
can chew with
Peterbot
that
are
one. That'll
left.
be Bold and Rapid fully taken out. Peterbot and Pollo now looking to rack up the numbers here for eliminations.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the
Pete-
high ground, but they
huh?
don't really have the builds.
Clicks
Anybody
just muted.
that
Wow,
has
this is
material
not
down below
good.
might be able to contest
Peterbot
it, but he
might
has an
win.
opportunity
Oh,
down
Peterbot
body
is
on
dead.
Muzz. Goes
Peterbot
for
is
it,
dead.
but it is going to
Are
be
they
big.
going to win
Peterbot goes
game
down,
2? I
but
do
a
not
nice
think so. Oh,
explosive
Pollo's
effort
doing
here
really
coming
good.
out from
Oh, they
Pollo.
might
Shield
win.
rifle
They
is
might
key.
win.
Pollo trying to
No,
make a play, gets at least
Pollo
one elimination on his
loses
face,
and
but not
Acorn
enough to
wins
get the
game 2
back-to-back.
with Bolts.
Acorn and Bolts shut them down to take the game.
And that's why you can never factor out Acorn and Bolts when it comes to any sort of competitive environment here, Jaco. That was a big bounce back game for them after how the first lobby sorted itself out, and I'm sure they'll be feeling very nicely about their position on the leaderboard, sure to jump them up quite a few places.
Yeah, after barely missing out of that spot by 1 point in qualifier 1, they came for redemption, Zeke.
Oh, baby, I cannot. But dude, they took that personally, didn't they, Jacob? They took that junk personally. They said, look, hold on, 1 point off of qualifier. You know what, Kelly? Maybe we come back stronger. Maybe we make sure Peterbot and Pollo, you thought they're going to win? No, sit down, friends. We're going to take a victory royale, especially in such a chaotic end game there. Oh, wow. That was crazy. That was crazy.
I mean, Zeke, you want to talk about taking it personally? Going from 20th place, last place after game number 1, to getting the victory royale in game number 2, I would say that's taking it personally. Acorn and Bolts showing that they are not done just yet. They just had, you know, an off game number 1. We know that they were going to be contested, so looks like they made some adjustments, Vivid, and looks like those adjustments paid out tenfold.
Yeah, super cool to see here. We're kind of seeing these lobbies unfold in such a way where, you know, you have the higher ground team applying all this pressure, but whoever seemingly can find themselves on that lower ground, similar to how Acorn and Bolts were that game, is going to be in such a good position. You gotta think about it. All of the pressure is being applied to all of the teams that are above you if you are on that low ground, right? Because that cube rifle cannot reach you if you and the rest of the lobby separate yourselves and that team up on the high ground. Acorn and Bolts taking over the low ground right here in game number 2, and they're definitely going to be soaring up the leaderboard after this performance.
So well executed by the duo. Oh my gosh, even just getting to see this back, like, I love that opportunity, because right, we're in the game, we're bouncing back and forth between all these players, but kind of getting them to see how they kind of made it to that point. And I think didn't at one point they even drop their cube rifle?
Yeah, Big Bolts had one, dropped it, man. Yeah, decisions were made. Hey, but it worked out. You know what I mean? Didn't want the cube rifle because he realized they were going to be playing low ground. Wanted something that, you know, he could apply some pressure, but get into the box and feel confident in it. So, hey, worked out for them. They won the game.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. That's just game number 2. We have 6 more to go before we call.
Wait,
goodbye
what?
for the day.
We have
First
6 more
up,
games?
when
There's
we
10 games?
return, we see how
What?
high Acorn and Bolts climbed that leaderboard. So
There's 10
see right
games?
to this.
Teammates have his back. There's Smash. Gets the drop on Marion. Stays alive. They're targeting up Vanya. 3v1.
Alright fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. We just watched game number 2, gone over to Acorn and Bolts in crazy fashion. Congrats to them, and we knew kind of coming into this, they were in last place. They were 20th place, but a Victory Royale suddenly changes everything. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Let's see how high they climbed up the leaderboard right here, right now.
Okay,
That's
you got
right.
Peter in first. So, which means third.
That's right. They jumped up 14 spots, going up into 6th place. And Acorn and Bolts now showing, because we do want to clarify, they don't have the crown next to their name.
Yo,
and I know
Muzz
that
has a
seems wild,
chance.
because Acorn and Bolts, of course,
Muzz actually has a chance.
No, they have not. So being able to get that Victory Royale, jumping them up to
I'm not even trolling. Muzz actually has a
definitely
chance.
the momentum that they want. And honestly, Vivid, while looking back on my notes, one thing that actually stood out to me was Bolt and Acorn launching up into the air around Zone 8, and then the plays that they made after that. Typically, when we see these teams launch up into the air, they're kind of vying for high ground there, but they were just using that purely for observationals, and then they dropped down to the low and kind of stuck there. They saw the chaos that was going for high ground, and Acorn, he's so smart and he's really quick with adapting, and I think that's actually what we got to see in that end game there. But speaking of watching some incredible plays, obviously Muzz and Sphinx, they do have the crown, but they also still want to be at the top of our leaderboard, so jumping up 5 placements after that game, pretty good, Vivid.
Yeah, RR already qualified, but that prize pool is, of course, still up for grabs there. One thing that seemingly is not up for grabs, though, is the high ground right now. Peterbot and Pollo back-to-back games returning to what just seems synonymous with their names at this point, right? Them and the high ground. Obviously, it's going to be a rinse and repeat in terms of, you know, their approach to that. They did luck out. They did pick up another cube rifle here in game number 2. Unfortunately for them, though, a little bit lackluster in the category of finding those refreshes. As you can see right there, when we were actually in like top 6, top 5, whenever we were kind of tuning into them, it was 0 builds available. And yeah, they were able to kind of, you know, leech off of the rest of the lobbies, kind of run around on the cones on top and clutch up that 2nd place. But if they were kind of just playing a little bit more to pick up some of those refreshes, they would have had the builds to potentially go ahead and win back-to-back games there. But who's going to complain about a 1st place and a 2nd place when you have established a 42-point lead at the top of the leaderboard?
Disgusting, just like the fact that Kale left me hanging. Let's take a look though. Shadow and Virgo, 2nd place, Vivid. This is big for the duo, right? I mean, we're looking to make sure we can end the day in top 2, and what's really interesting as well, the teams that have already qualified are all in that top 10. So I feel like, dude, the pieces are here, right? For Shadow and Virgo, this is looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. It's kind of funny looking at their match history, because we kind of speak about, of course, we're playing 8 games today. You need to be consistent over all 8 games. We've only played 2 games, so, you know, small sample size, but both games for Shadow and Virgo, 4th place with 3 eliminations. Like, it's been the exact same performance, but that is good enough right now to be in 2nd place and pretty comfortably.
Yeah, going to be looking to make some changes, obviously, though. I think that they're looking for that win. However, they definitely don't seem to be looking at high ground at all. It seems to be sticking to the low and mid ground. So might just be looking for that right opportunity to kind of control, get those good refreshes, and then wait for the final 2v2 moment to get that VR.
Oh my gosh. Well, look, again, it's fine. It's just the first 2 games right now. Zeke, everything is fine. Sorry, I'm talking to the Fortnite fan, not myself. Everything's fine, Fortnite fan. We still have 6 more games, so why don't we jump back into the action? Game number 3 is ready, so casters, over to you.
It is too early, Zeke. It's too early to panic. It's only been 2 games. You can start panicking maybe at game 5 if your teams aren't as high up on the leaderboard as you thought. But again, Peterbot and Pollo's domination over these 2 games just really disrupting the entire leaderboard. They got their spot secured. They're stealing points away.
I felt like I was watching a lobby just hiding in sheer terror because of the fact that they were having to contend with Peterbot and Pollo on height. And if it wasn't Pollo with the cube rifle, it was Pete with that exotic Eradicator OXR rifle. I mean, it's just devastating pressure. There's not really a whole lot of options left other than to try and be out of sight, out of mind. But for right now,
everyone's
these
on the
teams
bus,
definitely
chat.
trying to stamp their own mark in the lobby because they want to make sure that they're approaching that top end of the leaderboard. And here in game 3 could be their best shot.
You got Shadow and Virgo coming into this game 2nd place, 98 points. Eoxy and JoJo at 92 points. And I know they talked about all the teams that have already qualified. So you look down in 6th place to Acorn and Bolts, the next team on that list, just outside of the bubble at 78 points. There is a little bit of a gap that is starting to
Clicks
spread.
just
you're
got
looking
an
at
exotic.
teams like Acorn and Bolts. You're
Wow,
looking at teams
but
like Ages of
it's
Ritual,
a
even Noxie and Veer to remain
okay one, I
consistent,
guess.
because this is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Teams just looking to try and outlast each other, but at the same time, Jacob, it's hard for the lobbies to not start to wear on you. That's where individual player experience can really start to shine here. As Cooper, right now, rocking up the solo lifestyle, waiting for Reek to get booted, and sure enough, he'll be brought back into the action. This is where teams usually start to explore
wow,
a bit, but
Rapid might die. No, Rapid has
hoping
pizza.
he
He's
can
gonna
just
instantly
escape.
heal. Wow.
Does have pizza slices to bring his HP back up to a healthy level. Still, Havoc certainly trying to take out Rapid if he can. He's already got 1 elimination, and Rapid more than happy to keep trying to get a little fraggy with it. He wants another onto Havoc. Whether or not he can find
Oh
it.
wow, Rapid hit him for
It's
100.
still
Oh
up in the
wow,
air,
Rapid
but
barely
there's the
won that.
closing shots, and Rapid will be able to connect. Another solid elimination here. What I was about to mention, Jacob, is the fact that teams might start to send off a solo player, right, to other drops, try and mix things up a bit, see whether they can find an elimination or two. And if you get eliminated in the process, you don't really lose too much along the way because you just go right back to the safety of your original drop.
Muzz is fighting.
Yeah, especially since, you know, it is 4
Muzz
points
is
per
fighting
elimination.
Or
And
no, Finch is his
we've
team.
seen,
My bad.
you know, Cold and Rapid, prime example
no,
of
they're
just
fighting. I'm trying to
not
figure
really
that out.
winning games, even though they are consistently into the top 10, into the top 5. But it's more
Okay,
so
so they
their
might have been lurking out
eliminations that
before.
is building them a gap between them and everybody else. Muzz and Sphinx, we saw 2 games of not uncontested, but, you know, splitting it. They're not really taking each other out or fighting early on. Muzz and Sphinx, I'm not sure if it's a play because of where they're at
They
on
Rapid-
the leaderboard,
they,
or maybe
killed
they
Bolts.
just don't want to mess with Acorn and Bolts on their drop anymore.
killed
They
Bolts.
do take the fight to them and start off with elimination, and now here goes Rapid again. We've already seen him going from spot to spot to spot, trying
Wow,
to get
Rapid
these
is trying to
eliminations,
get
and now he's just
fraggy,
hunting
and then
down
he pulls
freshly
himself
rebooted
back.
players out of the sky.
It's crazy to think though, Rapid and Muzz with the same sort of mentality, both just trying to chase down Bolts, and this is where you enter a vicious cycle if you're in Bolts' shoes here, because all he's trying to do, Jacob, is just make it back. Be a participant, but the lobby, brutal as ever, refusing to give him any sort of slack here. Jojo now gonna be the next member up. It's like we're watching a bunch of different players just heading up the bat, and poor Bolts, they are just non-stop hitting home runs on this guy. It's an unfortunate circumstance. Yeah.
Bet you Allier is watching this somewhere, smiling ear to ear. Finally, somebody else knows how it feels. But 3 straight eliminations, Bolts just really not having the game that he'd hope, or at least the start of it. Hobby did pick up a couple eliminations, but you see a Minish freshly rebooted out of the sky. Hobby knows I can't necessarily be a hero here, but he still figures out how to make the play. He gets a good amount of damage onto Reed, forces the fall down right into a box to where he can try to play aggressive. Reed's taking some time to heal up, and that's time that Hobby's going to use to try to get in the box. More damage being fired off, but finally, to help Gum catches up, Cooper is there to try to save the day.
Oh, but Javi, he had Reed running there for a moment. A great backup play, though, from Cooper to assure Reed, prevent him from actually being eliminated and becoming one of those members that just gets so targeted off the reboots. But, man, Javi, looking, he was moving kind of different there for a second. He's been a name for himself, that's for sure.
Wow, G Money has less points for
On the NA region. G Money and Ishu, though,
That's crazy.
a little bit stuck north side currently. Crazy and Kingling might be the next target.
Yeah, it seems like these guys have kind of been going head to head. G-Money's 1 elimination is on King or Craze. Don't really remember who on the feed, but you see that King and Craze were contesting Clicks and Higgs. Instead of fighting them out of the gate, they're going elsewhere for loot, but so are G-Money and Ishu, and that's why they're clashing each and every one of these games. So interesting if Craze and King choose to fight their actual POI this time around, or maybe they just take a different approach towards the outside. But Rapid getting that elimination onto a Minish. It's a Minish and Hobby just tagging each other in and out, in and out. It's your turn to survive. No, it's your turn to survive. And sometimes that's just the name of the game. And that's why I think we all kind of mentioned the mental composure that these players have to go through.
Cooper and Reet, though. Yet another little skirmish starting to unfold here between themselves, but I think better of it. They've already got 2 eliminations, and they want to reserve as much of their white heals as they can. Don't want to burn through everything unnecessarily. And this is where time to elimination also becomes a pretty big factor here, Jacob, because you don't want to be third-partied. The lobby starting to get a bit impatient with waiting just for those players that are rebooting
Blix
nonstop.
and
They
Higgs are
also
just chilling.
want to just see if they can tackle other duos that just get a little bit too distracted looking up into the sky, and then always got to make sure that you're aware of your surroundings because somebody might be lurking.
This is where we're getting to the stage of the game where those types of lurks can be really, really devastating, because even though reboots still need about 3 zones to turn off, we've already seen, you know, a Minish, Bolts, and so many others struggle to even touch down after initially getting eliminated and getting put on the cycle. Again, a Minish getting cleaned up by Rapid. That's
Oh, wow,
6
Rapid got another kill.
eliminations for Rapid and Cold, and now Hobby's there.
6
Hobby needs to stay
eliminations
alive
just
a
this
certain amount
game.
of time
Wow.
here so that we can
The
try to get a
Blitz
Minish
and
back
are
in the
making
game.
a surge
Hobby's just
tower.
one
Wow.
more shot away from going down. He gets fully eliminated, wiped out of this game. Rapid and Cold, their fun has come to an end, but at least they got something to show for it.
Now they got 21 elimination points to show for it. Excuse me, my math might even be wrong on that one. That's a little bit of the NA side sticking out possibly, but still 7 eliminations, Jacob. That is
You're right.
a gross amount. Hey, look, it's been we've been going, you know, NA, a little bit of cube rifling in between, but Virgo, Shadow, one thing's for sure. They're in a pretty solid spot right now on the leaderboard, and they definitely want to try and maintain it. If not, keep sending themselves even further upwards. But catching up to Pete and Pollo is not going to be easy when they're already at 140 points.
And Shadow and Virgo is one of those teams that they can get aggressive. They can fight with the best of them, but they usually do try to take at least a little bit of a calculated approach to the game, you know, play towards the zone, get their surge, and kind of build it up one step
Blix
out
and
another.
Higgs have
And
2
it's nice to
supply
see them
drops
stay
right on
within
them. Wow.
contention, so that way they don't have to make
That
any
is some
desperate
crazy luck.
moves so far at any stage in this game. Was jump on board Ritual Agers, their 3rd elimination here, looking down, just trying to see what scraps of that loot they want to take with them to the next stage of the game. We're on the 5th zone, and this is where you start to worry if you're one of those teams or players that do get eliminated. 2 more zones, they start to shut off, so even though you can get rebooted now, that zone is going to shrink smaller and smaller, so you might have nowhere else to go.
For Noxie and Beer, they're just waiting for the prime opportunity. So many duos just opting for these early storm.
Wow, bro, they're just
based
chilling in storm.
positions. They
They'll have
know
to
they
leave
can afford to
eventually,
do
but
so.
not now.
But at the same time, Jacob, you absorb too many ticks early on. Might have to worry about it for the storm sickness after the fact. But Sphinx and Muzz are looking to see if they can shut down Bolts and Acorn. If anything, they're definitely going to keep this launch pad in their control.
Sphinx is really
Rapid
trying.
Cold, 8 eliminations
Wow,
now.
Rapid
as
and
a
Cold got
duo.
8 now.
These guys are on a
They're
rampage.
going crazy.
24 points now off straight eliminations, and they're right next to the zone. They're just going to keep this one going. Muzz, Sphinx towards the other side of the map against Acorn and Bolts. You kind of see they both, since they landed the same spot, they literally are playing for the same exact strategy. The Fizz with the launch pad towards the backside of the zone, and now they're kind of stuck in a standoff, Taco, because whoever goes first means you're likely going to get tagged up, and whoever goes second means you're likely going to be held out.
Oh, but Yamzo and Josh, they were kind of drawn towards that beacon in the sky of Habit, sending himself into the reboot cycle. And it actually causes for Cold and Rapid come to a little bit of a pause here. Maybe they even spotted out the fact that Ruins is under a lot of duress right now. The lobby kind of locking in on his position to make things a little bit difficult, but it might also be the 9th elimination there for Cold and Rapid. I have to just wait and see whether or not that actually comes to fruition. But Pete, Pollo, cube rifle in hand, they are locked in
That cube rifle is just
right now on
crazy, dude.
Sonito and Wagers. And man, I think right now, if I'm Sanito and Wagers, this is like my worst nightmare. These guys have already gone through it today.
Yeah, they're just being held outside of the zone. They thought, hey, we're going to rotate it on the slower end. Let the zone open up. Hopefully it won't be contested. And then not only running to Pete and Pollo, but you see Shadow and Virgo in there as well. Might be a little bit of a blessing, though, for Aoxy and JoJo. They get pushed by Shadow and Virgo, which means they're out of that line of sight from Peterbot and Pollo. As you see Bolts and Acorn, we asking questions about how they're going to get back into this game. Bolts, after being put in the rinse cycle for a good portion of the early game, is finally back into it and building that confidence back up.
Still ridiculous to think about how many heavy hitters on NA have yet to secure their LAN qualification, and they're all looking to try and hunt it here today. Would be nice to just confirm themselves, and then you can just play the next Reload Elite Series finals.
Muzz and
that, you know, maybe Muzz
his
and Sphinx
teammate are very low.
looking to try and take control of things. 3 eliminations.
I don't know why they're not using any heals.
They can take their time. Is
they're
the
gonna
main point
use
I'm
some
trying to get at here, Jacob. They're not really under
They're not gonna have time.
any sort of, you know, stress in the sense of I need to make
Reboots
sure
are
that I'm
officially
in that
disabled.
top spot on the leaderboard for a LAN spot.
Yeah, it's just like stick to what's been working for us so far. Stick to the playbook. Obviously, Elite Stronghold's a much different map than the first 2 qualifiers, but they built a little bit of a strat that they can hold confidence to, and so far it is working out here early on. Zone pulling all the way on over towards the eastern side of the map so far. Clicks and Higgs waste no time using that shockwave, trying to be one of the first teams there just to get there on the edge and kind of give them choices, options to work with once it does pull on over. But Josh and Yams are the really only option here is to try to go as quick as possible. They got one of the farthest pulls out of every team still left to rotate.
At least have those overdrive grenades to work with, but with Sanita and Wagers on the other side, where they're currently boxed, can make things a little bit more complicated, so they'll opt for the Flowberry Fizz option instead. Try and catapult themselves a little bit further and higher up overhead. Still a dangerous position to be in, though, because one more time, friendly reminder, duos that are just already boxed inside of the zone, if they look back and if one of them happens to have that cube rifle, be a devastating effect here as Yamzo nearly brought down, but just narrowly managing to avoid that detonation.
Yeah, quickly slides right past it. Didn't even notice that his life flashed right before his very eyes as they set their sights onto Cooper. That's only going to be a knock for now, but they see the pressure that Reet and Cooper are going through. Cube rifle explosions everywhere, spray coming from the other side, and a whole nother team knocking on that door. That means that's going to be an easy cleanup and no chance for Cooper to get back in the game. Reboots have officially turned off. So now he's going to be left as a solo, and as of now, Taco is the only solo left in this game.
How many points will he be able to build up? Maybe the eliminations might be a little bit more appealing to go for as opposed to just outright placement positions. Clicks and Higgs, though, headed for a frontside position. A little bit separated from where the rest of those frontside teams are currently boxed up, but looking back, fully aware of the fact that teams that are still on that mountain face starting to make their way
Clicks
in.
fried
getting
him.
beamed on the crossover,
I know.
but
Clicks
he
gotta be
still
mad about that.
managed to actually make it in. That's the important part. A lot of hustle, though, on display here as Josh and Yamzo. They're going to be on ultimate low. Pete and Pollo,
Wow,
ultimate
Peterbot and
high,
Pollo are
just
doing what Clicks
waiting.
did the last
Yeah,
two
we literally
games.
see
Just
this almost every
staying.
single game out of Pete
Yeah,
and
just
Pollo,
floating.
just using
Which is
the
dumb, though.
fizz,
You
using
see
that
Peterbot's
launch pad, so
glider?
that way they get past
I mean,
the 8 zone, they get
they can
past the
easily
9
die.
zone, so they
Clicks
don't
and
have to
Higgs
go
are so
through what
scared, they're
every
just
other
trying to
team
make
is.
it zone
Players
by zone.
accidentally bursting into the boxes, maybe down on materials, need that elimination. And see, even though Clicks and Higgs shockwave from one side to the other, immediately they're forced to go down
I
one
heard
of those
hype.
layers because of the team
They're
right
going
above.
for it.
Muzz and Sphinx,
Muzz
they're
and
not
Sphinx are
necessarily
doing
feeling the
not
pressure.
terrible,
You see
not
Priya
terrible.
getting
Oh wow,
ready
they
to
got a
put
kill.
that
Oh, get that
pressure
finish,
down,
get
and
that
Raptors
finish,
the ones
get
that
that finish.
feel a world
Yep,
of
they got
pain.
that finish.
Reet
Nice, that'll
holds
help.
by himself, and now it's
Although
Golden Reet. Only
Muzz
two
got the kill.
duos,
No,
or
Finch got
solos,
the
I
kill.
should say,
That's
left
nice.
in this
Okay,
game.
it's up. Cold.
But Cold,
Rapid is already
he gonna
out.
be able
Ooh, Cold is
to actually
Cold is
put together
tough.
here as a solo
tough.
and an incredibly thin material
Okay,
count
so
here.
I don't know who's on hype, but Clicks is
High
on
ground,
second hype.
starting to try and
And
get
now
a
they're
little bit
going
more
lower.
sorted
They're going
out,
down. They're
but
going down.
Agers
Clicks
and
Higgs
Ritual
are not trying to go for hype.
take
this
their
game.
time. Just holding down frontside position currently.
Unless they
Bolts, Acorn,
shockwave up, that's the only way they
mentality,
can get
just
it.
looking back, trying to set up forget it, making sure to
Wow.
open things up, want to keep things moving forward here off the overdrive. Virgo Shadow
Clicks and Higgs are fighting.
So far.
Oh, wow, they're right on the edge. They're playing
down,
Storm.
make sure to
Last
connect.
time they did this,
Still have a pretty good hold on height.
This is not good.
Just gotta be careful.
No,
I don't
what
know
are we
where he
doing?
was at, but I
Come
saw
on,
Pete
get
floating
out,
down
get out.
slowly out of that sky.
What are
Mud
we
Sphinx,
doing?
they get sent right back to the
Okay,
lobby.
Bolts.
which
Oh,
will
Bolts
actually
is
get
dead.
credit
Wow.
for those
I
eliminations
thought
as
Bolts would have survived
run
that.
come to an end
Clicks
here.
and Higgs are doing
Acorn
good.
has a solo,
Are
and you can
doing
see really
easy.
only has
Just
5
up to
builds
Acorn,
left.
only
He's trying to
30
stay near
builds.
the body,
That
so
is
that way
not
you can
good.
get
He's going
all
for
of those
Resis.
siphon mats or as much
Is he
of the
gonna get it
material as
off?
possible.
Yeah, he's
actually
gonna get
go
it
for
off,
the
then he's
revive.
gonna
They
run.
have the pizzas,
Wow.
they have enough to
Okay,
get
his
HP
teammate's
up
back.
for
He has some
Bolts,
help.
put him into
Not
fight
sure
and
about.
shake,
Oh,
but on
his
the
teammate
backside of
dies
zone without
again.
any
Oh,
build.
hits him for
Bolts
100.
is gonna go down yet again. Acorn
Oh,
sliding
misses a
around,
lot
trying
of
to land the
shots.
elimination
But
shot,
that guy has
Wade
great
turns
movement. Peterbot and
absolutely
Poyo are
turns
just
and
still
burns them both
sitting
down.
up.
That
Wow.
was a disgusting
They still have our
little
gliders
wheel-back
just
coming out of
chilling.
Rangers here, still
Yeah, they're
loses
still
speed
just gliding. That is
along the way.
crazy.
Peterbot now gonna
Peterbot.
lose
Oh,
the
Peterbot
set,
might.
but the build's just getting
Peterbot got hit a
and Pete
lot.
forced to drop yet again.
Clicks and
Still,
Higgs are
Both
still
trying
in
to
this
make
game.
his
This
way
is a
back
good
up
game for
towards
Clicks and
height.
Higgs.
He wants
Let's get some
firm
more
control of
kills
this high
from
ground. He's
Clicks
got
and Higgs.
Poyo looking to back him up. A couple of pizza
They're at
slices
51
there
points.
too,
Okay.
but Kingling and
I
Craze,
know.
they're going to be the
Kickerling
primary duo
is
right
on
now, looking to
top,
sort things
is
out,
on
and
height.
Pete
Peterbot
Poyo
is on
having
low.
to deal with cube rifles of despair
Clicks and
and
Higgs,
duos in general
they need a
directly
kill.
underneath them.
Clicks
They need
only
to
has
find some
90
openings
builds.
here, but first it's going to be Shadow trying to see if he can take out
Clicks
Click
has
still.
45 builds. What did
Shot,
Higgs do?
Not going to be enough for the
Higgs is
overall
so-
knock, and he needs that siphon.
What
He
did
needs a
Higgs do?
refresh.
Yeah, and he's
Okay, okay, let me look at this. Peterbot is on height.
in just yet, and we know that we're
Wow.
lacking in that elimination
Clicks and Higgs
category.
are
So you
getting
cannot
huge
go
rifles.
down. Craze is going
Oh,
to fall.
but they went
Ozone
lower.
gets
They're
taken
chilling,
out.
they're chilling,
Peterbot
they're
and
chilling. They're
Poyo
not doing
again
too terrible.
wreaking
Break that,
havoc on the
y'all are gonna
lobby
take
with
so
that
many
cube rifle
hits
from
at
up
Storm.
above. You see
not
they
even
have
funny.
empty item
Okay,
slots. Almost no way down safely. Actually,
Josh
JoJo
Riley's
floating through
just
the bottom
chilling.
side of the
Eonzo
map.
are just
Josh
chilling. They're
and
just
Eonzo
chilling
one
on
layer
bottom
shorter.
low.
They find elimination
So-
onto Agers. Those
Nah, they're
materials,
chilling.
well, it
They're
might not be
literally
plentiful.
chilling.
It's enough to keep them
Clicks and
looking
Higgs
strong.
are not doing
The
too
main
bad.
thing is the more materials you
Who
have,
just
the
died?
longer
I did
you
not
can
see.
maybe
Yo,
try and
yo,
evade those cube
Crickling
rifles,
just died.
but the detonation's just breaking all sorts
God.
of builds. Kingling has
Clicks
fallen.
has
Wager
37
still
health
keeping
and
the ball
under
rolling
shield.
here.
Oh,
6 eliminations.
Higgs just got a kill.
Insanity as
Clicks
a
just got a kill.
solo, but
This might be
JoJo
Clicks'
and
game.
Yaxie,
Clicks just
they
got
might be the
another
ones
kill.
to
Oh my
shut
gosh,
him
they're at
down. But
74 points.
have
This
they
is huge.
scouted out
This is huge.
solo lingering
This
just
is
up
huge.
ahead.
It's not the
They're
best.
gonna look to
I'm
challenge
not
him
saying
one at
it's
a
the
time,
best,
though, and that's gonna
but
be Clicks and
wow,
Higgs
this is
just
good.
picking up the
Oh, Clicks is
aftermath.
going for height.
Really nice
Hits him
collapse
for
there.
100. That's
Yeah,
Peterbot.
use
That's
the solo
Peterbot.
as
That's
a
Peterbot.
distraction to clean
I
up
think that's
all
Peterbot.
three
I
of
think that's
those
Peterbot. I think
eliminations.
this is
Now
their
we're
game.
down to our
Higgs is
final four.
dead.
Lawrence is gonna get cleaned up as well. All
That is
three
not
teams
good.
stacked down
Wow.
below.
Clicks
One's
just got a
gonna be
kill.
up above.
Clicks just
That's
got a kill.
Peterbot and Poyo.
Get the
Clicks
finish.
is
Get
trying
the
to make
finish.
a
Get the
contest
finish.
for it. He
Clicks
shot
got the
waves up,
finish.
tries to get
Oh
damage, but he
my
cannot
God.
get the chop, leaving Higgs by himself to go down. But Peterbot's gonna fall. It's a
1v1. He has 96 points.
Clicks
Clicks is back in this game. It's a 1v1. He got third place. Clicks is back in the game, I think. I think Clicks got back in the game after that.
Solos left alive. Peterbot up above. Josh
Who's going to win?
head-to-head
Who's
down
going to
below,
win?
but he doesn't
Hold on,
want to
don't
take
tell
the
me yet.
1v1.
Who's
He
going
wants
to
take
win?
the
Who's
high
going to
ground.
win?
Up
Who's
against
going to
Poyo,
win?
forces him to interact with Clicks. Poyo gets that elimination. Now it's a 1v1. Josh versus
see.
Poyo. The superstar versus the future here for the game win.
Wow,
Poyo lands a big
Josh
shot,
Riley
but
wins
Josh is
against
that
Young-
much
or
bigger.
against
They take the
Peterbot.
game out of their hands.
Look, Josh has already been here once so far today. Only this time he's going to make sure that he comes out on top. It's crazy that it was the exact same matchup to boot. Pete and Poyo, they find another second place finish, but Yamzo and Josh with the victory royale. That's going to be the exact kind of points that they need to surge up that leaderboard. And not only that, but plenty more action still to come. Right, Desk?
Why do we keep coming down to these 1v1 situations where I'm like, oh, what? Wait, no, wait. You know, like, this is so crazy. And I love that Jacob calls out, like, this king versus the future. That's such a crazy call, Jacob. You're such a legend. Man, Josh and Iamzo. And keep in mind, they already have a spot, right? They've already qualified. They're good to go, but they're just like, hey, listen, that's not good enough. We want to continue fighting. We want to continue to show, hey, when it comes to that final situation where we're on land, we're all together. If you're gonna try and contest us, it's gonna be a bad time for you. So I love seeing them come out like this. And again, to just be put in that solo situation, Kelly, man, props to Josh.
Well, for me, it was the Taco called it out that this is the repeat that we got to see from game number one. Josh and Iamzo versus Peter and Pollo, one on high ground, one on low ground once again, and Josh was not going to allow that to happen. He missed the opportunity for the 1v2, but a 1v1 is a lot more doable. Josh taking down Pollo in the final moments and, you know, just solidifying their spot in LAN already, showing that, like you said, Zeke, they're here to show up and that they are here to take LAN by force.
Love the way this duo is playing right now. We've seen this before from Iamzo, right? Controlling the low gun. He does it in FNCS. He's going to be running it back here in Reload Elite Series, of course. Paired up with Josh, they're absolutely running through any duo that dares go down on the low ground, and they feel pretty safe from that cube rifle because, once again, like I said before, they're kind of protected by all the other teams in the lobby, and the team's looking good right now.
Now we do have to stop and take a short break. I know, but it's all good. When we come back, we'll have game number 4 on deck, and we'll take a look at some of the standings, the leaderboard, see how things are going for a lot of these duos who, again, are trying to end in the top 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Teammates have his back. Push Ash, gets the drop on the Marius, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1. If you miss, you gon' regret it. Before you crawl, know I'm running it all. I'm built up like a pharaoh, now they praying that I fall. Through shadows, been burning through these battles. No weakness in my body, need to know you better have somebody. Already, I consume the patty, it's plenty, I need the penny. The thoughts about how I'm living. Ay, turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it low. Got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go harder than audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it known. Me off the top, no way. I came and called my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claim. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square ass on the floor. This is not a ball, I'ma build it off. Start I see my glow, where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find to go. Leave me in the zone, take your mind and then I smash your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. They love my whole steady. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Get with me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the golden wear saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they yank sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes, win it. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go.
You know what they say, Fortnite fam. Harder than hard to go. That's what Peterbot and Pollo are feeling right now. That's what Peterbot and Pollo are feeling right now because we are going to take a look at this leaderboard. And when I tell you this is disgusting, I can't think of a word that would better describe their performance right now. We're talking a first place, a second place, a second place, and eliminations, all to be at 202 points. What the heck is going on, Kelly Link? What is this placement?
Did we bring Grim Gate
Clicks
to the new
and
map?
Higgs,
I
bro,
was
they're
not
at
aware
8.
that we had medallions
That
in the game.
helped
No,
majorly.
Peterbot and Pollo, you know,
Yes, sir.
like I said, everyone likes to pretend that they're washed. It's over. They're going to split up. And time again, it is the Peterbot and Pollo show. Right now, the center stage, of course, is on height as we continuously see Peterbot and Pollo go there. And we know these two, they're not squares. No, they're cubed. So, you know, going for the high ground and, they're doing a great job of it. They're doing a great job.
Yes, they are. It was actually crazy. Blankety might have missed it. I definitely did initially watching it right there, but we saw Clicks from his POV, right? They kind of tried to make this little bit of a play towards the high ground, and somehow Higgs actually snuck his way up onto the high ground and took out Peterbot. So without that little bit of a play from Clicks and Higgs, this 2v1 could have potentially happened at the end there again onto Josh, but instead leaving it down to a 1v1. Josh is going ahead and able to pick that one up there. Speaking about one of our other teams, right? We kind of talked about both the teams that are already qualified up there in the top 4. One of our teams that, you know, they've been doing good. They were consistent coming into this game with a couple of 4th places. They did slip up 11th place, Shadow and Virgo, which is why they did go down 2 placements right there. But as you can see, they are still in range to go ahead and qualify to the EWC. And Kelly, I think the thing that you like to see initially towards the start of this endgame was the fact that, hey, look, they were trying to go ahead and maintain the high ground.
Yeah, and they were doing a great job with that. They were doing that around zone 9, but honestly, maintaining the high ground is only a part of it. Knowing when to drop it, when to let go, especially when it's the likes of Peterbot and Pollo trying to steal it away from you, well, that to me is even more important. And Shadow and Virgo attempted a great drop off there from high ground. Unfortunately, though, when you drop down to the middle ground, there's just so many other teams running around there. It's really just RNG if someone's able to jump in on your box, which unfortunately was the case for Shadow there.
It's all good though, right? Everything's good. They're
Hello,
right there on
guys.
the line,
We are
but we just gotta
back
keep
in
marching forward, right? We
game
gotta
4?
make sure we can just do everything we
Game 4
can.
now?
Game number 4 is ready.
Game
for
number
us. We'll
4.
jump back into the chaos.
Battle bus
Casters.
is ready.
Over to you.
Game number 4 is here.
Thank you guys so much. And Jacob, it is just so difficult for any teams to actually preserve the map material count because everybody has been kind of focusing on the fact that they are just surrounding themselves with trying to avoid the cube rifle focus. So they're hoping, okay, maybe if I hide in somebody else's builds, that'll help me, but no one has any materials. That's the real end game here. Pollo, they might be one of the healthiest teams because they keep controlling the high ground.
Yep, and then we can see if they can stay healthy, Taco, because game 4 is ready. Let's see Peterbot and Pollo ride the wave. This is where it starts to get interesting, though. Game 4, it's not necessarily the halfway point just yet, but this is where you start to teams put the pressure cookers on themselves and the rest of the lobby, because where you're at on the leaderboard, if you're, let's just say, you know, 15th through 20th, you may need to start getting active now. You cannot wait until the second half of the day.
Finks
But if
already
you're
having
in, let's
some
say,
couple guns,
the top
couple
7,
guns.
top 8, where Clicks and Higgs are at, you just need to inch yourself closer and closer with each and every game.
It's just so difficult though, right? Especially once we're approaching this halfway point, but Peterbot, Pollo,
Peterbot
they've
already
had
got a
enough
kill,
of
so
it. They're
Peterbot
starting to go on
staying
tour
in first
here
will help Clicks,
already.
or getting second.
Shadow, victim.
No,
First
second and first
elimination.
are being taken, so they
And for
both need to do
Peterbot
good.
and Pollo, Jacob, the
So
further
then
away
Clicks
that
has a
they
chance for
pull,
fourth.
the more difficult it's going to become for any teams to actually play
Right.
catch up. It's not about the land position. They've already got that. They just want the prize pool.
Peterbot getting
And at this
another
rate,
kill. Oh, no,
they're
he's
certainly
not dead yet, but
building up to take it
yeah,
uncontested.
he's almost dead.
Yeah,
Hey,
and this
Peterbot's
team's like
rushing
this,
it,
where
yeah.
Peterbot's looking to get
He's almost
aggressive,
there.
not
He
really
might
letting him stand
survive.
too long after
might
the
survive.
reboot. You know, he's sliding, gliding, causing a little bit more time to be
Maybe.
extended here by
Peterbot's
Peterbot.
not
But
gonna
that's
let that
Shadow and
happen.
Virgo
Oh,
that
he
he's
doesn't.
playing
Oh.
aggressive on. So he's literally, if
He-
they get them wiped out of the lobby,
Peterbot
or
almost
just
didn't know
make
where
them
he
have
was.
a
Oh,
rough
wow.
start to their
Peterbot used
game,
all his
he's
heals.
potentially putting them in
I
a
would've
bad
saved them.
position.
Oh, Peterbot might die.
Out of the bottle.
Peterbot
Shadow trying to make
dies.
a play,
Wow.
and
He got too
somehow
cocky.
Shadow
Got
lurks
too-
around the corner,
too cocky,
takes
bro.
down Peterbot, and that was a huge battle there for Shadow.
Are we gonna start calling this the Vaxity effect? You know, no way whatsoever, obviously, to
Yeah.
Big Meta. But Pete, what is going on
Rapid
today,
is
man?
dead.
A very
Just up to
uncharacteristic couple of moments so far today. Just some big misses. Still doesn't necessarily threaten their position just
Rapid
yet,
is
Jacob. A
back.
little bit of a stumble doesn't mean that they can't catch themselves later on in this lobby. Cold and Rapid, on the other hand. They're trying to see whether or not they can even find their first set of eliminations. Definitely been getting pretty fraggy early on.
Yeah, I know Rapid's been trying, he just hasn't been able to find the success just yet. But one thing we know about Rapid, and some of the, honestly, these big name fraggers that go out and kind of employ that strategy, it's just because they get taken down once doesn't mean they're going to slow down. Fresh off the reboot, you know they're going to go at it again as Reet and Cooper. You know, a couple of times to start the early game, because of the bus path, we have seen Reet go down, but we've also seen Reet look to get eliminations early. This time around, they're just trying to farm up, so that way if they do end up in an engagement, they have enough mats, they have enough resources, so they're not playing desperate.
Oh man, this was the problem though. Rapid wanted to get aggressive instead. 180'd Kim and Chimp with their first elimination in game 4. And now it's all about whether or not Rapid's gonna be able to avoid that spin cycle of the reboot. Aggression, so many teams just drawn towards those reboot signals. It's Cold looking to back up his duo. Willing to get up close and personal here. A man on a mission, realistically. Colt's had enough. Pretty vocal about it on socials last night even, Jacob, where, you know, Colt's sick of the, you know, the fraud watch, the fraud talk. He's ready to prove that there is a reason why he's one of the most feared players on this region.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it. He didn't necessarily push in right there to get the eliminations. He saw that was the team that was farming Rapid out of the sky. And before they put him in a blender once more, Rapid had Cold push on over, got some damage, which allowed Rapid to kind of get off the respawn safely and get a second chance back into this game. But deep into the storm, Shadow and Virgo still running into some speed bumps along the way. Not only the team they're fighting, but another team in the distance, third partying, and just make it harder and harder for them to find early game eliminations.
There's just so many duos that are looking to try and make up for misplacements with some high elimination counts. Liam and Jace, they see Virgo Shadow trying to close the gap, get a little bit more aggressive up against G-Money and Ishu, but you always have to watch your back in these types of positions. You never want to be the duo that actually gets pinched, especially when you were the ones that were initially trying to kickstart the engagement in the first place.
King and Craze, different side of the map, but same kind of lurking potential. A lot of the times we did see them go towards the north. This time they kind of went towards the south from their original drop spot, just trying to take advantage of Sineto and Wagers, hopefully catching them off guard. But it does seem like they're kind of ready. They're building up over towards that mending machine. They're re-farming, so that way they don't really lose any material in terms of their count. But King and Craze, they're gonna get bored of waiting. It does look like they're inching closer to try to close down any escape opportunities. They're building in metal to try to add as much of the audio cues as possible, so that way they have a top-down approach.
I think Sineto and Wagers actually queued up for a horror game edition of Fortnite here today, Jacob. If it's not the cube rifle, it is this. Just lurk play after lurk play, and they always seem to be on the receiving end of it. Granted, hasn't really posed a huge threat just yet in game 4, but it could change at a moment's notice here. It's all up to Craze. It's been spotted out though, position given away. Hasn't been able to find the exchange he was hoping for, and that's actually going to be enough to discourage any further aggression, at least for right now. But Kingling, he's got somebody else at his sights. He sees Speed, he sees Boyo, and he is trying to send some shots their way. A little bit trapped on this Ascender here.
Pushing
Now
Hicks are
Kingling
just
gonna
chilling.
feel confident here. He saw the shield get cracked, so he's willing to give chase, but Boyo able to escape at the last moment.
Yeah, the scary thing is, I'm not sure he realizes where his initial target was, the ones he knows they're weak. There was too many audio-visual footsteps down there, more than likely, at least 3. So he's gonna make that safe play. Launch pad out, get with your teammate, and get towards the zone. And this is gonna give them an opportunity to look back, gather information, and figure out where those players are at. But this is why Peterbot and Poyo were even close by. Jace got freshly rebooted again, and it's Peterbot and Poyo that sent him right back on to that respawn timer.
All I'm saying is there's quite a few members in this lobby that maybe have developed new levels of empathy towards Allier from the Pro-Am event here, because it is such a vicious cycle when you get caught out in these reboots. But Cooper, Reet, they're looking to try and send Cam and Chimp packing. They're able to find the opening elimination. It could be a lot of points for them. They're able to keep farming those reboots consistently, but they also just need this fight. They've invested a decent amount of their early game materials here, Jacob, and Reed nearly getting taken out here, but it's Cooper who's really got to be sent towards that high ground, just trying to get away. Needs a chance. Pop that slurp juice still. It's a lot more than what they bargained for initially.
Yeah, it looks like for a second there, Ree almost full boxed one of them. He was able to slip on out. And you can almost get a little bit of a sense of why they are disengaging. Look at the material count. Ree almost ran out in the middle of that fight. Cooper was weak, forced to use the slurp juice, so they probably bit off just a little bit more than they can chew in that situation. But instead of kind of choking and going down, they just disengage and kind of replay this one out. No storm surge in these lobbies, Taco, so it's a much different vibe. So you're not forced with your hand to try to make it play because you're 200, 300 below the damage threshold. That gives Cooper and Reed a little bit more freedom to disengage and decide what they want to do next.
I want to see what Bolts does with this mythic goldfish. That's going to be
Bolts
I
has a
think
goldfish and
my
Pierbot?
only
Wow.
mission that I beg of from the production team. If he gets an elimination or anything off of that mythic goldfish, I definitely want to see it in 4K. But for right now, checking in with Sphinx and Muzz, hanging out. Kind of a center base position inside the zone. The clock is ticking. 102 points inside of this fourth lobby. But one more time, you just have to remember, Landqual team, a little bit more easygoing.
Kind of a different amount of pressure that they're playing with. It's almost self-pressure. You know, wanting to do well in these tournaments, not because you need a spot. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, however, they are playing with that pressure, but they're the first team out of our 2 spots available at 131 points coming into this game. They've been playing pretty well. Not a single game outside of the top 6. They had a 3rd, a 5th, a 6th, and eliminations in every one of their games, with 3 in 2 different ones, and a singular elimination in their 5th place game. Going to show that, hey, maybe consistency beats uber aggression in some cases. But you do need those eliminations there. G-Money and Ishu over towards hostile holds, rotating in from the north side of the map. G-Money luckily able to find that med kit. Otherwise, he would have had to use at least one of those slurp juices. But he has a couple extra nearby if Ishu needs them. So no real worries and no real kind of pressure being put on G-Money Ishu in the sense of timing.
Seems like this was a little bit of a pre-established
Just chilling, they're rotating.
plan
Reboots are about to disable
for
in
G-Money
1 minute
Ishu,
and
but
12
Cold
seconds.
and Rapid, despite
Place has no
having
kills
that
this game.
earlier delay, they've managed to
Rapid
recover
is
quite
just chilling,
nicely.
trying to see what's happening.
Cold,
He has a
Rapid,
perfect
getting a good
loadout,
read
I'm
on
not gonna
where
lie.
the rest of the
And
lobby is
he's
kinda
200,
sifting
his
into.
teammates 200. They just pulled zone. Rapid
They'll
is
have plenty
literally
of time to decide for where
perfect.
they want to head next, but
Five
get a little bit of a
advantage
look back
like
on what actually took place
got one
with
already
Sphinx
up
and
there.
Muzz. Nice
It's
elimination.
gonna back out.
What do you
Sphinx got to kill. Sphinx got to kill here. I'll tell you what's happening with Clicks. Clicks is just looking. He's just kind of trying to see if he can find someone. That's dumb that they're doing that thing where I have to get into another game. That happened last time. I really don't like that.
Know who that
Okay,
was
there
in
we
the
go. We got it
distance,
back.
Taco, but they
So
shot a
Muzz
cube
is
rifle
just
over
chilling
in the
with his
direction of Muzz and
teammate.
Sphinx, and that's what forced them
Muzz
to back
got a
up and
really
close
good
that
loadout. He's
build.
chilling.
You almost want to let a team like Muzz and Sphinx get aggressive onto Pete and Poyo, because even though reboots aren't turned off, if Poyo would have went
Reboots
down,
will be
I'm
turned
not
off in
sure the
8,
likelihood of
7,
him touching
6,
ground after that
5,
reboot again.
4,
So
3,
they have just
2,
been blessed by somebody
1.
else in the lobby
Over.
as Josh and Yamzo, 158 points so far.
Now this is the
Reboots
delayed,
are going to
so
be turning off here, and so they make it a priority to kind of put themselves
wow,
much
this is
further
a
away from the
crazy
majority
rotate.
of the
Y'all
lobby.
about to see it. 3, 2, 1.
definitely the right decision.
I mean, it's good for
How
some
much
people, but
pressure
not most
tends to
people.
get
I'm not gonna lie, like
kind of
Clicks has
sent more towards that center
weird
zone area,
rotate.
especially as teams are going to begin to try and embark on
He's
their
going
next
up a mountain, or
rotate
some people have
into
to
that
go
seventh
up the
zone.
mountain,
Oxy and Jojo
and the
Fishy,
way Clicks has to go is weird.
fully aware of the
I don't
fact
like
that there
it.
is another team.
Yeah,
so
now
ahead of
you're
them,
getting
whether or
to
not
see
they know that
everyone's
it's Ritual
POV.
and Agers,
Some people
though,
have to get up on
that
that
is
mountain,
another
which,
conversation entirely, but for Richie and Agers, holding strong, and it's just so hard because you open up edits, you already called it out, right? Teams are looking with the cube rifle, and if you keep that wall open just a moment too long, all of a sudden you lose like all of your HP with it.
Okay, I want to know, is this a second
Peterbot
goldfish?
still has the goldfish.
Or did he somehow get that from... But do we have 2 goldfish running around the lobby? I know what happened last time we saw Peterbot with a goldfish in hand, just kind of absolutely obliterating Kanata and Arc on their journey.
Clicks died! Clicks died
ago.
too!
They're just going to take it step by step. They have no real intention of one-hopping this with a shockwave. They're going to go ahead and take
just
it
happened?
multiple journeys, but they run into clicks.
What just happened?
Oh my god, the goldfish in play
just happened?
again. Oh, I might have foreshadowed it, but I didn't believe in it. Peterbot absolutely demolishes Click, sending Higgs elsewhere. Pollo took most of that damage, but luckily Peterbot's able to deal with that pressure. But man, what are we witnessing, Taco, in today's games?
We're watching Clix's face just be a magnet for that mythic goldfish. Peterbot, you just had to do it to him. And look at Bolts still
bro,
rocking
that
his
is
mythic goldfish.
terrible.
Also, more the merrier, it would appear, but whether or not Bolts is going to have a similar level of success, we're just going to have to wait and see here. Plenty of teams in the surrounding area, though, as Cold and Rapid continue to manage to stay in a little bit of a more isolated position. Not committed towards high, not committed towards low, but waiting for their prime opportunity to strike.
And you see what Rapid had in his inventory. That wasn't a regular fizz. That was the exotic Slapberry fizz for both HP shield and that Slapberry effect. So for Cold and Rapid, it's definitely an added resource to their game plan here, but Jojo and EWC trying to make consistent, along with Shadow and Virgo. And Virgo has been going through it in this game so far, so glad to see them at least give themselves a shot to try to continue to move forward in the zone. Zone 8, though, Taco, all 20 teams have at least one of their players still left alive, trying to fight for any bit of placements in this game, as Josh and Iamzo take some damage going from point A to point B, but at least they get to the front side of zone where they were looking to hope.
But this is just so stacked. All 20 duos having at least one representative, Jacob, is ridiculous to think about. And knowing even more so that Pete and Pollo, they are just hand in hand with each other, looking to try and devastate teams that are sitting towards that low ground. Sphinx going to become a little bit more of a target here, but even Muzz able to escape for right now. Jojo and EWC also looking back, trying to see if they can get wagers along the way. Instead, overdrive grenade just to get that little extra sense of mobility. Pete just breaking build after build with this mythic goldfish, and you have to imagine that he's seeking out that immediate pump for the final blow here. Still, a lot of pre-existing builds that they have to break through.
Yeah, see if they can make it back in safely, and even if they do, how healthy they would be, as Jojo just takes a massive shot. Brought down to roughly 50 HP. Shadow gets an elimination, and that was a big elimination too onto Cooper, kind of taking down him and Reet, separating them, leaving Reet as a solo again, forced in that same situation. We saw Clicks go down. Higgs trying to make this solo run happen with only 9 builds left. He's almost in immediate danger, forced to try to get some sort of a refresh, but this is pandemonium here as eliminations from team to team to team. Bolts finds another one, and this is needed. Acorn and Bolts are the 3rd team just outside of the bubble.
Just looking like a bit of a demolition derby right now. Cole building every which way, trying to break through with the pickaxe. Gonna get sent hacking off of somebody else's overdrive grenade even. And now Cole having to keep his head on a swivel, looking every which direction. He needs a refresh.
He just sold the biggest shot of his life.
Might have that slurp juice pop just to
No.
keep him relatively healthy here along the way.
just
But
sold the
Jojo,
biggest-
as a solo, won't be able to withstand the
Just sold the
pressure.
biggest shot of his
Virgo
life.
finds that elimination. Cold still managing to stay
Okay,
up
Cold
and running.
is
But this is a
the only
very
one
difficult
alive.
position here.
Acorn
Finds
is alive
another
too.
refresh, and
Wow.
that little bit of siphon
Bolts
material
just
might
got a
make the
kill.
difference.
Wow.
Yeah, he's just kind of using it just like Pete
Bolt
to
still
try to
has the
one-shot a lot of these
goldfish.
builds and
Wow,
hope to get the
Clix is
one
good.
pump in for the
Yonzo
damage.
is super
Yonzo
low.
trying to lurk around by himself. Trade shots back and forth, still alive, but not
Yonzo
necessarily
hits a good
healthy.
shot.
Ozone
Wow,
takes a big
even
shot.
with very
Golden
low
almost
health.
fell for the same
It's
trap.
a crazy
Yonzo is just
110 on
constantly
someone.
paying
Oh,
around the
and gets a
lobby
kill.
gets an
Yonzo is
elimination
cooking with that
onto
gold
Virgo.
pump
That's a
shotgun.
big loss.
Wow.
EWC,
And now he's gonna
Jojo,
go up.
Shadow,
He only
Virgo,
has
they're all
100 and
eliminated.
no,
That
now
means
he
the
has
top two is
70
open for
builds.
the taking.
Wow, does
Not
Yonzo?
only
Wow,
that, but
Bolts is
Yonzo,
dead.
he's looking to see
Muzz.
whether or not he can catch
Muzz,
up to
let's see
Pete
what
and Pollo
let's see
in
what
this
Muzz can do.
instance.
Muzz
Sphinx, on the
actually
other
might
hand, having a couple of
Might
difficulties,
do good.
but
He might
they
qual.
have
He might
managed
qual.
to take over semi-front side
Oh, shoot,
position
yeah.
here, looking
Forgot
up.
about
They
that,
know
dude.
Height has that
So
cube
many people
rifle.
are qualled that I just don't
Somebody
know.
is
I'm
applying
not
some
gonna
decent
lie.
pressure, and it's going to be
Too many people are
Lawrence
qualled right now.
looking to try and bring down Sphinx and Muzz. All these wooden
Oh, wow,
builds
his teammates
are
dead.
just
No,
calling
that's
out,
not good.
begging
He had
for
height and
Lawrence to send
everything.
cube rifle shots
There's
their
nothing
way.
he can do.
Oh
Nah, he
no,
can't
Core
get
goes
it.
down, probably try to get
Muzz
as
is
much
on
of the
the low
material as
ground, just
possible.
chilling.
You see they were almost fresh out, but it cost him
Muzz is
his
just
life.
chilling.
He goes down, leaving his teammate by himself. One of 2 solos left in this game, but for Muzz and Sphinx, they're still grabbing scraps
Muzz
down
and
below.
Sphinx
Even
might
without
win.
builds, they're not
Yamzo's
getting
trying
desperate
his
in this
best
situation.
without
Yamzo neither
Josh
has
Riley.
a solo. He's looking
Josh
up,
Riley
looking down,
did
trying to
win
dodge
last
all
game.
around, but he finds a
Yamzo
safety
can
net
do the
here
thing.
underneath. Barely escaping was certainly could have been
Golden
his
got
demise.
a
Look at Golden
exotic-
and Ozone, though. They've
exotic-
actually managed to
oh,
overthrow
an
High.
exotic,
Lawrence going to be stuffed
Mammoth.
down, and in fact, it's going to be
They got
Ozone
height.
that gets
They
the
might win
finishing
that.
elimination there.
They might
Yamzo,
win.
though,
Yamzo
still
has a
just
good spot, though,
lurking
no?
around
Because
in
of
this
Storm.
secondary height layer.
to
He's
drop
managed to
off.
avoid all the damage
Oh,
that's
Yamzo
taking
just
place
went for that
underneath.
team,
Tries to
and
get his
Yamzo's
name
dead.
into the mix here, but it's going
Just
to
up
be
to this
Muzz
duo
with the
versus this duo.
response.
Let's see.
Muzz and Sphinx
Muzz,
versus Golden and
is Muzz
Ozone.
and
Who's going
Sphinx
to bring
going
this
to win
one
this
home?
game?
Golden Ozone need it. They started this game in a
Muzz
lot of plays. The
and
splat.
Sphinx
Oh,
win
no, Muzz
game
and Sphinx
3.
with their spot already secured in the EWC finals. They steal that game away. Those are the moments you hope and pray never happen. But for Muzz and Sphinx, they got to be celebrating now because up that leaderboard they go.
Hey, prize pool is always nice, especially if Muzz and Sphinx can get the bulk end of it. But that's just one victory royale. We've still got so many lobbies left to go, and we've got the desk to break down everything that just took place.
Jacob, why did you say that, Jacob? The splat? Oh man, that really got me good. Muzz, Sphinx, y'all know I'm a big fan of Muzz. I'm trying to collect myself, Kelly. That was just crazy to see on broadcast. That's
I feel like you are in a constant state of trying to collect yourself, but I'm collected right now. So we got Muzz and Sphinx, our winners for game number 4. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, watching them in the heats, this is what I expected them out of game number 1. But to do it in game number 4, Vivid, is still a great place to start.
Yeah, Muzz and Sphinx just have that. They have that composure, you know what I mean? Enough to go ahead and just carry them through this end game. And again, one of those teams that kind of finds themselves towards the low ground, right? Kind of safe from all the chaos that's going up on the high ground. Kind of surprising here, right? The way that this lobby kind of played out. No, at the end at least, team without a cube rifle actually found themselves on the higher ground up there. But yeah, Muzz and Sphinx, one of those teams already qualified to EWC LAN. Just playing so well, kind of proving once again why they are one of those qualified teams.
Love to see it from the duo, and love to just think about them on LAN, you know, getting to hear from them directly, talk to them directly. You know, Sphinx is such a character. Anytime we've had interviews with him, you just know that guy's gonna make everybody laugh. But congratulations again to the duo. For now, we do have to go to a break. We are now at the halfway point of the competition. So when we return, we start to take a look at those standings, because with only 4 games left to go, we need to do everything we can to end in the top 2. So we'll see you shortly.
Teammates have his back. Smash gets the drop on Amarius. Stays alive. They're targeting Alfania. 3v1.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. I've collected myself, everything is fine. So that last game, Muzz and Sphinx walk away with a victory royale. The crazy thing, Kelly and Vivid, is that there's actually been some developments on the standings. Now, I know you're thinking, Zeke, what are you talking about? It's that Peterbot and Pollo are no longer in first place.
Wow.
Josh and Yamso.
Wow, Yamso's in first,
somehow,
Peter's on
some
second,
way have
Muzz in
managed
third,
to steal
Cold is
away
in fourth.
first place. That's absolutely insane from the duo.
Also, if you guys
I'm
want to
just
know,
blown away
Clips went to 12.
by their performance today, especially given like the several kind of clutch situations both players have been in, Kelly. Like, these guys are on their A game today.
Well, you say somehow, some way. If you look at the stats between Josh and Yamso and Peterbot and Pollo, that is a very similar looking set of stats right there, except for the one elimination off and then just a little bit better average placements. But even the games that they've had where they've gone a first, a second, and a third, very similar to Peterbot and Pollo, who is a first and 2 seconds, they also had one bad game. It just goes to show that even if you are super dominant, you're constantly in the end games, one bad game can easily shake everything off. But what I'm noticing right now, Vivid, is our top 4 teams right now are the same 4 teams that have already qualified to the LAN.
Yeah, they're showing that consistency across multiple qualifiers here and across multiple different metas. Man, I was really excited to see Peterbot get active with the mythic goldfish, but unfortunately went down early. And I gotta tell you right now, sometimes Reload, it feels so brutal because if you pay attention to when Peterbot and Pollo went down, they were basically in the end game, right? Like that was like 9th zone where they went down. But because of how stacked this lobby has been playing out, they got 19th place with just 3 eliminations. So that game right there, in terms of picking up points, was not very fruitful at all, which gave Josh and Yamso the opportunity to go ahead and bump themselves up in the first place. And I will quickly add a note. Yeah, you know, we say Josh and Yamso, but that clutch right there from Yamso was pretty much is what did it, was secured that first place slot entirely. I think Josh went down around top 11 and Yamso ended up getting 3rd place as a solo. So an incredible clutch effort right there to bring our lead, our difference between 1st and 2nd place to just 1 point.
Yeah, and I love that, Kelly, you called out because I was ready to jump in, right? Like, the top 4 are the 4 duos that already have spots. That means
Crazy.
you just got to make top 6 if you want to make your way to EWC finals. And we are
That's
now at
crazy.
the
You just
halfway
gotta
point
make
of
top
the
6. I
competition.
just
Oh
seen
my gosh.
that game
Taco,
5
Jacob,
battle
I'm
bus is
stressing,
ready
I'm
and
stressing,
people
I'm
are
stressing.
starting to get into the pregame lobby.
Hey, you're not anywhere near as stressed out as some of these other duos that are currently surrounded in the top 10 though, Jacob, because the margins for error are just becoming ever so slim here. Duos cannot afford to go out before the placement points begin to factor in unless they've been able to make up for it with elimination points.
Okay, it
And
looks
right now,
like
that top 6,
people are on the battle
Shadow,
bus.
Virgo, Golden, Ozone, they're going to be the cutoff point.
Yeah, and eliminations playing the role again. Even Golden Ozone tied at 131 with Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, but they're beating them out through eliminations in the tiebreaker. The second half of the day is here, and we'll see how it shakes out with Game 5.
This is where teams, hey, we're on the same page here, Twin, okay? You understand, you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's just the fact that Golden and Ozone and Shadow Virgo, the real separating factor currently is that they've been able to find at least 1 or 2, if not more, eliminations per match as
Yeah,
Agers
the way
opens the
he
door.
tried
Big elimination
rushing him
onto
was so
Jojo
dumb.
Fishy and Aoxy. You better hope that he's not next because they can't afford to be eliminated this early.
You know what that is right there. You know what that play is right now, right? Agers landing over on this side of the map. This is Agers taking out his competition before the final game. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy are one of them. Agers and Ritual are uncontested. So that's a different game plan for the second half. And already that's putting them in a little bit of a tough spot because Golden, fresh off of the respawn, spotted out by Cooper, but no advancement
Come
in
on,
that
Cooper,
direction
you
from
missed
Cooper.
every
He's just
single
simply
shot.
trying
You
to get
didn't rush
damage and
anybody.
possible
What
eliminations
is
and
that?
everybody getting rebooted out of the sky.
We'll get a chance to even
Oh,
look
wow.
back, see what
Pollo.
went wrong here for
Pollo already got a
Shadow.
kill.
He's
Wow,
just not
nice.
getting the opportunity.
That was actually a
Pollo
good kill.
just
Peterbot
too
got another
accurate.
kill.
Peterbot following
I
it
think-
up
I
after
think
the fact.
Peterbot is in
Now
first
they've
right
both
now.
gotten individual elims here off onto Shadow, and Virgo is just stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to avoid line of sight from Peterbot and Pollo as he looks to try and escape buy his duo a little bit of time, but Pete is just having none of it. Looking right back up.
Wow,
We're gonna
bro.
chase Shadow one more time.
Yeah, with Agers going after Ozone and now Pete going after Shadow. It's both of our bubble teams here facing danger and battles early on, but a little bit more help going on over in this direction as Pollo comes in. They get the elimination again. That's 3 already. So at the course of this game, there was a 1-point lead for Josh and Yamzo. Well, that 1-point lead is already gone. Our new first place team here in game number 5 is Peterbot and Pollo. Obviously, we got to see how this one continues to shake out, but they're looking to get aggressive for more eliminations.
The action cam just continues here. Agers, a nice elimination onto Osid. Tough break right there, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Meanwhile,
Rich and Higgs are
he's
playing
found Golden
Storm.
along the way, and all these duos just fully understanding the fact that if they want to qual towards that EWC land, they're really going to have to start getting active here. And Reet and Cooper with 4 eliminations now. It's a decent amount of points to build up at the starting point, but they also need placement to go with it, Jacob.
Yeah, they need about 56 points just to reach that bubble of where it stands before the game even started. So I kind of agree, eliminations might be the only course of action with how quick some of these games have been going and how chaotic they too tend to get as Agers picks up another elimination along with Ritual. They started this game with 113 points. And Ozone is down next. Again, another bubble team kind of going through it. Agers and Ritual say, hey, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down fighting. And hopefully if we're going to get in, it's because we bulldozed our way into that top spot.
7 eliminations though? Brother, what is going on right now, okay? Because I understand Golden Ozone, they were right there on the cutoff section of the leaderboard, but Agers and Richie, they are just sick of it. They want to force their way into the conversation, and they are taking out this lobby one by one. The points just steadily building in their favor, making it all the more difficult for other teams to actually stay inside that bubble.
Even got Javi and Aminish here, trying to get a little bit more aggressive on Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. Don't think they like the look that they saw here. Aoxy being able to get out, Jojo's healing up. Don't want to put yourself in a 1v2 situation or risk everything here, which you still have some catching up to do, because at the end of the day, Taco, eliminations are fine. It's a good way to catch up, but if you're not placing inside of the top 6, inside of the top 5, all of the eliminations will almost certainly go to waste.
Yeah, and you also have to factor in Jojo Fishy and Aoxy. They were in that 7th place position, tied with Golden and Ozone at 131 points. Well, guess what? Agers and Ritual, sure, they might have been at 113 in 9th place, but because of all their eliminations, they were at 134 points last we checked in. Technically speaking, they are inside of that top 6 currently, and they're looking to just continue trending upwards. It's Kingling and Craze trailing behind Virgo. They don't want to let him escape. They know just how weak he is off the reboot cycle, and they want to make sure that they bring him down for another elimination count.
Oh, this is just horrific for Virgo. He's living through a nightmare right now. And this is where, you know, you bring it back to that mental composure, because if you're Virgo, if you're Aoxy, if you're Ozone, if you're any one of these players that is kind of getting chased around fresh off the reboot, it's easy to start to get down on yourself, especially with your teammates forced to survive for 12 seconds at a time. It's really, really kind of easy to let things kind of go downhill. So interested to see if even Core here get eliminated by Josh again, if they're going to be able to have that mental composure to bounce back into it. Because even Core, along with Lawrence, 104, 11th place coming into the game. They're still within reach from that spot, but getting taken out and getting put on the Rit cycle does things to your mental game.
And Josh Yamzo, recognizing the fact that that elimination feed's been lighting up one time too many with Pete and Pollo's names. They've got to start playing a little bit of catch-up here, taking advantage of Osid off the reboot. That just seems to be the focal point right now for this lobby. Is Reet going to be the next one in line to take out Osid from that reboot cycle? Muzz and Sphinx staring overhead though, looking down at Bolts and Acorn's current position. They have an opportunity here to get aggressive with Acorn and Bolts if they want to, but they are in that 3rd place position currently, Jacob.
Uh-oh. Peterbot and Pollo going head to head. Agers is here. I do believe I see Craze as well. King. So this where you don't want to go down as a full duo because Raze is knocked and King is eliminated. They tried to get aggressive together and it does not work out for them here in game number 5, but that's the 5th elimination for the duo of Peterbot and Poyo. And with how well they've been playing so far, they're just ready to take the weight off eliminations alone. But Josh Nyamzo again heating up, trying to go toe to toe, and then you have Muzz and Sphinx. They have the whole backside of that zone, pushing Acorn and Bolts off, so they get priority over that launch pad. So already seeing fourth zone, a lot of that strategy beginning to reveal itself.
It's just so nasty to think about what the Poyo are able to accomplish when they really set their minds to it, because it's not like Crazy and Kingling or any kind of, incompetent fighters. That is a relatively strong Fragger dynamic that they're able to represent, and yet, even up against the likes of Peterbot and Poyo, they don't really have fighting chance they were hoping for. The loadout difference just a little bit too heavy-handed here, but Clix and Higgs, this is a duo that definitely needs to start building up, get the ball rolling, Jacob, because they're starting to fall behind.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we saw in the previous qualifiers is they did send Higgs to go get elimination, so it got to me scratching my head just a little bit to switch up the strategy, the lack of aggression from a team that, kind of mentally they're saying that playing with a whole different feel after Major 1. They kind of realize they're putting unnecessary pressure on themselves, so they just want to go out there and just do their thing. And so I want to see them kind of take a page out of some of these other teams' playbook of just getting aggressive. Don't wait till game 7. Don't wait till game 8, because then you almost put yourself in desperation mode.
Hey, but for Reed and Cooper, maybe that's the kind of pressure that they actually need. I mean, think about how their Heat group went. Kelly highlighted it on the desk even. The back-to-back-to-back sequence for those victory royales in their Heat group to get them to qual for this finals in the first place. It all started after those first 3 lobbies, so maybe Magic Hour still yet to strike here as Rapid, Cold dancing around a bit. Cam and Chimp trying to see if they can force Rapid back. But Cold also,
Clix and Higgs out of Storm.
Always willing.
It's gonna be really bad if it's a Storm game, though.
They need metal, though. That's the one thing that this duo is certainly missing. So Rapid recognizing, hey, I just need to take this opportunity to try and refarm some hard material, because they're going to need it, especially with that Cube Rifle's presence.
Yeah, with Cold sitting up above, there's almost no worry for Rapid to get lurked on or get caught off guard by any means. Core gets taken down by Agers again. 7 eliminations for Agers, 9 for the team, and it does look like they're trying to take down Lawrence as well. More than enough time to get Core back in the game, so it won't be a full-on team wipe just yet, but now it would be if Shadow getting that elimination onto Core. That leaves Lawrence by himself, and you can see he has no shield, less than 50 HP overall. So he's definitely hoping and praying he could just last long enough to get his teammate back in the game.
Watching Agers right now, I feel like I'm witnessing a bear exiting hibernation. He is hungry for eliminations right now. Lawrence just brought down at a moment's notice here. 8 in total so far for Agers, 10 combined with Ritual. And the more impressive part still, Jacob, is the fact it didn't come from a Cube Rifle. It just came from sheer outright aggression and punishing players that are stuck in that reboot cycle.
With most of them being on the Core, they take Lawrence down, so they're just kind of freshly out of this game. VR Noxy, 105, not too far away from where that bubble is at. So you want to have consistent games almost from here on out inside of the top 6. That's where you get half of the placement points. And then from placement 2 through 5, you get 5 points per extra placement instead of 3. And then you get 10 extra for the actual win. And that's where you want to start to be consistent, because we talk about eliminations playing the difference. If you look at the teams inside of the top, it's because of their consistent players placement mixed with those elims.
And it's wild to think about the fact that outside of that 19th place finish from the last lobby, Pete and Poyo, they've had first, second on the day otherwise. And so for Josh and
got a beam for
Yamzo,
69.
they'll have to make sure that they maintain their composure if they want to stay just ahead of Pete and Poyo on that top spot for the leaderboard. Won't be easy though, that's for sure. And with so many lobbies still left to rock through, anything can happen here, Jacob. Things can get flipped upside down at a moment's notice, and that's exactly what Shadow and Virgo are trying to avoid currently. Sneedo and Wagers though, I feel like anytime we spot those guys off in the distance or just looking directly at them, there's always a Cube Rifle following afterwards.
Yeah, they're just kind of really playing towards the meta, but in less than 20 seconds here, reboots will turn off. You hear the sound, it's counting it down.
Reboots are
Cooper
officially
down,
disabled.
Shadow down, but at least they get a chance. As long as you're eliminated and respawning before this timer stops here, you have a chance to get back in the game. But you see Core getting eliminated, Chimp getting taken down. Those players will not be rebooting back into this endgame.
I feel so bad for Osid right now, though. His name has been non-stop in that elimination feed, and there is just nothing he can do. All of these competitors are definitely capable of beating somebody out of the sky, especially when they don't really have much of anything to work with. But for Agers and Ritual, things have finally come to a little bit of a lull here. Now looking to play a little bit more reserved. They're trying to prioritize their rotations. They know that they've already got so many elimination points that they just want placement to go with it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been one of the main things that has been ailing the team. Like Agers and Ritual, they have a 5th and a 6th place, a 9th and a 15th. It's just a lack of consistency staying inside of the top as Peterbot does go down. You see Poyo just trying to do what he can from the bottom, but no time to really save the day. So he's going to have to continue doing this one as a solo. So there's 5 eliminations, fine and dandy to take first place back throughout the course of the game. But this is where placement and consistency really separates the first place teams versus everybody else.
Sphinx and Muzz really just sprung up a trap there, though. 4 feet and Poyo enticed them to go for that aggressive maneuver against Nito and Wagers, and instead they were the ones really lying in wait to try and punish the duo. Poyo, fortunately, stuck as a solo now, but Shadow, Virgo from overhead, they've managed to get a little bit of a breather, but they still have a lot of efforts that they're gonna have to try and work around, because Sphinx, Muzz, Ritual, Agers, Acorn Bolts, all of these duos, so many heavy hitters in NA looking to try and overtake on the leaderboard.
Kind of see they just repositioned. They had enough of that cube rifle up above. Poyo just kind of have to do it by himself. But you kind of see the strategy. The lack of shockwaves. He's going to go ahead and use that launch pad, re-pick up the shockwaves. He's going to fizz and try to bypass 8th zone, 9th zone, hopefully land in the 10th zone. Maybe with teams going down, so that way he can start to pick up those placement points. We start to set in inside of the top 15 and ramp up from there. Rapid and Cold, they need it just as well as everybody else. 167 points so far in this game, 4 eliminations. They're doing more than enough to build themselves the confidence, but you can look at their loadout. Empty item slots, 1 pizza, 1 shockwave. They've been fighting for so long here in today's games. They almost have nothing to keep themselves going in the end game.
Can't forget about Higgs and Clicks, though. Trying to make up for lost time. Cube Rifle has managed to send its presence their way. Sanito Wagers up in the air alongside Poyo. 2 Slapperoni pizzas. If he can just buy himself some time, he might be able to just play from
no
the backside of
placement
zone,
points,
tank up.
Crazy.
A little bit of damage, a little bit of those storm takes. The slap slices, but again, Shadow, Virgo. Now that they've got this cube rifle, they are looking to try and punish Agers and Ritual on that rotate, and sure enough, they're gonna be able to take out Agers. But still, Richie trying to play for the revive. If he pulls this off, that is a huge accomplishment now, because that's just gonna keep this potent duo up and running.
Yeah, they don't keep the focus and the pressure on the Agers and Ritual. So not only is he able to get that revive, but they pop that slurp juice. So in a matter of seconds, it's going to be like he never went down in the first place. And you see them kind of go to the front side of zone. Pressure coming from above, but surprisingly not enough to kind of put players at a desperate hand. Clicks and Higgs, they go ahead and sacrifice some HP to try to get a safe spot in the front side of the zone. Medkit's being passed around by Clicks, so that way they can heal up before they have to do it again. Zone after zone here. Still 16 teams still up, so placement points haven't even set in yet with Josh and Bolts going down.
Smart by Clicks and Higgs, though, because right now it's the front side low. That is the priority focus from Shadow and Virgo with that cube rifle. Agers, Ritual, a little bit of that mid-ground layer, a little bit separated from where some of the congestion is starting to build up, but they are still trying to make it towards front side, and Reed's going to be brought down. 9 eliminations now for Agers.
9
But
eliminations.
the material count still much lower than what they would like it to be. They're going to continue to wrap around here. They want to see if they can take over another front side position, but it's Higgs and Clicks on the other scope of things. And looking back, looking forward, they see
Higgs and Clicks are low.
Not going to be able to take him out just yet, though.
Yeah, they stay off that ultimate low ground layer. That little bit of a hill is going to allow them to kind of keep their feet clean from underneath, but they're spending more builds, the extra layer of protection. Oh, I almost forgot he was still having a solo clutch in this game. Max Pizza's being used, still 6 more in the back pocket, but he's being pressured and pushed outside of the zone, but no worries for him. Instantly answers the pressure in that moment, but he does look like he's going to run into trouble.
Just
Cold
up
and
the
Rapid
bolt.
as well. Rapid is going to go down,
Cold.
which leaves Cold all by himself, but it almost leaves you no worries. We know what Cold is capable of.
At the same time, though, Cold, he doesn't really have a whole lot of builds to work with. Only 6 and a dream. Maybe if he can take out Cooper, that bit of Siphon materials could make a difference. But still, Cooper recognizing
Clicks and
those
Higgs got
footsteps,
kills.
giving away Cold
This
position.
might be a
He'll
Clicks and
left
Higgs win.
scrambling underneath, just trying to keep the
Higgs gotta
movement
work on
as
that.
swiftly
He
as
keeps
possible.
shocking away them
First, he's got to see
in
if he can
the
line it
storm.
up. Havoc
I'm gonna keep
going to
messing
be
him up.
brought down. No, just barely managing to
Clicks
escape.
has
And
no
so
match.
Cold have to look elsewhere. But
Clicks
Cold,
just got
no
a
matter
refresh.
what he
Wow.
does, he just can't find that full knock, and he needs it now more than ever. A refresh
Oh,
to just
Clicks is
continue
dead.
extending his placements. And sure enough, Yamzo just in the nick of time, but Cold, he might have drawn a little bit too much attention
Clicks
here
and
because he'll be
Higgs
cleaned
are
up
at
by
140
Clicks.
points though. That's
Half
really
of the
good.
placement points now inside of the top 6. They're
really
still
good.
fighting for 30 more. 5 teams remain. At least they all have somebody by themselves. Agers drops down from above. Double-digit
It's only at
eliminations by
27 builds.
himself. He's taking Storm Sickness
One
ticks.
build.
He's going to fall. Rituals now have to be by himself. He has 4 different pizzas. He has the
What is
shockwave.
Higgs
He has
trying
the
to do?
mythic pistol. And it's all solos left alive.
Higgs got 4.
1v1, and this is where Richie can really try to shine here. Can he lock this one down for himself and Azers? They've opened up the doorway. They've really tried to make a difference here, but they're not going to be able to break through, and Ritual can't escape it.
Let's see, let's see
JoJo,
who's
on
gonna
the
win.
other hand, looking down at Noxy. This is all he needs, a single pump shot. If he gets the max here, that'll be the end of it. But JoJo, he's hunting. He has no more builds. Noxy might be able to take over with the advantage. Overdrive grenade up, but he's blocked up. Noxy just
wow,
continuing
he's
to
really
open
low.
up lane. It's safe.
And he has
The
height. He
edit
might
just
win.
making it
He
so
might win on height.
problematic
No.
here.
Don't
See,
drop
use
down.
that Flurry of Fist
Oh.
play, extra safe.
Yo,
But
you
he
just
misses
missed
on
all
it.
your shots.
Both of them
Wow.
are exchanging whips,
Wow.
and still it's
Clicks and
JoJo
Higgs are at
Fishy
151
who
points. That's really
manages
good, I
to
think.
bring this one home, but for a moment, Jacob, you really had to wonder who was going to connect first.
Oh my god, those are those photo finish moments. He fizzes at the last second, flows down. It was a huge disadvantage because of that, but he still figures out a way to make the play. And for Yoxi, JoJo Fishy, a team inside of the bubble, Zeke, that was huge.
Jacob, I completely agree. Okay, why do we keep having these games that, again, I'm like, the moment that 1v1 happens, I hold my breath and it goes on for like 30 seconds. I'm about to pass out. Either way, Aoxy, JoJo Fishy comes down to, in case you missed it, it was all solos. 5 players running around. JoJo Fishy finds the victory royale here. And like Jacob calls out, right, Kelly, the fact that this is a team that was right on the bubble, right? This is a team looking to fight for one of those 2 spots. This is massive, especially with 3 games to go. Kelly, this is momentum.
Whew, I can only imagine the breath that was held for Aoxy and JoJo there, with JoJo on height as a solo, but everyone else being a solo as well. He gets a little confident. He drops down to the low ground to fight Noxy, or Aoxy, or Noxy, I should say. But Noxy actually trades spots and is able to take height away from him, and then it looked like that was Noxy's game to win. But JoJo and Noxy just trading whiff after whiff, and then it finally came down to JoJo in the final moment there. Vivid. I don't know if even Noxy and JoJo knew who was going to win in those final moments.
Super close there. The winning moment had to have been when JoJo, of course, ran out, picked up some mats to go ahead and support him for that little bit of time that he needed. Obviously, the whiffs towards the end right there, they're going to help out immensely, but staying composed, making sure that you hit your shots is what's going to close that game out. And listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but I know what the leaderboard was looking like for this duo going into that game, and it keeps things exciting.
You know, Viv, that's the thing, right? That's the thing is I know a little something, but we got to go to a break, okay? First, a break. When we come back, we got to look at these standings. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a second. You don't want to miss it.
Teammates have his back. First Ash gets the drop on Marion, stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
welcome back. Stress levels through the roof. Quality of games today through the roof. We're having a great time today in the Real Elite Series. Oh my gosh, Aoxy, Jojo Fishy find a victory royale in a game that ends with 5 solos. Chaos, pandemonium. It's going crazy here. Now, we had talked about Aoxy and Jojo Fishy being on the bubble before. Take a look. We are still on the bubble. I think what's interesting here, though, Kelly, is now we've created a situation where Cold and Rapid and Muzz and Sphinx, players who have already qualified, are now almost like surrounding us. So as long as we keep up what we're doing, we can't drop out.
That's true for Shadow's team and Aoxy's team. If you look down to Agers and Ritual, they're only 13 points away from them. So still within that contention, there's still a lot of opportunities for our teams in this top 10 to jump into those land qualifying
Peterbot in
spots.
second?
I gotta
What?
talk about Agers there. What an incredible solo run. Actually, let's shift focus onto Shadow and Virgo, because this is one of the duos that we're watching that definitely seems like they have punched their ticket into land, but we do still have 2 more games to go. But if we get to see them controlling high ground like what we did in the last game, Vivid, I can imagine that they're going to be making their way to land.
Yeah, and we've seen them try to go ahead and, you know, maintain the high ground in past games. Unfortunately, in some of those other games,
I also saw Clix was in 9th.
Here in game number 5, though, they did, and you could see they found a lot more success, right? Able to go ahead and find their best placement of the day, their most eliminations in a single game throughout the day. 3rd place with 6 eliminations. Now, of course, they're doing very, very good, but one of the other teams who has the opportunity to go ahead and overtake them as one of those qualifying teams because the leaderboard is so close is, of course, going to be Agers and Ritual. And we tune in with these guys, and this big pop-off game for them right there and why they were able to surge up the leaderboard so much was just on the back foot of all of these eliminations. I mean, we tuned into these guys at it was like 10th, 11th zone, and Agers had 8 eliminations already. We were like, what the heck? They ended with 14 total in a 15th place, so definitely their best game of the day as well.
And that's also after Rituals revived Agers. So to be able to do that, to get even more points, I mean, to be able to get the revive off and then he's able to solo clutch, I mean, Zeke, that is what you need in these final moments.
Fortnite is
Game
delivering
6
here in NAC.
Battle Bus
We are
is
ready to
getting
jump
ready.
into game number 6. Only 3 games left to go. The goal, to end in the top 2. Casters, take it away.
Honestly, to start the day, Taco, I would sit back, I was relaxed. Each and every game passes, I get more and more closer to the edge of my seat, and it kind of shows that's what's happening in these games. Game number 1, we saw kind of a lack of aggression, sending your one individual player out to try to get elims. As each and every game has gone on, specifically that last one, we're seeing players realize what's at stake and taking destiny into their own hands, and we'll see right now if that continues, Taco. Game
Yeah,
number 6 is ready, and so is the second half.
Everybody's going to their drop spot right now.
Look, all that matters at this stage of the game, Jacob, is just going for those big point games, because some of these teams that are outside of that top 7 area is really what I'm keeping an eye towards. Door in the last lobby, just being victimized the entire time. Off the could help out, but not if Golden's able to catch Lawrence off guard here. Quick response, quick reflex. Now maybe Osin has another chance. Try and back up his duo, but he's gonna look to try and charge forward against Ozone, and instead Golden and Ozone now just sending each other right overhead. As Golden stares down Osid, but Lawrence, he'll be left to his own devices. This is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary evil for Core. He has to fend for himself. That's going to be Lawrence, and it's going to be a game-saving play, because if he does go down, you see why it came to fruition. And yes, Lawrence will get dropped. Golden and Ozone defend their actual spot, kind of sending Core elsewhere, and that means Core is going to have to stay alive just long enough for him to get his teammate back into the game. I hope they don't get hunted down, because that's what we're seeing. Players chase the reboots out of the sky, and that's something that we're seeing really play a role. Aegis and Ritual in that last game, we kind of saw them pick up, 14 eliminations, and now they're only 13 points outside of that bubble. With 3 games to go, they still have control of their own destiny here, as it looks like they're getting another elimination opportunity on to Jojo Fishy. Cube Rifle stopping him from running away. Ritual is still putting pressure on the other side, but this is where he's going to start to build up. That gives him a chance, because they're stationary, to fight back.
All that Ritual and Aegis want that. They want the full elimination. They want to take out EWC and Jojo Fishy at the same time, because that's just a duo that's inside of the bubble, and if they don't have to worry about them, it makes it all the easier to play catch up and overcome. But they'll have to settle for only one half of the duo. Josh and Yamzo also duking it out with Liam currently. Jace and Liam have definitely been more on the receiving end of a lot of aggression here today, but Josh and Yamzo, just another duo. They've been on fire all day long, but finally gonna get burnt out here by Jace and Liam. The tag team effort is gonna bring down Josh Riley, and that might just be enough for Yamzo to want to head the other direction.
Yeah, Josh really feeling himself. You saw that one elimination he had on him. He took down Peterbot early, and once you take down Peterbot, you kind of think everybody else should be easy, but it's not always going to be the case, especially kind of in a 2v1 situation, as we see Rapid and Cold hearing all of the noise, and now they're lurking on over. Liam, Jace, they go and hit one of those launch pads, and that might have been the best move they can make. They might not have known Rapid was lurking on them, but they have certainly escaped at least one of them going down.
And Rapid will have to give up that pursuit for right now. Then again, spots out alone Yamzo. And it's been long enough here for Josh Riley to play catch up, but Rapid not exactly the healthiest either. He's gonna need some white heals. And if he doesn't find them sometime soon or get a siphon, he's gonna be cooked and have to depend on the reboot most likely. Will at least box up, potentially just to try and protect his loot so he can land back down on where his body was at, but that is a little bit tragic for the opening strat of this
what
game.
place do you need for the land? Second and first. First and second, but because someone, I think Peterbot's in Peterbot's in second, and Peterbot already has a spot, so I think third is Qual right now. Because Peterbot already is in it, so he doesn't need to get in it. So I think it's top 3 or top 4. It's 50-50 right now, and we're on game, I think 6. We're on game 6 out of 8. So
Well played.
it's getting
Peterbot and Pollo.
yeah on YouTube.
An interesting
But
stat,
I
though,
needed
that
whenever I
Vivid
was
kind of brought
talking.
up in that in-between break segment, Jacob, was the fact that
Yeah, I just
they had built up, what, like 203 points or so to start the day off in those first 3 lobbies, and then things just kind of came to a bit of a breaking point for them, because they've only gotten like 30 points since, and largely off of their eliminations versus placements. Even Pollo in that last lobby, he just barely squeezed out that 15th place position, but it was really their 6 eliminations as a duo that helped carry them a little bit more forward to try and stay in contention there with Josh and Yamzo.
Sometimes, you know, we look at the aggression coming out from some of these players, and it's like, man, you see why they're the best, but you also now are seeing why, you know, they might be getting taken down early. The early game aggression is leading them to use resources and materials in a much faster pace than you kind of would normally have. You see EWC, and this is the thing I love about Reload. We see so many different items, loadouts, the exotic slapberry, the mythic goldfish, and now we have the mythic hammock pump, one of the few shotguns in the game right now that can actually one-pump players down. So it just has a slower loadout time. Is going to be the drawback for that mythic.
It's definitely been a very tumultuous day, though, for Aminish and Javi.
Yeah, because like my mic has one source, my music has one source, and my gameplay has one source.
Jacob, they are really going to have to put on an excellent performance if they want to try and play any means of
how's the
matchup,
keyboard journey been?
Ultimately, it's still a building experience for this duo, and more importantly still, gotta make sure that they are wary of the fact that there might still be other duos kind of lurking inside of the storm with them. Jace and Liam, 3 eliminations already. They wouldn't mind playing spoiler to somebody else.
Yeah, I would love to see Jace and Liam just kind of get aggressive. We've seen so many other teams get aggressive onto them, and now they're kind of doing it right back.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of watching
plus
land for a
Shockwave.
little
It's
bit.
very hard to hear
There's
the
only a
audio.
little
I'm
bit
not sure
left.
Zabi got the clue until it might have been
I've been
too late.
streaming a
Luckily for
lot
him, not too much
lately.
damage being landed onto him early on in this fight.
I mean, I
Getting
just
him
did
confidence,
a
continue to run away.
It was a looped
Now his
AFK
teammate,
one, but
Minish has
I just did a
backtracked,
10
trying to make this a
hour one
full-on 2v2
last
fight.
night.
Liam immediately goes up from one player to the next.
And
Trying
then
to keep
today
them
I've
guessing,
been
but
live
Hobby,
for
he shockwaves up, landing some damage onto Liam, but he's still
3
not
hours
going
right now?
down easy. Great shots being fired back to answer onto a Minish. Even tries to box him up, but luck gets cut a little bit too short, runs out of ammo, forced to delay the fight.
Decent cone block there, though. Is Liam dancing around. Javi, a Minish, trying to see if they can find an angle. All they really need is the HP exchange. So far, they haven't really been able to pack enough of a punch, and now you've got to deal with Agers and Rich.
Sorry about that, chat. I was talking to someone. Some guy that was trying to run some games, but I was telling him I was streaming EWC for you guys. Okay, now I'm gonna start commenting some stuff. So Clicks and Higgs have a kind of a surge base in metal, and they're kind of just chilling. Clicks has a purple tack or purple shotgun. So Clicks is chilling. Clicks is really chilling.
That's exactly why he closed the distance to him in Ritual, knowing the extra resource was there. But Ager so far in today's games, Taco, he has been the difference maker. He's been the controller. He's been the guy that is kind of imposing his will on a lot of the other teams.
Kinda just chilling right there.
Still holding those duos at bay, despite the fact that he pulled back momentarily. That doesn't mean that he can't re-aggress at any given moment. Bolts, Acorn, on the other hand, might be looking to try and get into a little bit of a fight here.
Yeah, they definitely trying to fight this. I'm not gonna lie.
And Bolts, Acorn, fully aware of the fact that 144 points, that's just not going to cut it. They need big placement, big endgame finish, or at the very least, some elimination to start making up for those extra little bits of points.
Clicks is doing a little
Even
bit of
with
tags.
NA having 4 of its representatives running it back in
Clicks
this
needs
third
a good
Elite
game here.
Series
They're at
final,
9th,
Jacob.
and
The point still
they
stands
need,
at
I
Bolts and
think-
Acorn. They are not inside of that bubble.
I don't know what they need. I'm not gonna lie.
They're not as close, I feel like, as you kind of would hope to be. I'd be 62 or so points down to start this game, which is essentially a whole victory royale while hoping your teammates kind of get 0 points in this game. So it's not going to be overthrown in this one here. It's going to take the course of the remaining of games to try
I
to come
really
back
wonder
for
if Clicks and
Acorn
Higgs are
Bolts.
going to
Jump aboard Josh
split,
and Yamzo,
or
first
what this
place
big
coming into this
announcement.
game
I mean,
by
it's
10
not a big.
points.
I think
But
it
again,
is a
you see
big
the productivity
announcement.
coming out of
But
Peter
Higgs
Bobby
said
for
there's
Josh
an
and Yamzo,
announcement,
not necessarily
and
going
they could
punch
be
for punch
changing
here.
their
We're just
drop
hoping that the
one,
consistency so
or
far
they
in today's
could
game
be
is going to be enough to get that first place.
not playing together too.
Check out Rapid
And
now.
I don't know.
A little bit.
It could
of an
honestly be
awkward
both.
spot to
I
be
really,
in.
really don't
Having to
know.
play the med kit probably a little bit sooner than he'd been intending, was really trying to see if he could build up that siphon off the elimination
Maybe.
from Minish, but these teams
Maybe.
kinda
We
just
do
holding
not
each
know.
other.
But Higgs is
Fighting
going to
inside
stream
of a
after this,
two-tick,
or
Jacob.
Clicks
This
might
is
just
where
say it, bruh.
time is really of the
I don't know,
essence.
they might both
Cold
say it, I don't
also
know.
having been brought down by Liam and
Cold is
Jace.
out,
Now
but
puts
he's coming back.
Rapid
He'll come
into an
back.
even
Actually,
more
wait.
awkward spot
Rebus
because he
might be
can't
disabled.
afford to lose out on
Because
this
it says
exchange.
on
Ronnie
one of the
and
streams,
Minish, but he's
there's
gonna
1
have
minute till
a
Reboot's
weekend
disabled.
duo
Reboots are,
flying
oh
beside
no,
him
he
soon
rebooted,
enough,
he
and
rebooted.
we're approaching
The
that
Rapid
7-zone period, sure,
is
but
with Cold.
even worse still, you're trying to recover.
The Rapid
off
is
of
trying to
duo,
get
trying
out,
recover
and
your
he's only
loadouts,
really
and
worrying about
your
himself.
duo
But he
is
should be.
nothing to
Oh
work
wow,
with.
Cold is dead again.
Yeah,
Cold
so
might
even
be
though you
done.
get time for Cold to reboot, exactly what you're saying.
Oh wow, he can only
Cold
reboot
still
after
has to
that.
find a spot that's
I think-
safe enough
I
to
think-
drop down, and they're officially
that's
on
the
the
last
clock. Even
reboot
though
he
Cold's
can do.
already on the reboot, 45 seconds.
Yeah,
here.
Rapid just
It's
needs
only
to
gonna be
go-
closing.
oh, he's
Reboot's
getting
gonna be
caught.
turning off from a
Uh-oh.
Minish to Javi. Rapid's running
Getting
into consecutive
caught.
players on the same team. And I do think a Minish kind of closed the gap, so he's actually going to be there.
Rapid's
close by.
trying.
Cold, fresh
Rapid's
off the
really,
reboot
really,
yet
really
again.
trying. You could
Third
tell.
time might be the charm here, Taco.
But even
Clicks and Higgs are chilling in zone,
just knowing
literally.
how
I think they
grim that
pulled a
loadout
lot
is
of
going
zones
to
this
be.
game, which
Cold
has
just barely
helped them
managing-
kind
I
of,
spoke
but
a little
they're
bit
not
too
getting
soon.
any
Cold
kills, which
will not
never
be
helps.
able to
So.
actually make it out of that reboot cycle just yet. And only 15 seconds remain. When that 7th zone hits, the reboots will be disabled. So Cold is going to reboot just in
Reboots
time
are
for the lobby to
disabled.
potentially eliminate him for good.
Luckily, Javi gets freshly eliminated there with seconds to go before the reboot's disabling. But now nobody has the chance to come back into this game because reboots have officially been disabled. We see a couple players gliding into the sky. A Minished, he's going to get knocked, leaving Javi by himself. Our first solo player left in this game right now is going to be Javi, but I'm sure that's not going to be the only one for long.
Look at Veer and Noxy just applying steady pressure over towards P and Pollo. They're gonna opt to actually wrap around this little cliff face, provides them some extra cover away from that cube rifle aggression. Smart play, but there are other teams kind of following that same path as Pete, Pollo. They're taking shots at Noxy right in front of them, but they've got to keep an eye out for the teams that are directly behind them. Veer still looking to escape though, and Pete, Pollo will be brought to a bit of a standstill.
Yeah, I like that call not to tunnel vision there from Pete and Pollo. You said it yourself, teams still rotating in behind them. Teams parallel next to them, both above and below. So it's not going to be a free fight there if they were to try to take it. Rapping cold. Back into the game. We had our questions, what they would have, and honestly, it's a minuscule amount of resources in terms of heals and materials. You see a huge chunk of shield missing from both of those players. So they're almost a necessity here to find an elimination here late in the game as JoJo Fish is just getting tagged up because he shockwave from point A to point B. It's a great way to move distance quickly, Taco, but it leaves you open to tags just like
Clicks
that.
and Higgs are still
Also
chilling.
leaves you susceptible towards that cube rifle focus. I think that's the main thing that these duos playing more towards the high ground are really trying to keep an eye out for. Pete and Pollo, though, they've taken out Ruins, and that's going to be a devastating mark for his duo. Two teams already fully eliminated here, but it is still a really stacked lobby. Placement point still yet to be apart as Veer, Noxy have a little bit of success. Refresh onto Havoc, but so many other teams just kind of knocking on the door here. You can never really sit still for more than a second. You've got to keep moving forward. You don't want to get caught inside the congestion from the backside of zone, especially not with Pete Pollo still lingering about, and it's going to be Kingaling who's brought down next. Pete and Pollo.
Peterbot getting another kill
to rack
and
up
getting a
eliminations.
mythic. Do you think
this
that
is the
mythic
team
is
that you
gonna
were
help?
talking about. That was right next to them. They quickly rotate
Cold
on out.
is,
Peterbot Pollo getting elimination.
Cold
Quickly get out of dodge.
is,
Cold and Rapid
Cold
again.
was
Another speed
rising
bump in their
Rapid.
road, but they have not stopped their journey. They're still figuring out a way to get right back on up. 16 teams still up. So at least one more team needs to go down for placement points start to set in and cascade there even further with each and every team that does go down. So for Shadow and Virgo, even though they're the first place team in terms of players that have not qualified yet, it's only a 12-point gap between them and the next best team.
12-point gap
At
is
this
crazy.
point, almost feels like Golden Rapid, they're just hoping to try and pick up the leftovers from some of these bodies that are getting dropped here. But Cold, he won't be able to play alongside Rapid any longer. He has no materials to work with either. There's a duo directly behind him, but Veer, Noxy, they might not be all that healthy. Spinks, though, not even recognizing the fact that Cold is just sitting idly by, and he brings down Muzz with it, the cube rifle. Muzz didn't know which way to look. He wasn't sure which direction that cube rifle blast actually came from, and that was everything for Cold. A full slapperoni pizza, an overdrive grenade. You give Cold an inch, he'll take the full mile.
Dang,
More
bro,
than half
Clicks
of
is
the
dead.
materials here in this
Whoa.
game. Cole getting
What
a
just happened?
pick-me-up
Not gonna lie,
at the most
I went to
needed
go do
time.
something real
High
fast.
ground, Peter
I
Bot
came
Pollo
back and
top
Clicks is
15.
dead.
Placement
What
points
just
being
happened?
granted all around, but there's 4 players
someone
running
fill me
around
in.
as
Someone fill me
solos,
in.
and now they're running into Peter Bot
How did
Pollo,
Clicks
putting
start?
immense
I
amount of
just got a
pressure from
replay, but-
above. He has the mythic SMG, gonna certainly
Oh,
burst through the
Peter
build,
Bot's almost
but
dead?
the cube rifle yet again.
Nah, he
Almost
got that
catching
height
Pete
with
off
the duo.
guard, dropping him down to
They're
about
chilling.
50 HP.
Dang, bro, it's up to Higgs again.
Always gotta be cautious of where these cube rifles coming from, but JoJo, Aoxy, doing everything they can, try and tarp through secondary height
Yeah, they're
position.
doing good at tarping.
Cold
Rapid
as a
is officially
solo,
out. It's just
still
up to Cold.
managing to send things forward here. Pushed himself directly towards that front side, be able to look back, has a slapperoni pizza.
Higgs
to
is
the
still
slices,
chilling, but they're only
earning
at
that little bit of extra
157
HP. Shadow
points, which
and
is
Virgo
not
as a
good.
duo now looking to collect.
They need to
Acorn
get that
nearly
up.
brought down, but Shadow, he'll just immediately disengage, drop all the way down to ultimate low, wants to stick
Yeah, they got
directly next to
ultimate low.
Virgo's
Nice.
side.
They don't got many heals though.
Yeah, I like the decision to not get greedy there in that situation, trying to get the elimination on the Acorn. There's a huge strength in numbers, and they know it. Veer's not going to be able to show that one, though, because Noxy does go down, leaving him by himself.
Yonzo went down. It's just up to Josh. Oh, I would have fought that. Come on, Josh.
Of the zone, try to pick up some sort of elimination. Back and forth.
I don't know what Josh was doing there. I don't know. I don't know. That was dumb. I think he might have been on high ping or something.
A team on top of the leaderboard with a
That was
chance to
dumb.
take first place back.
Looks like they found a way to kind of replicate that magic from earlier here today, but Shadow,
Higgs is still in the game. Higgs is
63
still in the game. Let's go.
kills. They are
Wow.
dwindling so rapidly. He's got 2 full Flowberry
Ooh.
misses, but can he get a breather to actually
Was that his
utilize
kill?
them?
It was.
Agers
Nice.
finding yet
Wait,
another
was it
elimination
his
here.
kill?
There's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
4
I actually have
count
no
right
idea.
now between him and Ritual.
Yeah, I'm not
The
leaving
amount of
game.
placement
I'm not
point that
leaving
he's
game.
actually been able to accrue. Finally,
Oh, wow.
other teams are starting to lead,
Squiz.
but Cole turns it around.
Oh, wow.
onto Veer
Oh, my
almost
gosh, what is happening?
immediately,
Yo.
and now he'll have options, but they're
Oh,
directly
yo.
shut down
There's so
because
much I
Agers
can't
and
calm right
Ritual
now.
steamrolling over.
Yo, all I know
Look who's
is that
left
Higgs
in
is
this
still
game right
alive.
now, Taco. I believe all
Wait,
3
this actually
teams
might
that
be
are
W.
both inside and outside
This actually
of
might
that
be
bubble.
W.
Jojo and Ayashi
Clicks and Higgs are the
sacrificing just enough
194
HP to try to
points.
get
Wow.
the elim, but they slide their way into their
Honestly,
demise.
okay, he has a
Ayashi was the
Havoc.
only one with the med kits. He's
Mythic
just trying to
Havoc.
bypass the chaos and get anything for his efforts. Placement points, but I think he might have been spotted
Peter
out
Bot
by
on
Peter
height.
Bot. Clicks
Spraying at
down
Higgs.
below,
No,
along
no,
with
no.
Higgs as
Don't do
well.
that.
Almost
Don't
all
do that.
solos
Don't
running
do that.
around. Peter
Oh,
Bot and
is it
Foil
all
might be the
solo?
only duo
Oh.
left in this game
Peter's
that
the
is
only
in
duo.
a
No.
driver's position, ready to put
What is
their
happening? What is
pedal
happening?
to the metal
So
and
many
try to
people
take
have
this
mythics.
first
They're
place here.
changing the scene
And
every
Agers doing
time.
what he can to
Higgs
see
is
if he can
still on
bring
low
down
ground.
Higgs, but the
Nice.
problem is he's got to worry about Peterbot with that mythic SMG from overhead, just
Peterbot at 300
non-stop
points.
spraying his builds, forcing Agers to try and take the fight to him instead. But
Peterbot.
now Agers Higgs gonna clash
There's 3 left.
directly on that low
There's
ground
3 left.
tier. Pete just waiting for the perfect opportunity.
Oh.
He knows he's coming to collect Higgs.
Oh,
The
there's
only
Higgs.
one left
No.
standing between this next victory royale. and
Dang, bro,
Peterbot.
Higgs got
Poyo,
second. Hey,
very
W clutch by
similar
Higgs. W
fashion to
clutch
the
by
starting
Higgs.
point of today,
W
have
Higgs.
now found
Not
their
gonna lie,
second victory
that was good.
royale on the day.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They already have their spot secured. It's basically just a victory lap for them. But Agers and Ritual, Aoxy pulling up, Shadow and Virgo. This is turning into a very interesting tournament. A battle for first, a battle for the championship. Zeke, who do you got?
I mean, I don't know yet. I'm waiting to see the standings, Jacob, but I like that you call this out, right? I feel like after a few games, Peter and Poy were like, you know what? Why are we not in first place? What are we doing here? We should go ahead and take that back, shouldn't we? Yeah, we should. Okay, let's do that. Like, finally, we see them come back alive. We've kind of had some rough games for the duo, but Kelly, when they've got height, when they've got the resources and the materials, cube rifles, sometimes they don't even need it. They can win in a commanding position like this. So I'm not surprised, but man, they really want that #1 spot.
I feel like I can predict just based off of gameplay, if I didn't see anyone's names or if anyone scans, just who is holding high ground. It's going to be Peterbot and Poyo. They control, they condition high ground, as we like to say, so confidently that no one even tries to fight for it. Yeah, sure, people are shooting up, people are trying to chop them, but no one's trying to steal height away when it's Peterbot and Poyo on high ground. And they showed that at the start of the tournament today, and they're showing it again in game number 6, that when they hold high ground, they do it so well. And honestly, a lot of solos on the low ground may have been able to grab more eliminations, but right now the name of the game is surviving and making it to the end game, and to be the only duo to do that, Vivid, is just going to push them higher and higher up the leaderboard.
Yeah, obviously the guys have been on a tear throughout the day, right? Ping pong in between first and second place, but constantly finding themselves towards the top of the leaderboard. But I gotta say, I feel like that game right there felt like the cleanest one that we have seen throughout the day so far. You know, we kind of mentioned in some of those second places that they were able to pick up earlier, that they weren't really finding their refreshes. But as you can see here throughout this end game, if you kind of tune in, you know, they had 5 eliminations kind of going into 12th zone, and they ended the game with 10. So they were actually able to pick up pretty much all of the eliminations that they needed. They kept the refreshes going. They kept finding the materials they needed to continuously build up on the higher ground. And I love the fact that Zeke pointed out, this was without the cube rifle. They are still a duo, again, that has found success on the higher ground without weapons like that. They know how to apply pressure without it, and they just showcased it right there in game number 6.
Disgusting work from Peterbot and Poyo. Yeah, I mean, if you, the graphics show the point threshold, and you know, that's fine. We're gonna talk more about this when we come back from a break, 2 games left to go. Maybe don't spoil it.
Ooh.
2 games left to go. We'll see you right after this short break. Don't you go anywhere.
Teammates have his back. Snaps gets the drop on Marius. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
Peter Bottom Pollo. I mean, welcome back to the Fortnite champion, the Reload Elite. Fortnite, hello, it's us. Here we are back. Sorry, Peter Bottom Pollo. They just take over everything, don't they? You know, they just jumble every time we think everything's cool and chill. Peter Bottom Pollo are like, high ground. Don't worry, we're gonna you stop talking about us for like 10 seconds. Sorry, we're gonna get another victory royale. And of course, in the RES, it happens every single time. 2 games left to go here. The graphic kind of you already spoiled it. Before we went to the break, if you pay attention, you're like, oh, how many points they have? 322. It's pretty crazy. Well, Timmy, you were paying very close attention because right now, Peterbot Pollo sitting in that #1 spot. They've taken it back from Josh and Iamza, who have had it for 2 games. And Kelly, they just don't want to let it go, right? They're like, hey, all right, we were kind of playing with our food a little bit. You guys
okay, so Peter's in first, Yanzo's in second.
Give it back. Give it back.
Clicks in an
I mean,
8th. Or no,
I think between
not
Peter
no.
and
That's
Pollo
Monk.
right now,
My
this
bad.
isn't necessarily
Clicks
about
is in
like
7th.
finding their spot in the land, which they've already qualified. This is about proving a point. This is about them dominating the rest of the lobby, making sure that when they do get into the EWC, that everyone else stays in line, because Peterbot and Pollo are not slowing down, Vivid. They still are the champions. They still are the demons of Demon's Domain that we remember. So I think, you know, it's not over yet. We still got 2 more games, so it's too early to call it, but with such a lead, Vivid, can anyone else really take it away?
I mean, listen, it feels like the brakes have kind of been put on by Josh and Yamza. They were kind of bouncing back and forth. They had a lead for a little bit right there, but halting it right there for a little bit just gave Peterbot and Playo too big of an opportunity they took advantage of. And, you know, we didn't get to talk about it, but those qualifying spots,
Game
it's
7
very
is
close.
up.
I was looking at it between Adrian and Ritual, who are in third, Aoxy and JoJo, who are in fourth, and then Shadow and Virgo, who are in fifth. Those three teams are fighting for that spot. There is a 5-point separation between those three teams right now. So it's very close with only 2 games left.
Oh, why would you say that, Vivid? Of course, this is a fantastic situation to be here, right? Like 5 points separating qualifying, 3 different duos, 2 games left to go. Let's just jump into it. Casters, over to you.
Look, if you haven't seen enough already, I don't know what to tell you, because if there's one thing that I think NA will always deliver on, Jacob, it is the non-stop action. And I love to see just how scrappy these teams are getting. So let's see how things kick off here in Game 7.
The second to last game of the entire tournament, not just the day, which means only 2 chances left to make up points. We saw Aegis and Ritual literally take matters into their own hands, dropping multiple games of big eliminations, taking over their own destiny. We saw Shadow and Virgo, even though they were hunted down, still making something out of those games. The Aoxy and JoJo Fishy, the same thing, another team that has been hunted down throughout the course of the game. 4th place in that last one with 3 eliminations, just showing that, hey, it might be a close bubble, but nobody is going to go down without fighting, because you even have Clicks and Higgs a little bit further down on that leaderboard, 7th place, 204 points. If disaster strikes all 3 of these teams, Clicks and Higgs have a decent performance, we have a 4-way showdown going into the last game of the day.
This is a bold scene right now, though, from JoJo Fishy. He has decided to go cross-country with this one, looking to infiltrate on Josh and Yamzo's territory, stealing a little bit of loot. Reet, Cooper also finding success here, bringing down Javi the moment that he tries to challenge, and these are very crucial elimination points that they are building up. Rapid still running around, trying to see if he can escape, but all of these individuals just looking to intervene, and Rapid, in fact, he's playing ultimate spoiler right now to Reed and Cooper.
I thought we were about to see a Reet highlight play, especially with, honestly, the Heats. You heard Kelly, Vivid, Zeke talk about it, last place in the first couple of games, and then they won back to back. So we know that both Reet and Cooper can start to flip that switch. We know Reet has been trying, but with 2 chances left, he needs to go big or go home to that 4th qualifier later on. Couple of months, Aegis and Ritual just trying to get their early game down. Javi back into the mix, but it does look like he's getting chased right now by Rapid, who wants that elimination, but good shots from Javi to try to slow down the roll that Rapid has been these past couple of games, even going on the offensive, trying to clean up that elimination. Oh, Javi came to play this game.
Talk about a stinger. Rapid didn't have a chance to respond. That was excellently played there by Javi,
Wow,
and that
just killed
exact
Rapid.
sort of lifeline that they needed to just keep things rolling here in Game 7. They might not have a ton of points on the leaderboard, but there is still pride in the mix here, Jacob.
Everybody realizing, hey, stranger things have happened in Fortnite games before. Never give up, never back down. So it's going to be the motto for today's games, because I can honestly see one elimination, one placement really playing the difference between going to the Esports World Cup final and, well, having to go again in qualifier 4 with the same amount of stress. Aoxy trying to just wait. He has no choice. JoJo's been put in the blender so far in the early portions of this game. Once again, it does look like he's having some trouble dropping down. So Aoxy, he really just has to wait, bide his time, and see if his teammate can get out safely.
And Kingling and Craze, they've definitely had their moments throughout today's lobbies, but they have fallen a bit short overall. Whether or not they can have a monumental game to try and build up some points here, they are going to need every last bit of it. But for Shadow and Virgo, I love that Des kind of highlighted the fact that this duo, alongside Aoxy, JoJo Fishy, it's one thing to be sent in a reboot cycle. You kind of expect, okay, well, now they got to play for the recovery. What can they do with it? But the last time we saw Shadow and Virgo in this exact position, you have to remember, they managed to pull out, what, like a 3rd place finish from it? So, never count yourself out, that's for sure. As Higgs and Clicks, they've really got to get moving here. 204 points, Jacob. They want to make sure that they qual, but it is just so difficult with the way that the leaderboard is shaking up.
Yeah, but at least they're starting to get aggressive. You see that stat there, 50 points solo clutch from just placement points starting in 15th all the way to 2nd place. And those are the moments right there. You look back, you're in contention for the last 2 games of the day. You start to ramp up aggression. If Clix and Higgs are going to qualify for the finals, you got to look at little moments like that as the Cube Rifle, again, causing a little bit of chaos, pushing both Craze and King to separate here, but only for a moment, as G-Money and Ishu are not going to go after this chase. It does look like they were trying to start to go after eliminations, but I think neither team really liked what they saw, so they're just going to disengage for now.
Neither duo really has a whole lot to gain from just non-stop throwing punches each other's way, kind of recognizing the fact that they'd be better off just looking to try and play for that endgame performance. As Ritual, Agers, 4 eliminations, by the way, 4 Agers, but they might have drawn a little bit too much attention. The Hornets nest here, Peterbot Pollo. They get kickstarted with 1 elimination already. They're actually gonna go the opposite way from where Ritual was headed. Play a little bit more of that storm side position.
Yeah, they already got their first place. They got that little bit of a lead. So now they have a little bit more control of their destiny. They can get aggressive like they have been. They can try to slow things down and hoping anybody can stop how they've been playing so far as Clix and Higgs. Instead of rotating towards the zone, you see them still on the prowl, trying to find any eliminations they can out here. Not sure if they know Ozone is there or not, but I do think Clix finally got some sort of a signal using that launch pad, going deep. I'm actually not sure if he actually saw Ozone. Maybe he got a little bit of a bird's eye view onto Golden because Ozone was already in that build fight. They might not actually know he's there and they're together as a duo.
But Clix definitely aware, hey, there's builds here, so a fight for sure took place, and a big part of the reason why they're so far out on the outskirts of this map, Jacob, they know their best opportunity to rack up some big elimination points is going to be by punishing those duos that are stuck in the reboot cycles. Chimp, Cam, dealing with Reet and Cooper. Who will actually come out on top? And it's going to be Trub Team 6 as Cam and Chimp look to try and see if they can finalize things, and that is going to be a duo clean eliminated. Chimp and Cam also making sure to take over the supply drop.
Yeah, just tough situation for Reet to be in there. He's having to play the aggressor, so that way he's hoping his teammate can land
Storm
10 toes down on the ground after that fresh reboot, but unfortunately he not only goes down, Cooper fails to touch the ground. Ritual even getting eliminated, but Clix and Higgs continuing their aggression over towards hostile holds. It's Shadow that they're going after, and this could be a big play here, not only for the points for elimination, but slowing down how well Shadow and Virgo have been playing so far. It is going to be a 2v1. No help coming anytime soon for Shadow, so he's going to have to take this one by himself. But right now, he's doing a good job of drawing out their time here.
But this is where Clix and Higgs have really got to let their fragger instincts take over. They are a duo that is more than competent when it comes to a big scrappy fight, but not able to actually bring down Shadow. So even though Virgo does end up getting taken out by another duo entirely, fact of the matter is that this is still a leaderboard team left in the running. Granted, Clix, Higgs hoping to try and change that narrative. They want to switch the tune up and they want to put themselves into the driver's seat, but it's not going to be easy. They still just have to figure out where exactly Shadow is lurking at. And he's got the pump at the ready. If he hits a 200 here, Jacob, it is lights out for Higgs potentially, but no, 94 instead. A little bit of a clip away though. Will manage to help Shadow escape.
Yeah, right now he's still buying Virgo time. Virgo was able to touch down, but he doesn't know, or at least we don't know how safe Virgo actually is. That first shot wasn't a green light to go. Pressure onto Higgs, but it was enough to kind of push him off, stop what could have been a 2v1, trying to pressure into the box. 3 medkits in the inventory of Shadow, so he does have a lot of time here in the zone without too many worries. Hopefully the communication coming out from Virgo that he's at least able to get a little bit of a loadout started, but no shield, only 1 medkit. He still has a long way to go.
Shadow and Virgo though, Eoxy and Jojo Fishy, a bit of a nail biter. As Shadow continuing to wait things out here. Higgs and Clix though, they are refusing to give up this chase, and they might be forced to actually leave the vicinity without really a whole lot to prove for it.
A lot of time wasted there on that exchange instead of hunting elsewhere, but we are in the 5th zone, Taco. typically, you know, 4th zone, 5th zone, definitely into 6. It does start to slow down. Reboot's getting closer and closer to turning off. Everybody getting pushed and closer to closer together like a can of sardines. So chances of getting rebooted, touching the ground, and getting a good enough loadout are almost slim to none. So that's why you see more and more teams start to box up in situations just like this, try to push players out, and just kind of greed as many resources as possible.
I guess the main thing, though, that I'm kind of factoring in here, while Noxie and Veer stuck in a little bit of a box fight, but neither side really willing to budge just yet. Chimp and Cam kind of brought to a halt, but I just think about a duo like Clix Higgs. They obviously need eliminations. They're obviously hunting for eliminations. They're obviously trying to take out a leaderboard duo because they know that's going to be their best case scenario for playing catch-up, but at the same time, these are countless minutes that they are losing out on the opportunity to find eliminations elsewhere. And sure, there's always going to be, I think, a chance for duos to kind of make up for it as the zone tightens up and closes in, but you're not the only ones hunting at that stage, and you might just find yourself on the receiving end of things because there's always going to be a team lurking around the corner with the cube rifle, with some of these mythics and exotics, and it just poses so many issues versus what should have been a clean, pure and easy, quick time for elimination, and it's just fallen flat.
Yeah, now you can see they're just outside of the zone. They got one team in front of them, looking in their direction, and forces Higgs to cancel his medkit in a 2-tick zone. He has to drop down, give up any bit of elevation that he had. And they're not even there just yet. They still have to rotate their way in. And not only that one team that was initially holding them, you see another player in the mini-map. Second medkit being dropped by Clix, and he's just going scrambling inside of that tunnel underneath, just trying to find any extra resources that they can use to try to heal up. Not in the best position here, but at least they're still alive with a fighting chance.
A literal uphill battle to try and overcome later on as the lobby just continues to become all the more aware of some of these later rotating teams trying to funnel inwards. Shadow, Virgo, though, somehow, some way, despite being held for so long inside of the storm,
Reboots are officially
they have
disabled.
managed to escape the clutches of Clix and Higgs, but will they avoid the sight lines of Azers and Ritual, or just immediately ahead of them?
Just kind of looking where the zone is going right now. We're gonna go from kind of even elevation over towards Elite Experiments, over towards the eastern side of the map. We're gonna start to go uphill, have a little bit of mountains and edges start to come into play. So it's not gonna be easy to rotate from point A to point B safely. You see Aegis and Ritual trying just that. They get hounded by Shadow and Virgo. Not necessarily playing aggressive here for the elimination, just to try to get any chip damage as they can. Get them to box up so that way they can try to overtake them on this rotation. But everybody on that side currently just have to wait. Bide their time, box up, and just wait for the zone to open up.
Ruh-roh. Yamzo and Josh, they look like they might want to get involved here. A little bit damage being applied there. Shadow, Virgo. Always got to watch your legs, I think, when you are on these slightly elevated positions, depending on where those floors are at. You're not necessarily blocking off your feet, but hey, Peterbot and Poyo, they're also looking to try and establish themselves in a very solid position. With the way that things are shaping up here, Jacob, it's only a matter of time before Shadow, Virgo, Eoxy, and JoJo, they are forced into a battle. Ozone sending the cube rifle shots their way, and that might not be the only present that he has for him. Couldn't tell. It seemed like he might have been holding on to that 7 cluster cannon also. And the real problem now is that the entire lobby is looking directly at JoJo, Fishy, and Eoxy, and this is such a crucial point of today's tournament for them because they are right there teeter-tottering on the edge of being inside of the qualification range for LAN and getting knocked outside of it.
Yeah, instead of kind of holding their builds, the cube rifle coming in, even a second team spraying, I do like that decision for them to just elevate themselves off that low ground. Stop a lot of the punches being thrown at them while conserving as much materials as possible. But max pool coming out for Clix and Higgs. They're going to go ahead and use those crash pads, not necessarily to take elevation and fly across, but just to get the momentum on their side so they can slide down that mountain as they can. But you're seeing it's not just one hillside they have to worry about, Taco. It's another one that's going to dip further and further below that elevation where they're currently at.
Clicks, Higgs, they are just so injured, but the refresh Muzz, this might be
That was so
their
quick.
saving
That was so.
grace.
That was
Unfortunately,
so
here
close.
comes
And
Muzz
look
and
at
spaces
his. He's
expense,
barely.
but Clicks nearly gets taken out
this is bad.
on his approach for the body loot here. Always have to keep an eye out for the other half of the duo. Kingly and Craze, they have also fallen. Ritual with his first elimination of the game. Frontside low, it's gonna belong to Clicks and Higgs. He needs an opportunity though to drop that Celebroni Pizza. The mat refresh though is the bigger objective here.
They
right
also
now
have no
for
mats.
Clicks and Higgs. That's gonna be their best way to kind of stay ahead of the rest of the pack and keep looking back.
Yeah, and you kind of see them just using the pizzas just for the white HP, knowing they have shield in their back pocket. They want to save the quick kills for a much more dire situation. As Choja and Eoxy just flying out of nowhere, under the radar, using that launch pad. And this is the team 4 points ahead of Shadow and Virgo to start this game. Second place in terms of teams that need that spot at the Reload Elite Series Finals. Shadow and Virgo, they are just outside. No elimination just yet. So outside of placement points, they have been unable to catch up.
Some of these loadouts, though, they're just looking a little bit worse for wear right now. Teams not really being given too many options. Clicks and Higgs, they need another bailout. They need another Loot Llama off of a body elimination. Will they find it? Clicks, Higgs, recognizing there's a cube rifle staring us down currently. We've got to make sure that we escape, but all of these pre-existing builds, the metal that's just not theirs, they're trying to see if they can set up for a
They're gonna
pre-edit.
do the
They're trying to
Patrick,
wait
and I'm so
for
scared.
a solo to kind of cross their direction. Every little bit counts at this stage, but they're just not being given it.
Yeah, and you're seeing two different sides of the coin in terms of what teams are facing. Some going through so much chaos and destructive environment, and others for Rapid and Cold, kind of smoothly sailing from point A to point B. And then you have Peterbot and Poyo late to use that launch pad, use the fizz. They're going to be all the way up above, but on high ground in terms of builds with their floor on the ground, that's going to be Shadow and Virgo. I'm not sure if they know they're all the way up there just yet, because a lot of their attention is going to be on the players down below.
Not only that, but Virgo was looking out, but Pete, that render distance, I think that he was just barely outside of it. Clicks, though, he's got to try and deliver here, but it's Higgs left to a solo yet again, but this time he has 0 builds to work with from the jump, just trying to see if he can build up
Higgs
any
has no builds.
placement
nice.
points after that, but look at
Oh,
Ritual, just trying to
yeah,
fly here in these
yeah,
final moments. Backside of zone could be his best friend. Ozone and Golden, they're so incredibly injured. That's going to be Golden down for the count. Can he get the siphon? He needs that little bit of extra HP to work with. The Peterbot and Poyo immediately traversing straight towards the high ground, and Ritual cut short here, even after finding the lifeline.
Yeah, even Higgs going down. A lot of our solos are falling as Eoxy and JoJo go down. That's 2 teams that are inside of the bubble leading that have just been eliminated. This is huge for Shadow and Virgo here in terms of qualifying for the EWC finals. It's not just about overtaking them in this game, Taco. It's about building that cushion for game number 8. Veer still in contention as well. 221 points, but without any builds, it's going to be a nightmare for him to try to survive. Shadow and Virgo quickly drop down. They're trying to take control of the low ground. They're trying to push every other team out, but they still have to deal with Yamzo and Josh. Good damage
Okay,
on the
so
one,
let's see who will
down.
win
They're
this
in
game.
the top 6, so at least half of the placement points are there.
Let's see.
Devastating return fire out of Josh Riley with that one, but Yamzo will be sent packing anyway. Havoc and Ruins have played a little
Okay,
bit of
Josh
disaster
Riley
there
is
for
going
Josh,
for
but
height.
we've seen
So
Josh
Yamzo
when
is
he's
out.
left to his own devices. He's made it work 2 times already here today. Can he do it a third? Does Josh Riley last pizza slice has been expended, and now he's waiting to see will the lobby continue to thin itself out. He's looking down.
Who's gonna
sees
win?
Rapid
Who's
and
gonna
Cold.
win?
Havoc's
Pete and
also
Poyo
being
have
brought
height.
down.
Ooh,
Peterbot
that's
and Poyo
scary.
straight from above.
Scared.
This might be the hat trick.
This is first and second place from our respective qualifiers number 1 and qualifier number 2.
Cold
And
is
down
low.
below, Josh is fighting Cold. Gets him dropped down to 25 HP with the zone on his back. He has
Cold
nowhere
is
to go
dead.
but forward. He gets the knock
Rapid
again,
kills.
but Josh
Okay.
finally goes down, but the damage has been dealt. Rapid is going to be all by himself
do
with
Peter and
Cold
Poyo
waiting
win
to get
game
eliminated.
7?
Peterbot and Poyo, it's basically a victory lap here, but I might have
think
spoken
so.
too soon. Rapid builds up.
And
Ends up in
maybe
a
not.
1v1
Maybe.
against Poyo, but Poyo not backing down, takes the challenge. Good
Nah,
damage.
Pete and Poyo
Peterbot
win game
follows up
7.
with the elimination. Another win here for Peterbot and Poyo. That just might have been their 3rd.
I feel like every single time we see Peterbot and Poyo, the moment that they have managed to actually ascend into the clouds outside of that render distance, they overtake the high ground. They cause so many problems for everybody else. But Des, what have you guys been seeing?
Hey, yo, Kelly. Hey. Is that their third VR? Is that? Hey, yo, Kelly.
Yeah, that would be their third victory royale, Zeke. My goodness, it is Peterbot and Pollo's show right now, but to do it from high ground and to do it for, you know, such confident, it once again just looked like we were watching a tutorial on how to control high ground from Peterbot and Pollo, because stealing it away from Shadow and Virgo around zone 10 to do it, making sure once again that they are fizz launching up from height, making sure that they are observing where everyone else is on the lobby, and then to just hold high ground. Peterbot dropping down when it did come down to a 2v1 to see what Rapid was going to do in reaction. Pollo playing defensively when Rapid jumped up. A perfect play for this duo.
As you can see down there,
okay, so this is the final game, and then we're gonna know what Higgs was talking about.
I'm not gonna lie. It was
That's
game
the
5,
most
it was
important
game
thing
6.
I want to
It seemed
know.
like they were kind of slowing down.
I really want to know what that's about.
Reminded us once again that, yeah, I mean, these guys are just way too good, right? Kind of slowing down with those 2 back-to-back games. I was like, ah, man, we might have a close race here, a close finish, but I'm not gonna lie. After watching that game right there and seeing that they're almost at 400 points, I think Peterbot and Pollo, they're gonna run away with this thing.
Well, what more can we say? What more can we say? It's the Peter Poyobot show. Peter Poyobot. There you go. They're Poyobot now. We're gonna go to a break. 1 game left to go out of the Reload Elite Series. The top 2 will move on to the EWC Finals. It is critical now more than ever. Every single point matters, and with Peterbot and Pollo looming overhead on that high ground tarp, much to discuss. First, a break. When we come back, prepare ourselves for the final game. Stay tuned.
2 teammates have his back. There's Nash. Gets the drop on Amarius. Stays alive. They're targeting out Vanya. 3v1.
One game left to go before we say goodbye from the Reload Elite Series qualifier number 3. And again, Peterbot, Poyo decide, you know what, Zeke? We're gonna get another VR. We're just gonna do what we do, get another VR. But that's not even the craziest part. I think the craziest part is that we have to remind ourselves we have to be top 2 if we want to continue this EWC run, right? At the end of today, we need to be in top 2 to move on to the EWC finals later on, okay? Peterbot and Poyo are causing quite a commotion. Josh and Iamzo causing quite a commotion. So let's bring up these standings. Let's kind of see, and when you look at these standings, if you see a little crown next to their name, that means they've already qualified. We had a beautiful little line here. Look at that EWC qualifier, okay? We just gotta be above that line. We wanna move on. Right now, Shadow, Virgo, and currently, Agers and Ritual are battling out against Aoxy and JoJo Fishy. And honestly, if we had one insane game, it could even be Clicks and Higgs right now. But oh my gosh, so many of those points that many of these duos need, Kelly, are just being taken up by Peterbot and Poyo, right? When Josh and Iamzo are on the low ground, they're tearing up, they're getting elims, they're getting points. You got Peterbot and Poyo on the high ground, they're doing the same thing. There's only so many points that can go around.
You can tell that there has been a shift in mentality for Shadow and Virgo and Agers and Ritual and JoJo and Aoxy. The way that Shadow and Virgo gave up that hype immediately as soon as Peterbot and Poyo went for it. And honestly, it worked out for them. They were able to recover, they were able to drop down and even get an elimination, so worked out for them. But the way that Ritual is running these solo clutches, or Agers having to solo clutch as well when they make it to endgame, or if we look to JoJo and Aoxy, who have taken a much more kind of back-end passive approach. Even Aoxy going for these like early heal-offs, like what we saw him from Game 6, you can already see, I don't want to say the nerves necessarily, Vivid, starting to like come into all of the teams that are 4th, 5th, and 6th, but you can see that their minds are starting to understand that we're almost here. We need to make sure we make it into the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. All 3 of these teams that are kind of fighting for those 2 spots that really feel like they have the best chance to go ahead and secure it. They got to stick to their game plan. I really like the idea of Shadow and Virgo holding high ground until they get contested for it. Both like you pointed that out. Aoxy and JoJo Fishy, the one thing that they're lacking comparison to the other 2 teams is just straight up eliminations, and I fear for them that they are so good at playing consistently and placement wise. They gotta maybe pick up some eliminations to compete in game number 8 here, but then they have to change their game plan, so it's a really tough one. But game number 8, best of luck to our 3 teams that are kind of on that bubble.
It's time. One last game, and again, we need to end in top 2. Casters for the last time today.
Wow, Clicks and Higgs are not going their POI, they're going center.
This is truly the final countdown, but
Yeah,
I want to take a moment to give a special shout out to Taco.
I don't know who's
for
going
us,
after center,
this is game 8. For Taco, this is game 16. So I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to perform well?
Look, man, the one consistent factor here today is that this is a Peterbot Poyo world, and we are all just living in it, man. So game 8, let's see what
Clicks
you got.
is just rushing. He does not care.
The final countdown, as I said, game number 8 for the day. We know who's in first, this 74-point lead, but what's most important is particular 3 teams. 4th, if you want to throw Clicks and Higgs, Noxy and Veer into the mix as well, but literally 22 points separate those top 3 teams, some inside the bubble, some outside. G-Money and Ishu need a big game here, but honestly, we've seen from the likes of Queasy and Veno, we've seen Peterbot and Poyo, we've seen so many teams that are outside of the spot they need to be, really take matters into their own hands, not only contesting their competition, but fighting them throughout the game.
Oh no! A hard pause for a second there. Ritual, Ager staring down Clicks and Higgs. They tried to bring the fight a different direction here, but for Higgs and Clicks, they are celebrating so heavily. The emo before the full elimination is devious scenes right now, Higgs. But they're gonna need plenty more of that if they plan to try and push themselves that extra little bit to overtake on the leaderboard, because right now the main teams that we're looking at, Jacob, is what? Shadow Virgo, Ager's Ritual, Aoxy and JoJo Fishy. But Clicks and Higgs, they might be looking to shift that.
Yeah, they're trying to at least take Agers and Ritual out of contention. And honestly, even if they... Ooh, wow. I'm not sure if this script wants them to go down right now because they just find at purple spaz, but no Agers and Ritual! 283 points. They have just been eliminated.
Everything is going to boil down to whether or not Aoxy and Jojo Fishy or Musphinx,
Clicks and Higgs are so smart.
one of those three duos is going to try and leapfrog over Agers and Ritual position on the leaderboard. And not only that, but when you just have to sit and watch, it just, I mean, Agers, Ritual, they've got to be sick right now.
I'm hoping they have a much greater plan than just taking out Agers and Ritual. Obviously, I believe Cooper and Reet lend a little bit of a helping hand, make sure they weren't able to get rebooted back in the game, but Agers and Ritual, their closest competition was Aoxy and Jojo Fishy at 270. So even though 283 is the mark, you look at someone like Clicks and Higgs, they're just about 58 or so points down. They get that elimination, they bring it to 55 points down, but they still have to worry about Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, who seem content just sitting there.
The only silver lining right now, if you are in Agers and Ritual shoes, is knowing the fact that Aoxy and Jojo Fishy have been purely placement oriented. Every single part of their build-up on today's leaderboard has come largely from their finishing moments because elimination's just not really there. 4 elims being their peak eliminations on any singular game in the past 7 lobbies so far, Jacob. And if I'm being realistic here, that might not be enough. They're going to need to tack on some more eliminations unless they're planning on forcing out a top 3 finish here. And even then, why leave it up to question when there are so many teams trying to vie for that same sort of leadership position?
Especially when it's the last game, nothing to lose. You don't qualify, you go next anyway. Cooper and Reet trying to take a page out of that playbook, but they're doing it together instead of hunting as solos. But they just get exploded there by the cube rifle. That just not only cut everything short, it gets the knock onto one. Cooper's just forced to try to disengage. A little bit of the Flowberry Fizz, the Shockwave. They go ahead and try to find his way to create distance, but diminished in Javi. That's more points for them. They too need a comeback of the ages, so Cooper has no choice here but to try to start to heal up. He cannot continue his Shockwave while weak. As the pressure is being put on the low ground, he builds up, trying to extend, but the cube rifle again, Taco, not only in the end game, but these early portions as well, just causing chaos and cutting off plans before they even start.
Cooper can't even finish eating his pizza in peace, man. The way that this duo is just barreling down, constantly breaking all of his builds. Cooper doing everything he can in his power to try and stay standing just a couple seconds longer. Maybe Reet was able to get far enough away, but I fear the unfortunate reality for Reet and Cooper currently, Jacob, is the only time they've really witnessed a cube rifle is when they've been on the receiving end of one. They haven't really had the opportunity to try and utilize it, but there's still other measures that they could try to bring out here in this final lobby, see if they can bounce back.
Not a bad overall strategy. I can't say exactly it's what Aoxy and Jojo Fishy were doing, but in the early game, you saw them kind of in cones, in buildings, just hiding, right? And I like that because you got to think Clicks and Higgs, Agers and Ritual, Shadow and Virgo, all these teams that got aggressive in the early game, they're running around looking for players that are out of position, trying to loot up, split from their teammates. They negated that entire opportunity of it happening to them. They stayed in the building, wait to zone, overtake them, and then now they're essentially starting their game out.
It's just crazy to think about the way that some of these younger players have really been trying to build themselves up, make a name for themselves on their respective regions. Virgo and Shadow, another one of those younger duos, but man, have they really found their stride here today. They just need to make sure that their steps don't get cut short here. They want to make sure that they finish strong. It's all they need. And they'll make sure that they have that EWC Lands qual spot alongside the Summit one. That'd be a very big accomplishment for those two.
Yeah, and you kind of see that interesting stat, 3rd place. one of 3 teams who haven't been on height at all. And honestly, they won one of our qualifiers. They're second in one of our qualifiers. They're just essentially hitting for the cycle here with their aggressive play style. Consistency throughout the games, even with the inability to actually pull off some victory royales, just shows how dangerous of a team this could actually be at times. Rapid gets the knock, Cold gets the cleanup. That's one more elimination here. They are 90 points away from first place, which, yes, it is a lot. And the only way to really close that gap is through this type of style here.
They need eliminations from other players in the lobby, but also have to remember some of those early elims for Rapid. Ooh, Cold. Okay, one more time. Run it back. Golden has been knocked. Cold's going to find that full elimination here. And that's going to leave Ozone in precarious position. He's going to need to just dip out and wants to make sure that they are not fully eliminated just yet. Still prize ball on the line, but getting back to what I was saying about Rapid, one of those eliminations at least was on, I believe, Peterbot or Pollo, at least one of the two. And the main thing is that they've clearly got that mentality of, if we wipe out the team in first, they might be able to actually overtake it if they can get a lot of eliminations and a victory royale in the final hour.
It's funny because that same situation, it's kind of like Clicks and Higgs, but instead of winning the tournament, it's making it to the EWC finals. You know, being able to take out Aegis of Ritual is all fine and dandy, but now you need eliminations to try to close that gap. And then obviously points through placement, maybe even a top 3 as Muzz, Sphinx, from the low ground to the high, trying to use that cube rifle to get Acorn off that pedestal. So far, they do find success in that regard. The bolt's still there. Good damage, gonna connect on the bolts. Cube rifle from the side, still able to connect. And now it's their chance to really put down pressure and hopefully solidify that elimination. But in danger right now, it looks like Shadow and Virgo going up against Cooper and Reed. And they have to be careful though, because even though they are the 2 teams that are box to box, there's a solo that's just out the outskirts, and then a whole nother duo just northwest of where they're currently are.
Could still qual.
And if that other duo is Rapid, that could definitely be worst case scenario there for Virgo and Shadow. They're not looking for an early departure. They want to make it into the placement points. And for Cooper and Reed, they're not going to get a chance. Cold and Rapid will finish the conversation. A bit of a brutal ending for another one of NA's teams, but Reed and Cooper, they tried their best with the circumstances they were left off in. Sometimes it just doesn't pan out in your favor. But we'll still get a chance to see those two in a LAN environment, just a different kind of tournament.
And just kind of take a note for both Shadow and Virgo that we saw seconds ago, and then Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, who are still playing catch up. They have 10 more points to go before they are that second team on the bubble. But, you know, Clicks and Higgs, you know, there's going to become a certain point in the game for Shadow and Virgo, more so than Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, where it's become mathematically impossible for them to catch up without elimination. So you want to go ahead and try to get those eliminations early rather than risking it later on in the game.
Especially when there are already so many solos being left in the wings here. It's Higgs and Clicks. Looking back, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy will manage to take over that cliffside position. A little bit of elevation here, but Higgs, Clicks, they want to get involved with some of the destruction taking place nearby Shadow and Virgo. Whether or not they're aware of the fact, though, that this is one of the leaderboard duos, that is left to unfold. But hey, Higgs, Clicks, more than happy to apply some steady pressure here.
I want to see right now, because Clicks and Higgs is just putting an abnormal amount of pressure onto Shadow and Virgo on the side, but it's just trying to bleed any shots through to try to connect. Cube Rifle almost connecting onto them, but they quickly reset that build just in time. Just kind of looking all around the map towards the edges. Cold and Rapid as well, spraying in the distance. And it's not always 4 eliminations, Taco. You know, good damage that you're putting on teams means that you have to dig into their resources they're not able to take with them later on in the game. Roughly about 30 or so seconds here. We're gonna have reboots turn off, which really kind of starts the end game.
Look, if you are Clicks and Higgs, especially Clicks in his current position, he's definitely playing with a bit of a chip on his shoulder. I mean, if I'm being honest here, Jacob, it doesn't help when you've got the sorts of Peterbot taking socials, in Vaxity's chat even, hashtag free Higgs. That has got to hurt the pride. And what better way to settle the score than to overcome all the doubt, all of the hate that's just been slammed his way from the start of the Reload Elite Series Finals and actually manage to secure his land position.
Really gonna be tested here in this game, though. About 45 points or so from catching up to that threshold of 283 points, which is currently housed by Ages of Ritual, even though they're no longer in this game. Next up, 273 and counting, 276. They just got placement points from the top 15. It's gonna be Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. You add in that elimination as well. But again, you set yourself 4 eliminations, kind of the highest total they've received in any one of these games so far. So if Aoxy and Jojo Fishy are gonna have a phenomenal performance here, it's gonna be through consistently staying alive. But a bad peak, there goes Clicks, there goes Higgs. That's the next team in line. Aoxy is actually down. Reboots are turned off. Whether Clicks and Higgs actually get credit for the elimination or not is a moot point, because they just need them out of their way.
And Jojo Fishy, he's way too split from his duo. He's not going to get the opportunity to even bother trying to play for a revive. He'll be forced now to try and just maneuver through that backside of zone. Mythic Pulsefire could potentially play a big part here,
so
Jacob,
low.
but
Yo, this
even a
is so
strong
scary.
weapon, when you are left as a solo, that is just such a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, but he finds a blessing here with the launch pad, with the Fizz. Top 15, 29 players up. When he goes into the sky at the 7th zone, closing into the 8th, Shadow and Virgo, they do find some shockwaves, a position to get eliminations here down below, and they're able to get all of that loot, picking up an extra pizza here. And this is where I talked about it becoming mathematically impossible for Shadow and Virgo to lose out on one of those 2 spots.
Shadow and Virgo got to be feeling really good about their current situation, but Cold and Rapid, they are never content. They are playing for a win right now, Jacob. 7 eliminations already. If I'm Pete or Pollo, I'm getting a little nervous here looking at what Cold and Rapid are starting to accomplish, but Clicks,
Yo,
Higgs,
Clicks
they're
just
not
got
done
another
just
kill.
yet
Let's go,
either.
let's go,
Mud's
let's
gonna
go.
be eliminated. That's going to be 3 now for
Shoot.
Clicks, but
Hit my
Higgs,
claw.
he needs an opportunity to try and replenish some of his HP. If they've got any sort of white heals, now would be the time to use them, as Jojo Fishy finally touching base with the rest of the lobby. Brought down from that initial
By the way,
skyline
reboots are
view.
disabled.
He's got a slapperoni pizza, but he's also got a little bit of lobby focus his way.
Yeah, especially with those cube rifles, it's not going to be easy, and almost is a daunting sound to hear it crash against your build. To Shadow, Virgo looking towards the outside, 301 points and counting. The next team below that they do have to worry about, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, 279. Then you got Clicks and Higgs who take a big shot, forced to scramble around. Lobby spray coming in from all directions. You see them burning through their materials. Clicks now going to be fresh out, but it's not going to slow down the pressure. He tries to use the cube rifle to fire away, but now he's down again. Higgs is by himself as a solo with EWC qualification on the line.
This is where you've really got to dig deep in Higgs' position. He's had 150-point solo points credited for his name already here today, but doing it again, getting the repeat, that's going to be such a difficult circumstance for any single player to try and overcome. But Higgs, a little bit of mobility off the overdrive grenade, a chest, and some bandages. They'll at least have a mild opportunity to heal later on, potentially, but first and foremost, Virgo, left as a solo, looking down at Chimp. He can get this refresh. That could play very heavily into his favor, but it's going to be Jojo who steals that one away. 291 points. That has done it. Agers and Ritual have officially been overthrown. This is a battle now between Jojo Fishy and Higgs for the solo clutch scenario.
Hey, I think he has storm sickness. I think he has actual live storm sickness. No build,
got bad
scrambling
news, guys.
around inside of
Clicks
the
is
top
dead.
11. Not even half of the placement
Clicks'
points
team is
just
dead.
yet, but he's giving himself a huge
That's very sad news.
opportunity. Nobody's peeking right now to try to get the damage onto Jojo Fishy.
That's
With all
crazy.
his time scrambling around. He's trying
I'm
to
not gonna lie.
fizz. It
I'm
does
gonna
look
lower
like
this
it's
game
over.
audio a little
Higgs
bit,
has
chat.
just gone down.
I'm gonna
Jojo
see if
Fishy
I'm gonna
has
see
gone
what Clicks is
down
kind
as
of
well.
trying to
But
say.
they might have
I'm gonna try
done
to
enough.
listen.
Certainly
I'm gonna
has
dial into that.
319 points and counting. Even with only one build left, it doesn't matter. This is some sort of a victory lap for him.
He still might be able to overcome it too, but check out Pete and Pollo. These guys are just not finished. Whatever happened to Cold and Rapid along the way here, because right now it's all the Pete Pollo show. They are not trying to lose out on that first place position. Virgo, somehow, some way, still left running around in these lower layers. Acorn gonna lose a little bit of his HP here. Cube Rifle also gonna disorient Bolt and Acorn pretty heavily, but it's Rapid underneath. Virgo will be taken out by the follow-up from Cold, and sure enough, Pete and Pollo now just staring down, waiting for the finish.
What's good? What's
Yeah,
good,
you gotta
chat?
know first, second
Trying to
place
see what-
probably already locked in. Even with 9 eliminations here on the Cold and Rapid, the point disparity is just too much to overcome.
Yeah,
so
I
for
know.
Peterbot and Poyo, our final 4 teams left, it just proved yet again they don't want to just take part in these competitions. They want to take over. Cube Rifle again, connecting on to Cold. The Amzo is there, getting 2 of his own. Everybody dropping like flies here as Peterbot finds another elimination.
Dude,
Sets his
Clicks
eyes
looks so
on the
sad.
Josh and Yamzo next. Our final 2v2 here. Essentially first
Does Peterbot
and
win the
somewhat
final
could've been
game?
second place going at it, but Josh and Yamzo,
Oh,
this is their
Yamzo's
chance
going for height?
redemption.
Maybe not,
Bragging
maybe
rights
not,
saying,
maybe
"Hey,
not."
we took you down to end the day, but it's going to come down to this. They're dropping, floating down. No real builds. Continue to hold the high ground. In fact, Peterbot goes down because of it, but Poyo is elevated up above, trying to use the Cube Rifle to cause a little bit of damage onto Josh. The first one's going to connect, but so is the second. Josh gets knocked back, but now it's Poyo versus Yamzo. Deja vu, a repeat of earlier
Wait,
here, but
oh,
Yamzo
shoot.
gets his chance to get a win
Who's gonna
as
win?
well. Both him and Josh in a 1v1,
Wow,
and
Yamzo
they do
wins
it.
last
Both
game.
of them win their respective
Yamzo and
1v1s.
Josh
Both
Riley.
of them
Oh
win
wow,
their
and
games.
Higgs left Clicks.
Unfortunate enough, it's Peterbot and
Uh-oh.
Poyo who get the last
So,
round and the tournament
chat,
win.
that's literally it.
For the third time today,
That's it.
The fact that it came down
I can't wait to hear this
exclusively
announcement
from
that
Brawl
Higgs is about to say.
between Poyo,
I don't know when
Josh,
it's
and
gonna happen,
Yamzo.
but
Absolutely
when it does happen,
ridiculous outcome from both of these
gonna be
duos.
interesting.
But hey, the job has been finished. So, Desk, what's the outright standings?
Wow. Wow. This was a great day, Kelly. This was a fantastic day. As Taco called out, also shout outs to Taco for coming hang out in NA. We're the better region we know. And of course, Giga PR, you're fantastic as always. Thank you so much. Wow. It's crazy, Kelly, that we got to see this fight happen so many times, right? Like it's you would think it's like, just kind of they make it to the end game. Like, no, both of these teams had to really take it to that last 2v2. To see it happen so many times, so consistently, is so impressive. And I mean, you know, again, a shout out to them, seeing both ends of it, right? Josh and Yamzo in different situations,
Yeah.
different contexts, solo clutching. Like, man, these guys are just performing so well.
Yeah, it's so good to see Josh and Yamzo perform once again, you know, going back to Major 2 where they did get 4th place. I think a lot of people kind of overlooked them because it was kind of the Cold and Rapid versus Peterbot and Poyo show, but everyone is definitely going to be paying attention to them once more going into LAN. Yamzo and Josh doing such a good job on the low ground, and especially with it being a 1v1 against the likes of Poyo, you know that Yamzo's feeling pretty good about himself, Vivid.
Absolutely. They should be pretty happy with how they performed throughout the day. Unfortunately for them, though, I think we all know who's going to be reigning supreme towards the top of the leaderboard.
That's right, Viv. We know it. We saw it. Almost got themselves yet another victory royale. It is Peterbot and Poyo who come out in that #1 spot. But the question is, who ends in those top 2 through consistency, right? That number, we're gonna see as we start to bring up these standings. We know Shadow and Virgo probably likely
Yo,
in.
Clicks is-
The question is, it was
He just took
AOC
delay
and
off.
JoJo Fishy, so we saw that early
He took
fight
delay off.
get taken to Aegis and Ritual. Basically, at the start of the game, the moment that they were dropped, it was like, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
Other
there's still
teams
another
now
way
have
they
an
can
opportunity
qual.
to make it through. And we just followed
Yeah.
along with AOC and JoJo Fishy.
No.
Kelly, I can't lie. The moment JoJo Fishy was put
Still
in that sole
time for the
situation,
rank up if you want to. Maybe,
that's
maybe.
hard. The nerves go through the roof. You have to make every single decision correctly because now you know we have to hit 283. And for JoJo
Oh,
Fishy to
Clicks is
clutch
getting
up as a
off
solo,
early.
You know he has
So,
got to
like,
be
is
so
Higgs gonna go live now?
incredible right now.
100%.
'Cause I really wanna know.
This win, this qualification to the EWC for your teammate has to feel so good. And Neoxy and JoJo, it wasn't just that one game that they did really well. They performed
Right.
at the top of their game all day long. And you do have to feel for Agers and Ritual, especially after Agers got that solo double elimination game. And it really
Chat,
it came
Clicks
down
just
to
signed
Clicks and
off.
Higgs
Hopefully
playing out
we'll
their
see
minds,
Higgs live.
going on the aggressive
And,
there, getting the early elimination because Clicks and Higgs understood what they
and
had
we'll
to do
know
to be able to get into that qualification
this,
spot. They did it successfully
know
against
what
Agers
happened.
and Ritual, and it looked like they were potentially going to be doing that onto Aox
So yeah,
and JoJo
chat,
Fishy as well,
Clicks
but falling a
has
little
officially
short, which
ended.
obviously
I'm gonna stay on for a bit longer. I'm gonna wait till they show the leaderboard, and then I'm hopping off chat.
Axie and Jojo Fishy, clearly the elimination category is not their approach to the game on the reload, and they stuck to their guns. They kept playing the placement, and it was just enough to go ahead and qualify to the EWC. Then clutched it up, man. Barely squeezed in there, but did beat out Adri's and Ritual towards the end there. So congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, man. Wow. Just an insane day of Fortnite. We have a qualified list here to kind of see more of the names who have qualified on through. But man, oh man, what an incredible day of Fortnite here in the Reload Elite Series. Props to everyone. Massive props, you know, Peterbot and Poyo, Iamzo and Josh as well, fighting it out to the very end. And to think we still have one more qualifier, right? We have one more qualifier where we can add more names to this list.
There's still one more qualifier.
Guys, it's already looking crazy. Like, it's already looking insane.
I mean, we asked at the start of the show because of the rivalry that we've seen in the Reload Elite Series qualifiers 1 and 2, where it was Peter Poyo, Cold and Rapid trading first and second place. And now Peterbot and Poyo taking a first place as well, definitely beating out the allegations of who is better. But to do it in such a fashion where they not only get 3 victory royales, but also 3 second places, I don't know if anyone was expecting exactly this vivid. Peterbot and Poyo are definitely back with a vengeance.
Absolutely. It looks like Reload is their game mode for sure that they look to be the kings of. Qualifier 3, I mentioned it earlier today. I was like, listen, you do not want to be one of those teams that does not qualify in one of the first 3, because now all of these teams, they got to potentially go back to the drawing board, right? Thinking about the future, thinking about qualifier number 4. Do you switch up your duos? Do you change your approach to the game? Are you happy with how you play today? Do you think it'll be enough? A lot of decisions need to be made for some of our players who unfortunately did not make it into one of those 2 teams to qualify through today. I can't wait to see what happens.
Okay, guys, before we say goodbye, I want to kind of get your closing thoughts. Qualifier 3, how much did you love it? Any standout moments? Anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
I mean, Peterbot and Poyo standing up on high ground over and over and over again was very exciting. But for me, you know, new map, new meta, and some new surprises for teams coming out on top.
Absolutely. I think we loved all of the fun moments. I mean, Zeke was kind of talking about it while we were watching some of the games. We had mythic goldfish kind of flying in. We had people falling off of high ground, splatting down over there. Yeah. Zeke was laughing the whole time, not even just on camera, off camera as well. So just a lot of fun moments as always over on NA, and just entertaining and good to see that Reload was once again competitive and fun to watch.
That's right. Oh my gosh. Well, Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much. That concludes qualifier 3 of the Reload Elite Series. There is still one more qualifier, so don't freak out. Still more opportunities to qualify on through. And of course, don't forget as well, we're going to the summit. That's the very next thing that's happening. It's crazy to think that's just not that far away. That's not that far away. So we hope to see you there. Check to see if tickets are still available. We'd love to see you in person. Come hang out. Come watch a Summit champion be crowned. Until the next time we see you for the Reload Elite Series, we love you. Keep yourself safe. See you on that battle bus. Beep, beep.
Okay, chat. I'm out. How can Clicks qual again? Because there is one more chance. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Clicks is out. I'm out. And that's it.